Chapter 1. September 1942. Brooklyn, New York. Deep within me, a sense of dread buzzes and crackles, an electrical wire threatening to short. I'm trapped by the stage lights, the performance well in motion. I assure myself that Charles's behavior, subtle oddities throughout tonight's tricks, falls within reason. It was at his prodding, after all, that a top New York critic agreed to attend. As a faceless judge in the shadows, the lone man can render a verdict that could pack future shows or trigger a decline. Even so, what I detect from Charles differs from nerves. Only with disciplined effort do I resist rushing through the grand finale. I distribute a padlock to each of the volunteers, 2 airmen, a banker type, and a trio of sprightly ladies. With all the poise and undulating cadence of a showman's assistant, I encourage their inspection. My narration flows out as programmed as a song on a player piano. On this stage alone, it's my 4th performance in 2 days. Stewing in a haze of cigarette smoke, aftershave, and floral perfume, the medium-sized theater could be any one of 100. The attendance is respectable at 2/3 full. Largely from the cheap seats of the balcony, periodic catcalls remain standard fare, with no help from my galling, if customary, outfit. Astoundingly, the sequined halter and mid-thigh skirt are rather modest for my role. Displayed on the prop table are 2 pairs of handcuffs and a set of minuscule keys. I'm retrieving them all when Charles reappears in the right wing of the stage to await my cue. He's traded his top hat and tails for a black bathing costume that hugs his lean build from shoulders to thighs. All in line with our usual act, save for the object in his grip. An axe. I bristle, less from startle than confusion. A stagehand was supposed to brandish the tool, not Charles, and certainly not yet. For a show that blends illusion and danger, from the magical mending and vanishing of items to mind-reading and death-defying feats, there's a purpose to every step, glance, and gesture, to timing above all. At the climax of the act, as fears arise over the escape artist's ability to elude his bonds, a harried display of the axe implies need for its imminent use, amplifying suspense. It's hardly to be used as what? A parading of bravado? Still, we've performed together with such frequency over 3 years of touring that my speech only slightly hitches. Now that our committee of volunteers from the audience has keenly inspected the padlocks for authenticity, I pause, prompting nods from the lock-bearing group. The death-defying escapologist Charles Bouchard shall be sealed into the galvanized iron milk can, airtight and filled with water to its very brim. Grandly, I gesture toward the barrel-sized container, just as Charles interjects. In fact, he reemerges prematurely with his faux French accent, turning the sea of heads. So superior are my abilities to those of Harry Houdini himself, I balk at even the most basic safeguards. The affront to my late idol, a legend for this very trick, irks me, but briefly. More pressing, I struggle to decipher Charles's intentions as he strides past the volunteers to reach center stage, his slicked ebony hair tousled from his costume change. Observe, for instance, this emergency tool which I have primed with a hacksaw. For what, you ask? Why, to do this. Against an edge of the milk can, he slams the axe handle, once, twice, and breaks the handle in 2. My chest tightens despite murmurs of surprise and delight. Charles slings the pieces aside with a hearty voila, barely missing my T-strap heels. Even the 4-piece band, routinely dispassionate in the pit, gawks with interest. What is more, he proclaims, swooping toward me barefoot, one with supernatural gifts has no need for caution. Is it not so, Mademoiselle Vos? I'm still eyeing the can, finding no damage, gratefully, when he snatches from me the tiny ring of keys. He jangles them high, pinky in the air, as if ringing a bell for tea service, before tossing them into his mouth and swallowing them whole. A ripple of gasps, a mix of groans, another maddening, bewildering detour. Unless vitally called for, never stray from the act. Of the many rules I've taught him, this was the first, the most crucial. I dredge up a smile nonetheless, bright with victory-red lips, ever accustomed to wearing a mask as much on stage as off. And besides, I'm well aware the keys are unnecessary, the padlock's a ruse. The neck of the can is, after all, rigged with an outer and inner wall. Telescoped upward, the lid detaches with secured locks intact. It's a deceit based on presumption, a twist on a story viewers convince themselves to be true. Just as experience tells them a book holds full-sheeted pages and a shoe heel is built solidly through, to their minds, a milk can opens only one way. Mind you, Charles's ingesting of the keys is real. For escapologists, a trained resistance to gagging is required to handily swallow an item, then reproduce it on cue. Compliments of a sword swallower, I learned the rather unsavory skill while on breaks from my old sleight of hand acts. It was at the very dime museum where I met Charles, back when his unruly black hair wasn't yet slicked with tonic, his average if pleasing face still free of smugness. When labeled a curiosity, he drew the upper crust of society to point and cringe. Who would have guessed he'd become my greatest illusion? Alors, the final touches. Charles holds out his wrists and regards me with a jerk of his chin, a sign to administer the handcuffs and resume my patter. His granting of permission. Annoyance curls my fingers, interrupted by a heckling sailor. Hey, honey, I could think of some better ways to use those handcuffs. Yeah, Kozlowski, like to lock up your ugly ass, calls another. Pipe down, all you. We got ladies here. The exchange is typical nowadays, with an abundance of enlisted boys high on hormones and sips from their flasks, antsy for glory half a world away. For people like me, the war could as easily be set in another universe. Ordinarily, I'd toss out a clever comeback, but distracted, I simply reassume control with a clearing of my throat. Somewhere in the room, a critic looks on. As you will see, I declare in a voice that, based on a rare press mention, outsizes my graceful ladylike frame, both pairs of handcuffs, also diligently inspected by our committee, will be fastened to Monsieur Bouchard's wrists. More nods from the group. Back on script. I apply the cuffs, tempted to attach them overly tight. Evading my glare, Charles makes a display of being firmly bound. After I remove the milk can lid, he wriggles into the container with more sloshing than usual. The theater's stagehands, one burly, one bearded, join us with pre-filled buckets and quickly remedy the water displacement. I discovered long ago, for help with shows and rehearsals in any theater, advance gratuity ensures a job done right, or done at all. Once sealed, I continue, the milk can will be enclosed by a 3-walled cabinet. Its triangular shape allows no room for trickery and, most notably, can be unlatched only from the inside. The stagehands are now fetching the roofless structure from just off stage. Upon a countdown of 5, I challenge each of you, fine ladies and gents, to hold your breath along with Monsieur Bouchard, who shall be submerged in 5, 4... The audience joins in. Charles inhales and exhales in exaggerated preparation. On the collective utterance of 1, he plunges below the surface. My internal timer begins as I affix the cover, catching a full whiff of his breath. Under the faint sweetness from his usual cherry Ludens drops, comes a citric juniper scent, one I know well from my past. Gin. God in heaven! The root of his behavior is finally clear. But the volunteers have descended upon the can. They're securing padlocks to the latches as I've instructed. The band launches into a peppy tune, Raise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition, as the stagehands heft the wooden cabinet into place. Swiftly assembled, the tall but sturdy barrier obscures Charles from everyone's view, including mine. A surge of fear shoots through my veins. I manage to point the volunteers back to their seats, where the audience has gone silent, breaths held. In the front row, a pigtailed girl puffs her cheeks with all the verve of Dizzy Gillespie. 30 seconds. Beside the cabinet, I wait on my mark, hand on hip, calm and confident. Already, Charles should be free of his cuffs. They're merely trick pairs, the norm for underwater acts. I deftly swapped out the real ones after the volunteers examined them. Though certain of this, I furtively confirmed their distinctive weighted feel in the lower pockets of my skirt, among the many hidden compartments I've designed for our acts. 45 seconds. A good portion of the crowd yields to their lungs. A smattering of ladies giggle at their own folly. Fellows tend to hold out longer, surely sneaking air through their nostrils, while attempting to impress their dates or protect their pride, likely both. All the while, through the strategically blaring music, I listened for hints of the outer neck sliding from the can. That simple step is all the escape requires. A person could finagle it deaf or blind, drunk even. Not that Charles is. Yes, he's become one to indulge, at times heavily these days, but after the show, never before. Until now. 1 minute. Heat pours from the stage lights in compounding waves. Sweat prickles my scalp, my updo tightening against its pins. The last few holdouts in the auditorium are gasping for air. At any moment, a stagehand should emerge with an axe to boost anticipation, as if ready to bust through the cabinet and break off the padlocks. But that axe now lies in pieces. At least destroying the handle didn't damage the can, as far as I could tell. Oh, why didn't I stall for a closer look? 1 minute, 30. Thoughts of another escape artist barge into my mind. Genesta. His is a cautionary tale to promote double and triple checking. The famed performer failed to notice a critical dent in his milk can from being dropped during setup, preventing the lid's upward slide. His fatal, final act. It's for this reason I demanded Charles practice for months, stretching his lungs in baths, up to 3 minutes 3 seconds by my pocket watch, and why we use only a lid that reserves air at the very top. Granted, tonight his compromised state could make all those precautions worthless. 2 minutes. "Hey, Toots!" The same heckling sailor. "So much for your pal's superpowers, huh?" His jeering this time is largely lost to others' worries, evident in faces and fidgets and murmurs. The reactions, which I normally relish, feel like viruses invading the room. I train my gaze on the cabinet hinges. Only recently did I agree to remove the outer latch, Charles's idea for heightened drama, but with one provision. An inch-wide gap at the corner would allow me a peek if needed. My yearning to do so swells, bridled by his own stipulation. Even if concerned, I wasn't to look until the 3-minute mark. We're not there yet, I know this, with every second an impossibly slow tick. Charles's reasoning is technically sound. He's never once faltered escaping the can, and an overt gauging of progress would dilute the act, particularly in the mind of a critic. But then, so would a drowning. The decision is my call, and I'm making it. I move with a purposeful stride to the far corner of the cabinet, as if following a choreographed routine. With a few sharp tugs, I form a narrow opening and glimpse inside. The lid appears in place, Same for the padlocks, a sign of all going right. Or horrendously wrong. My eyes strain for a fuller view, for any sight of Charles, but there's nothing. Scenarios skitter through my head, of his fainting underwater, as even Houdini's skillful brother once did, or passing out from the booze, or having the keys lodged in his throat. Whichever the case, the trick is over. Charles! Charles, can you hear me? The musicians trample my voice, their notes like boot heels squashing each syllable. I snap toward the pit. Stop! The song breaks off raggedly, giving way to dull thunks. Not from the musicians, but from Charles. Muffled by water, handcuffs are striking the can. The lid must be stuck. Suddenly, there's quiet, an audible ceasing of metal against metal. The absence of sound is smothering. I stave off panic, remembering the axe, what's left of it. Hold on! I'm coming! Heart hammering my ribs, I scramble to retrieve the head of the axe from the stage floor. I clutch its handle, a jagged stump, and thrust the blade through the cabinet gap, trying to break the latch. Failing. Pain shoots through my palm, splintered wood tearing my skin. At the vision of him inside, trapped in darkness and starved for air, ancient memories creep from the caverns of my mind, of tangled limbs and muffled cries, an endless procession of caskets in the snow. I block them out, seeking a solution. Whatever am I doing? The cabinet can be toppled. This is the means of backup that Charles claimed would never be required, like the axe he destroyed, the keys he swallowed. I drop the blade and start shoving the cabinet with both hands. The triangular structure slides and clunks against the can, refusing to tip. I scan the wings for the stagehands. Why aren't they there? Where did they go? I've forgotten the crowd. Patrons stare with hands over mouths, perplexed, questioning. Many are half risen from their seats, clutching the arm of a neighbor. Unblinking eyes stare down from the balcony. Please help, I yell. Anyone! Comprehension flashes. Frightful cries erupt. I push at the cabinet again, fruitlessly, as a blur of uniforms and suits scurry for the aisles. I search for a military nurse or medic's insignia, anticipating Charles's next need, but the strangers freeze. All of them, turn to statues. Are they still deliberating, doubting if this is real? A fierce command gathers in my throat, ready to burst, when a noise sweeps through the room, a pattering like drizzle growing to a downpour. Clapping. People are applauding. No, stop! I think as their grimaces morph into smiles, gasps reversing into sighs. And then I see it. A metallic glint swings around me. 2 sets of handcuffs hang from the crook of a finger. Charles! He made it out, alive and safe. Panting, with a look of exhaustion, he stands sopping wet at the opened cabinet. The milk can looms in the background, sealed with all 6 locks. Zealous hollers and whistles bloom. Many in the crowd pat their chests, calming their hearts, laughing from the thrill. Charles absorbs it all with grandeur, bidding, Merci! His grin widens with his every bow. Still overcome, I command myself to breathe, to repel the memories stacked upon my chest. Upon a nudge by Charles, I stiffly join his side and catch sight of the child in front. Her face bears the light-headed shock of a near plummet from a cliff. Though equally dizzy, I seek to uphold the facade that nothing actually went astray. My sense of relief gains purchase until a pointed wink from Charles. Appreciative, it seems, but not for me. Not even for some bombshell in the audience, as I've come to expect. The wink is for the right wing of the stage. More aptly, for the pair of stagehands who have conveniently reappeared. From their boastful smirks of those in the know, every obstacle of the act floats back through my mind. They join like patches of clouds, snips of a riddle, conjuring a whole. The axe and keys, the newly added latch, Charles's urgent pounding that halted my calls. My attention cuts back to his face. There's arrogance in his eyes, underscored by his stance. No authentic trace of fear nor true relief from a tragedy averted. Why would there be? All had gone according to plan. His plan, including my role as an unwitting pawn. Chapter 2. 2 knocks on my dressing room door precede the turn of the knob. The caller doesn't wait for an invite. This is how I suspect it isn't some fellow from the audience bearing a bouquet and sheepish smile, touting my resemblance to sensuous starlet Hedy Lamarr, which, incidentally, is a right stretch in my view. Not to say the remark is why, after my gracious bidding of thanks, I always send them on their way. I verge on doing the same now, albeit ungraciously, as Charles steps into the room. But first, I'll see what's left of his decency, if any. Seated at my mirror, I close the gap in my satiny stage robe, indeed to cover my brassiere, but also the residual quake in my hands, and eye his reflection. Already he's switched into his trousers and undershirt, quick changes being a necessity of the trade. When the fall of the curtain launched me seething from the stage, I left him and his cohorts to corral our supplies. He has nerve approaching me so soon. I'll grant him that much. Then again, it's a trait I personally helped cultivate. "Swell space you got," he says, easing in, glancing around. His practiced stage diction is replaced by his casual Louisianan speech. "I reckon we could do a whole lot shabbier." The remark would once have been laced with playful irony given the pitiful accommodations we've endured, specifically while traveling with variety shows before breaking out on our own. Here, there are theatrical posters neatly hung, a proper costume rack, and a pair of cushioned chairs accented by a table, each, incredibly, with all 4 legs. Most comforting of all, I have a window large enough for an emergency exit. So, yes, the room is rather nice, if smaller and mustier than the one assigned to Charles. I'm certain of this without having to check. He's a man and the star, and long gone are the days when he at least offered to trade. "What do you want, Charles?" "Just, making sure you're okay." "Oh?" I say, since we're apparently playing games. "Why wouldn't I be?" He goes to speak but resorts to a shrug, both shoulders draped with a towel. "I guess you put 2 and 2 together." "If by that you mean you're reckless, pompous, devious—" "Come on, Fenna, don't be sour." "Sour? You think I'm being petty?" The quirk of his thin lips says everything before he drops into one of the chairs. Even without the shadows from my vanity lights, he appears a decade beyond our common age of 24. Escapology can wear on a body, it's true, but his accumulating vices have by no means helped. Only his drying natural curls provide fleeting evidence of the friend I used to know. "Look, I'm sorry it shook you up, I swear it." "Is that so? Because you didn't appear to regret a thing, and frankly, you still don't." He hesitates, unable to argue. "Aw, geez, you heard him out there. We were a smash." Typical misdirection. Another lesson I passed along. I clutch my robe harder, triggering a throbbing in my palm, a gouge of which Charles isn't aware. If he was, he would inquire about it, hands in our profession being as vital as those to a concert pianist. Fortunately, the wound required only iodine and a small bandage, giving me no cause to divulge the depth of my foolishness as he rattles on. "Tell me you at least got a load of those dog faces.
Even the big beefy ones came charging for the stage. When I busted out of the cabinet, saw it myself, them dopes were scared out of their wits.
I agree. They were dopes to ever worry. The barb soars right on by. Charles is too busy savoring the coup against his favorite targets. To him, with flat feet barring him from the draft, all enlisted men have become macho buffoons hoodwinked into fighting someone else's war.
Battling Japan, I can see,
he'd say, in light of Pearl Harbor, obviously.
But why Germany and Italy and all those others?
Admittedly skeptical of printed propaganda since my childhood, I had no answer.
Oh, hey, do you hear the news flash? He goes on. House manager says the critic definitely saw the show. His ticket was picked up at the window. Just think of the write-up we're bound to get. In the New York Herald Tribune, of all things.
I can imagine. Easily so. Featured will be the lone achievements of Monsieur Charles Bouchard, an exotic title based less on his ancestry and basic French-speaking skills than my foresight to gain us prestige. But that's not the issue. And if you ask me, none of it matters a whit. His eyes go wide.
None of? How can you say that? I thought this was about ticket sales, about building our reputation, top bookings.
I swivel to face him. What matters is you should have warned me. He shakes his head, flabbergasted, as if dealing with an obstinate child.
Fenna, for Pete's sake. Me not letting on, that's the reason it worked. Your honest-to-goodness fear is what got him believing. All those surprises you didn't count on.
You should have warned me, I start again, so I'd have known when to shout for help. My failure to calculate the clues, to anticipate his plot, is a point I'll begrudge myself for some time. It's my main cause now for not exploding. What if those people had made it to the cabinet seconds earlier? They could have pushed it over while you were in the milk can, or even in the midst of climbing your way out. He ponders this, then exhales and shows his palms.
Okay, fine. I did cut it a little close.
A little? I abandon refuting this, diverted by the drop and drag of his syllables, even heavier than usual. And I remember. Alternately, I suppose, we could just blame the gin. His expression stalls. With an element of surprise reversing our roles, I press on. At least tell me it was the first time you've been dim-witted enough to drink before a show. The plea is real. I need to believe I haven't missed previous signs. Gathering himself, he insists.
It was the first, all right. But it was nothing.
I nearly laugh. You cannot possibly be serious.
Only a few nips with the stagehands while ironing out details.
I clench my teeth, unsure which bothers me more, his cavalier take on risking our livelihoods, with more than a few nips, no doubt, and perhaps even between our acts, or that I had been ganged up on in a show of my own creation. Fuming, I shift back to the vanity. I'm tempted to hurl my wooden brush his way, but I resist. A lump to his skull, though much deserved, could interfere with the conclusion of our 3-day run tomorrow, and I'm in no mood for another debacle, including at our next stop, a promising venue in Boston. For now, my hairpins will have to take the brunt. I yank each one free, tossing them aside. My twist unravels in a light bronze mess as I steer toward matters of business. We'll need a replacement axe, and a new latch if it's damaged. I meet Charles's gaze in the mirror. Naturally, they'll come out of your share of the wages.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
His indifference to any drain on his hard-earned dough suggests a touch of guilt. Or maybe it's the imbibement.
I'll grab them at a hardware store in the morning.
I'm about to reinforce that he'll do just that when I envision, a mere day from now, revisiting that dratted cabinet.
Although a kiddie show is taking our last matinee slot, leaving us just an evening performance, I still think better of it. A change is in order. I'll get them myself. Ah, come on, he groans. There's no need. He thinks I'm being dramatic. I'm being practical. I have to buy new pieces of wood anyway. For the time being, reluctant, I finish. Where shelving the milk can't escape. His forehead scrunches. Then he sits up, comprehending. You mean we're swapping it for the goblet? The hope in his voice makes me wince. I detest that the switch seems a reward for tonight, yet my desire to resume control, at least behind the scenes, wins out. And so I nod. He celebrates with a clap. Hot dog! Finally! Despite his harping about our timing and maneuvering being fine-tuned for almost 2 months, I'd refrained from incorporating the flashy finale, even at theaters with workable layouts like the one offered here. Though I've had my reasons. You just wait till the big finish, he murmurs. The audience will go batty. He's already visualizing the adulation heaped upon him, among his few priorities as of late. I cut short the vision. I presume I won't need a fresh set of keys? Huh? Yeah. Already handled. It's a civil way to address the topic of regurgitation. And yes, Fenna, they'll be washed up good as new. His thwarting of my next question, fingering me as predictable, is just fine by me, as little good in my life has come from surprises. But it's the bother in his tone, an edge he's become so quick to employ that grates on my ears, as if I'm a wife nagging over a chore as trivial as wiping his shoes at the door. Still, I refuse to give him the satisfaction of vexing me, more than he already has. Dandy, now, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish dressing up. He obliges by rising, only to stop, bemused. You saying you got some fancy plans? I realize I misspoke. My senses remain frazzled, all by his doing. No, I meant to finish getting dressed. He lifts a brow, probing like a nosy brother. I'm simply going home, I insist. Home. It sounds lovelier than the reality of my latest boarding house in a ceaseless string of rented rooms. On the Rosie side, it's several city blocks from Charles's motel, a sizable distance presently welcome. At my unflinching gaze, he looks convinced, then inspired. You know, if you're game, we could paint the town. We got a half-day off tomorrow, remember? Oh, I remember. And that break is just as welcome. I've found a great little jazz joint. The Tin Kettle, it's a real gasser. Or we could hit a supper club if you're hungry. This is New York, after all. Lots of pretty swell things to do. Sure, and for a pretty penny. I'll pass. You enjoy, though. His shoulders sag and his smile goes weary. Yeah, well, can't fault me for trying. My answer isn't a shock to either of us. Want company for the walk back? Thanks, I say, but I'm fine on my own. After a beat, he nods. You always are. He might have intended the comment as light-hearted, maybe even snide. What emerged, paired with his deep-set amber eyes, reflects more of a sense of hurt. I stiffen as he heads for the door. The rift between us, ever growing these days, feels wide and ragged as a canyon. Partnership aside, we used to share a friendly comfort, often trading advice and opinions, his generally on food and politics, mine on his fashion picks and potential dates. Of course, that was before the girls more closely resembled conquests, and certainly before his bloated ego made him averse to any insight I'm inclined to give. Through it all, nonetheless, it does seem strange. He has no inkling of the history I've buried,
of what I've survived, the wonder of how I survived it all. If he did, he might understand my dire need for self-reliance, why I hoard every cent I earn, why the walls around me serve to protect not only me, but those I yearn not to hurt. Charles, as I angle toward him, he turns back, expectant. I prepare to share, the words stringing together like colored kerchiefs from a conjurer's mouth. But at the shimmer of his hair and skin, still wet from his rogue stunt, logic intervenes. While minor in the grand scheme of things, his actions were a betrayal, an exploitation of trust, and beyond that, gratuitously dangerous. I voice only what's relevant. Drink again before the final curtain, and I'll call off the show. His jaw sets at the ultimatum. He grabs both ends of his draped towel and half bows. You're the boss. He shuts the door hard behind him, as if he's the one with the right to be incensed. How is that even remotely reasonable? I twist back to the mirror, thankful I confided nothing, relieved. And yet, I appear as worn and agitated as I suddenly feel. I long for a bath, to scrub the rouge from my face and the kohl from my eyes, along with every memory of this night, including Charles and his parting sneer, although he does have a point. From the get-go, I've been the person in charge, the one teaching, envisioning, solving, both the composer and conductor, virtually unseen at center stage. Perhaps someone other than Charles ought to be privy to that fact. Chapter 3. This time, as the final act approaches, more than dread churns within me. It's the stifling apprehension, I'd imagine, of releasing one's child into the world. The worries, the hopes, the last-minute doubts over whether you've done enough, if you could ever truly be ready. While purchasing fellow magicians' tricks is a lesser-known yet common enough practice, my personal forte has always derived from analyzing, deconstructing, and recreating others' works, dependably, with improvement. True, for the milk can escape I altered nothing, but deliberately so, as a tribute to the handcuffed king and master of magic. For it was Harry Houdini who saved my life in more ways than I could measure. The goblet escape, on the other hand, is mine alone. It's a valid reason in and of itself to be wary of a public debut, let alone for such a crowd. Few seats tonight are vacant, due in part, I presume, grudgingly, to our review in today's Herald Tribune. One would think the brief yet complimentary write-up would leave Charles satisfied. Prior to the show, I braced for an onslaught of his gloating, but he was too busy complaining. The top critic he'd pursued had sent a cub reporter instead, leading to 4 lousy sentences inked by some nobody writer. It was these petty quibbles that firmed my choice. Tonight's finale would gain a dose of humbling twists. With the moment here, however, I am seized by the reality of my plan, cued by my introduction of the trick. The theater's usual pair of stagehands carry out the lidless crate. Measuring 3 feet per side, the box smells of cedar from fresh veneers over multiple nail holes. I'm reminded of my and Charles's exhaustive rehearsals for an escape I'm about to upend with a version we've yet to attempt. The chances of failure are raised exponentially. Shoving away doubts, I watch to ensure the proper setup. At center stage waits a planked table, which I designed to be sturdy yet handily disassembled for travel. Like a capital H on its side, the square tabletop and base are connected at the center by a 2-foot-tall stand posing as a solid block. In actuality, it's hollow through the middle and painted black to exaggerate its slimness. Curiosity in the room mounts perceptibly as the stagehands place the crate on the table, creating the silhouette of a goblet.
hence the trick's name. Now, I say, that our committee from the audience has keenly inspected the padlocks for authenticity, the 6 volunteers on my left concur, each with a lock in hand. The astute naval officer to my right will examine the crate for manipulations of any kind. Never resorting to the use of planted Confederates, I hand-picked the silver-haired gentleman for good reason. The more stripes on a sleeve, the less accustomed one becomes, ironically, to performing close inspections, specifically with aging eyes. At least, that's what I'm counting on. The stagehands tilt the box forward for a view of the interior. I knock on one sidewall at a time to convey solid construction and, more than that, to dictate the focal points. The officer nods along. I allow him several taps of his own until he reaches farther in. Goodness me! I expel a remorseful sigh. I nearly forgot. The lid, too, needs verified. Aware to move on, the stagehands fetch the wooden top, plus a small stepladder and hammer from the wings. There, Charles is stripping to his underclothes for maximum mobility. The Navy man assesses the lid as I announce, "While Monsieur Bouchard rids the last of his formal garments that could potentially harbor an escape tool, I will ask the officer to lend a close eye to one additional restraint." From my prop trunk, I hold up a straitjacket. Whispers swim among the audience. Things are getting more interesting. The officer complies by testing the sleeves, straps, and buckles. To reduce the awkward quiet, as well as my chance to reconsider, I muse, "I'd wager such a coat could be useful with a troublesome sailor or two." He smiles lightly in agreement. "Or," I add, "even a feisty admiral." That one causes him to chuckle just as Charles returns to the stage. A passing of the baton. "Merci, mademoiselle. Alors, before continuing, may I have the keys to all 6 locks?" "Why, of course." Pre-planned this time, to his seeming credit and delight. I hand over the requested ring from my visible skirt pocket. He turns to the audience and boasts of bravery and supernatural gifts, and having no need for safeguards before he ingests the tiny keys, inciting gasps and groans. The bearded stagehand reappears, forearms draped in steel chains. I picture what he's agreed to do, what I'm about to do, and my newly purchased scarf tightens around my neck. "Monsieur," Charles says to the officer, extending both arms forward, "if you will be so kind." Per the routine, I guide the seaman in applying the backward-facing jacket with buckles running down the gap. Charles expands his chest stealthily before crisscrossing his arms, layered in a way to provide undetectable slack. As the officer and I fasten the straps, the volunteers remain engrossed, and Charles provides narration. "Once the crate is sealed shut, plunging me into darkness, 6 chains will be wrapped and locked to seal my fate, lest I escape before your eyes, as no curtain or cabinet shall impede your view." Murmurs ramp through the crowd. Necks crane for a better look when he ascends the stepladder, and carefully, without use of his arms, climbs into the crate. The musicians prepare by lifting their instruments. Charles keeps standing to make a show of worried concentration, then nods in my direction. He's ready. Am I? "Ladies," I say, "and gentlemen, please join me in a countdown." Charles's eyes light on me. In them sits a glimmer, an offer of assurance, a presumption of trust. And I realize it's not too late. I can whisper to the stagehands, quashing our arrangement. The extra dollars I slip them are hardly refundable, but that alone isn't cause to go forward, to put myself on vulnerable display, to compound the risks. In an industry fraught with competition for bookings and crowds, Rumors of a flop can spread faster than a wired message. 10! An impatient patron initiates the count. 9! As the rest of the room follows, my admonishment of Charles circles back. On the verge now of a similarly secretive plot, I note my hypocrisy. 7! 6! But this isn't the same, I counter. Comparatively, my changes are minor. Plus, there's no booze involved, no lives jeopardized. 4! Choice teetering, my hands ball into fists, reigniting the pain in my palm. Each pulsing throb carries a memory from the night before, of my standing on this very stage, bleeding and panicked, clambering to save Charles, who all the while was manipulating my emotions, pulling my strings like a puppeteer, for a published rave that only made him scoff. 2, 1. My resolve hardens to bedrock. The instant Charles folds into the crate, the stagehands proceed in haste. They nail down the lid and wrap the box in chains, which the volunteers padlock toward the crowd. Take the A train blasts from the pit as I usher the officer and committee down toward their seats. The box creaks and shakes from Charles's unseen efforts. His contortionist skills, once deemed freakish by onlookers, were among the initial reasons for our partnership. Thanks to years of more practice, he can shed a straitjacket with relative ease, even in dark and limited quarters like now. Next, he'll pry free a portion of the crate space, via camouflaged hinges and spring bolts, to reach the tabletop's removable center. It's not by accident that the rectangular table leg is positioned with the narrow width facing the crowd. This gives little hint that a lean, contorting body could pass through and descend a ladder under the stage. That is, if the floor's trapdoor has been unlocked. Slow and deliberate, I tug each padlock to illustrate they're secure, and subtly to set their placements. The quaking of the box is growing. Charles does this for effect, even when already out of his restraints. The audience is amply baited. Blinks are turning sparse. Civilians and uniformed patrons alike are peering at the nails and locks as if the bindings will somehow release themselves. How else could Charles reappear in plain sight? Vanishing from steamer trunks isn't uncommon, but this is a sealed crate with no draping to shield his escape. Through the blare of a trumpet, I hear it, a discreet thud from center stage, followed by another, sending vibrations through my heels. Charles's controlled knocks are meant for a stagehand, a demand to open the trap door. My heart is thumping. At his third alert, I circle the crate with practiced grace until another knock reaches my ears, this one from inside the box. Charles has reversed route to signal to me that something is wrong. I give no tap in return. I have other plans. Channeling distress into my expression, I tip off the crowd that there's a problem. The showman is taking too long. Ignoring a heckle or two, I wring my hands and wait for a harder knock from Charles, which comes soon enough. Then a shake. His confusion is rising, frustration brewing. I lean closer and whisper yell, "Everything all right in there?" As though unable to hear the answer, I hush the band and plead through the box, "Please, if you need help, knock to say yes." The room's focus is on the crate, listening for Charles. His silence infuses the air with tension. "Monsieur," I urge. Folks are sitting forward in their seats. At last comes a pound, an aggravated fist. Charles understands. This isn't an error. "Don't fret. We'll get you out." I motion to the stagehand, the sole one nearby, but abruptly cease. "Wait! The locks! Monsieur Bouchard swallowed the keys." The audience is whispering, ruminating on the reminder.
In my periphery, intrigue rides their faces, mouths falling agape. Public failure, you see, can summon even more attention than success, merely from the unexpected. I pivot toward the crowd. Solemn with embarrassment, I draw on their sympathies. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have witnessed, not every act goes precisely as intended. All escape attempts require some level of risk. Whereas Charles used me to capitalize on fear, I'll shoot for fascination, and not with the shortcut of a death-defying element, but with a skill they have likely never seen. It is therefore vital to remember, I add while untying my scarf, as the great Houdini would say, there's more than a single solution to any given problem. Finding the right one is simply a matter of belief, perseverance, and imagination. The cherished theorem helps steady my hands. Keeping my back to the crate, I move toward center stage. Interest clearly escalates as the burly stagehand prepares to blindfold me with my scarf. I stiffened from the darkened view, yet continue, faintly aware of the suspenseful score being played by the band. Dramatically, I pull from my updo 2 small picks that at a distance could pass as hairpins. Feeling the stagehand's forearm across my spine, I take a deep breath before leaning backward, arms overhead. My legs cross at the ankles, an act of modesty with my skirt toward the crowd. He lifts me with little effort and steps toward the crate. Straight as a board, I reach the first padlock. And that's when I begin. Well rooted in old training, I race with my tools to navigate the lock. Through my mind's eye, I see the mechanisms shifting and turning until a click. The lock swings loose and clanks to the floor, dropping with the chain. Next! At my order, I'm delivered to the neighboring padlock. I go to work, adrenaline and confidence accelerating my pace. Another lock and chain drop. Done! On to the third. The box suddenly shakes, pulling the lock from my hand. I recover, despite more knocks from Charles. He thinks I'm making him look the fool. He's wrong, but I can't worry about that now. Next! Fingers working robotically, I sprint through the fourth, the fifth. In the wake of the sixth, applause breaks out. Joyful relief courses through me as the stagehand sets me on my feet and the musicians end their song. I toss away the blindfold, pride stretching my smile. Cheers from the audience, the ladies noticeably louder, almost cause me to forget there's more. I take 2 heavy steps forward, subtle stomps amid the noise, cueing the stagehand below to open the trap door. My internal clock is ticking, timing Charles's movements. I take a pair of curtsies before inviting the burly stagehand to unnail the lid. The audience goes quiet and music builds as my helper opens the box. Riveted gazes watch me climb the stepladder and lean over the top for a good private look. What I find, of course, is even better than an empty space. I reach inside to produce the unfastened straitjacket for all to view. After pausing for gasps, I resume my original script. Ever so kindly, please welcome back. I gesture with a flourish to the rear of the room. Monsieur Charles Bouchard. Heads swoop his way with the unified movement of a flock. The crowd locates Charles at the far left corner, behind the last row of seats, arms raised in triumph. He's materialized out of nowhere. Folks rise, pointing and chattering in awe. Applause reaches a crescendo. Charles grins and bows. He hides his panting fairly well, having just dashed up the spiral staircase from below, then out a staff door camouflaged between the auditorium and lobby. Enthusiasm appears shared by all, save for one. Amid khakis and olive drab, a balding man in a suit stands in the second row, not clapping. Through spectacles, he stares with such scrutiny, I feel pinned by crosshairs. Just then,
Charles directs the crowd's focus back to the stage for me to share in the glory, causing a boomerang of whistles and hoots. The gracious move jars me. He hasn't fully fathomed the situation. Perhaps he blames the stagehand and presumes I improvised to fill the time, that I even rescued the act. The thought washes me in a startling wave of shame. Then his gaze meets mine. With the audience's attention briefly diverted, his eyes burn with an icy fury. Sharp as a dart, it shoots clear across the room. A shiver prickles my skin as he reapplies his smile, accepting praise from the masses, pretending all went exactly as he planned. Only he and I know a fallout awaits. Chapter 4. At the drop of the curtain, I steel myself for the unknown. Charles has never been the tantrum-throwing sort, though these days I wouldn't stake a wager on his behavior. In his notable absence from gathering supplies with the stagehands, I envision varied possibilities of our confrontation. To allay my simmering guilt, I remind myself who instigated this tug-of-war, one that has assuredly run its course. By the time the stage is cleared, I'm prepared to mitigate an eruption or endure a scolding. I'm hoping for a meager lecture. Still in costume, I enter Charles's dressing room and try for a light tack, and with that, I hereby declare a truce. Charles doesn't so much as pause while buttoning his white-collared shirt, standing before the illuminated mirror. A truce. He repeats the phrase as if sampling a foreign flavor. Suspenders hang loose down the sides of his slacks. His unfastened necktie lines his collar. Funny, didn't know we were at war. His tone is pure nonchalance, a scenario I find oddly unsettling. Listen, Charles, we've both had our fun. After tonight, well, I figure we're square. He moves on to the ends of his sleeves, applying his cufflinks. Charles? His room, indeed more spacious than mine, lacks a window, compelling me to leave the door open a crack. I advance inside for privacy's sake and address his reflection. Did you hear what I said? A brief glance upward. Sure, I hear you. And? Haven't caught a question. I'm trying to say... It dawns on me that his impassivity is but a facade, a demonstration of my inability to affect him. I brush aside a needling of resentment and continue. My trick with the locks. I just thought it would add some pizzazz. As you saw, or must have heard at least, the crowd really responded. Ah, so that's why you did it. His tone, though revelatory, makes it clear he's not fooled. The repercussions of our respective schemes don't strike me as equal, yet I suppose I can muster the gumption to come clean for my part. All right, I confess. It was a small act of revenge, and for that, I'm sorry. And I genuinely mean that, even if I did enjoy showcasing my own special skills. Charles begins fastening his necktie without looking my way, without even a courtesy of acknowledgement. Good grief, he expects me to grovel. How convenient of him to forget all about last night's finale. Refusing to lose my composure, I merely pivot and start for the door. I don't think so. The remark stops me cold. Plausible meanings riffle through my head. A command not to leave, a rejection of my apology. Against my better judgment, I turn with arms crossed, a silent demand that he elaborate. Way I see it, he says, still facing the mirror, it wasn't so much revenge. It was jealousy. I suppress a laugh, barely. Of? The rave review, my feature in a major paper. How absurd. I'm about to remind him of his own gripes over his paltry write-up when he adds, Course it's all fine and good. In the end, The longest and loudest applause tonight was still for me.
He adjusts his knotted tie.
But then that's what makes me the showman and you the assistant.
I'm as stung as I am dumbfounded. That's what you think? That I'm just your assistant now? Sure, it has always been my title to those on the outside, but never in reality. Not between us.
Actually, you got a point.
He pauses from preening, and through the mirror's reflection, he narrows his eyes at me.
Even basic assistants would climb into the crate themselves. They get sawed in half, vanish from one container to another. In fact, they do dozens of other tricks that happen to be off limits for our show, because obviously that'd be beneath you.
I strive to be incensed, but the core of the matter sends me reeling. That is entirely untrue.
Yeah? Then why?
He snaps to face me, his intensity returning from the show's end.
If I'm really your partner, your friend, least of all, how about you explain it to me?
Explain what? I'm stalling now, scrambling.
The truth,
he stresses, as if nothing could be more obvious.
You come up with all our fancy tricks. Figure out every maneuver and mechanic. Hell, you even build the props. So why? What the devil could be the issue if it's not about being high and mighty?
Whether sincere or rhetorical, the questions border on interrogation, hammering, chipping, prying up my past. Once more, I hear them from the depths of my mind. A baby's hoarse wails, hands clawing plaster, notes plunked on a piano by a child unaware. I break from Charles's eyes. My attention darts, seeking an escape, and snags on a glint of metal, a flask. Lid unscrewed, it sits on the vanity amid his grooming supplies. You've been drinking, as though this alone is the cause of everything. His brow crumples before he traces my sight line, then huffs, exasperated.
Yeah, after the show, making it none of your business.
While in a theater, it's entirely my business. Desperate, I add. Unless you want to find yourself a new assistant. He flinches at the threat, and his expression deflates. Yet a moment later, his mouth becomes a hard line.
You know what? I might just go and do that.
Splendid, I say. And maybe I'll snatch up some clown off the street and simply create another you. As soon as the words leave my mouth, shame tries to pull them back in. But it's too late. They hang between us, turning the air brittle.
You're welcome to try.
No sign of bluffing, no backing down. We've come to a standoff after all. A tap on the door interjects.
Mr. Bouchard.
It's the tentative voice of the theater's assistant manager.
You, have admirers waiting?
Charles and I have more to say, much more, but not in our current state. Not if we want any chance of containing the damage. Before he can dismiss me, I salvage my dignity by replying on his behalf. Send them in. We're done. The double meaning isn't intentional. Or maybe it is. I exit and jostle past the small cluster of faceless fans in the hall. In my dressing room, I lean back against the closed door. We've had disagreements before, but nothing like this. Anger and sadness spiral through me. I bypass my change of clothes and grab only my brimmed hat and overcoat, my pocketbook. I'll be returning tomorrow anyhow to pack for our next stop. Or perhaps just to pack. Moisture wells in my eyes as I bolt from the theater. I stride down the dark streets of Brooklyn, headed for my room at the boarding house. My vision adjusts to the night haze, aided by a 3/4 moon elbowing its way through the overcast sky. Cool sprinkles of autumn rain dot my legs, bare but for foundation mimicking stockings in an era of rationing.
the seam line forged by a cosmetic pencil in a steady hand. Steady. By morning, that's how Charles and I will be. After our emotions dissipate, along with his booze, we'll straighten out the snarls and swap apologies, meet in the middle. I block out the alternative. Between the clacking of my heels, I catch a rhythmic sound. Faint footsteps behind me. Glancing back, I spot a figure in the shadows a full block away. Charles immediately comes to mind, hopefully to set things right rather than to unload another rebuke, but the man's frame appears unfamiliar. I quicken my pace. The stranger seems to do the same. The rumbling of a motor car fades in the darkness. I clutch my pocketbook to the front of my coat, starkly aware of my scanty costume beneath, and even more so, of the unusually deserted route. No servicemen with their sweethearts. No locals walking their dogs. The rain increasing now has made people scarce. This! A deep holler. Or was it miss? I brave another glance, only partially slowing. A fedora shields half the man's face, leaving the rest a sketchy silhouette. Unlike the copper mining town of my childhood, New York teems with as many shady characters as dingy back alleys. I've skimmed enough big city papers to know how unspeakably this could end. The voice calls out again, muddled by my footfalls and a groan of thunder. I veer around a shuttered store at the corner. A bark, then a howl, pierce the air, made more ominous by distant clanks of a can. My heeled shoes, given the wet, uneven pavement, and yes, caution over being foolish, restrain me from a sprint. He could simply be hurrying due to the weather and addressing someone I failed to see. Or maybe he's a drunkard speaking with nobody in particular. The latter brings minimal comfort. On both sides of the street, blackout shades and drapes obscure views from apartments. If I were to scream, would anyone rush to help? 3 long blocks remain until my boarding house. No other soul in view, save for the man who just rounded the corner, once more in my wake, closing the distance. Chapter 5. Miss, wait, the man calls from behind, then more insistent. Miss Vos. I startle at my name before relief seeps in, slowing my steps. He knows me. But then I recall my name printed on posters at the theater, making it less likely that he's an acquaintance than a zealous fan. Flattering if he wasn't following me home, and home, thank goodness, is quite nearly where I am. Please, I mean you no harm. His breathless voice holds urgent sincerity. Moreover, it's softened by a British accent that, warranted or not, lowers my perception of danger. Enough, anyhow, to draw me to a stop, though with caution. My apologies if I caused you a fright. He allows a buffer of space and raises a gloved hand. A moment, if you will. Mildly panting, he blows out a breath. His spectacles, perched on a sturdy nose and flecked with rain, obscure his eyes. Sadly, I am no longer the spry lad I once was. Indeed, he looks to be in his 50s, with a tweed suit and checkered bow tie peeking from his overcoat. At this proximity, his face is familiar but unplaceable. As his breathing settles, I press, Sir, have we met before? We have not, I regret to say. He extends a hand. Christopher Clayton Hutton. I retract out of instinct, which he appears to understand. How may I help you? My hope, he says, is that we might help each other. First, may I ask, is there somewhere dry you would prefer to speak? Raindrops slide down my legs, rousing goosebumps. But it's after 9, thus any cafes within a block are closed for the night, and my boarding house is decidedly not an option. I fold my arms snug to my chest.
Right here will do just fine, thank you. He gives a nod.
Quite.
Then he removes his glasses, revealing steeply arched brows, and glances swiftly about before continuing. His affirmation of our privacy only adds to my discomfort.
Miss Vos, I have a prospect that I believe will pique your interest. It's of my firm opinion, you see, that your unique and innovative skills should be utilized for a grander purpose than amusement on a stage.
So there it is. A pitch I know well. Every so often, a crafty charmer will come around, flaunting Tinseltown connections, seeking much more than a screen test. And yet something about this man doesn't fit the mold. You're not a Hollywood scout, are you?
Me? No, he chuckles, although I was in the employ of the film industry at one time, as a director of publicity, as it were.
I smile courteously. But just then, from the tilt of his shadowed face, recognition hits. He's the man from the audience, the one who stood without clapping, his stare penetrating, unreadable. My feet angle slightly away.
Mind you, that is neither here nor there in view of the matter at hand.
Which is?
Why, a tremendous opportunity to do your bit.
I blink at him, thrown off. My bit?
For the war effort.
Yes, I understand the reference, but...
Allow me to explain.
His manner is proper but amiable, as if we were chatting over tea, not standing in the middle of a dark, rainy street discussing... What? Performing at rallies? Promoting war bonds?
It is strictly official business for my work in the War Office in London that has brought me here this week. To America, that is. Nevertheless, having learned of Monsieur Bouchard's performance, I had planned to attend for leisure. I dare say I have long been an admirer of escapology and, like you, of Houdini in particular.
In this show, my mind-reading act with Charles relies heavily on observation to gather clues in people's tells. Although this man presents as genuine, I remain skeptical. And what, sir, now brings you to me?
If I am to be candid. Intuition, he replies without irony. Furthermore, you are the mastermind behind the scenes, are you not?
His knowledge of this is surprising. Then again, he could be probing. Whatever would lead you to think that?
He shrugs a shoulder. Your stagehands were kindly informative.
Ah, yes, for a couple bucks, no doubt.
At any rate, there is an assisting role I have been keen to fill for some weeks. By luck, or fate perchance it seems, I have found an unlikely candidate.
He tips his head toward me for emphasis, sending drips from his hat, then warns,
for form's sake, the War Office would require your completing some paperwork, a bit tedious. Pettifogging bureaucrats, but there is a war on, and the Hun spies could get in anywhere, you know.
My thoughts jumble at the rush of it all. I attempt to wrangle the pieces. So this is a job offer.
A corner of his mouth perks. Indeed.
In London?
Thereabouts.
For the position of...
a temporary civil servant.
Meaning what exactly?
Your work would be, shall we say, extremely specialized and, above all, devoted to saving Allied lives.
His eyes shine with enthusiasm, an expectation of invoking intrigue. I must admit, everything about this meeting seems straight out of the silent films I grew up watching, all the spy and detective adventures that provided escape from the clutches of my tragedies. But then, I can think of nothing more tragic than war. It's a veritable reason to steer clear of such turmoil. Sure, plenty of entertainers do their bit, through USO shows and propaganda reels. Yet by that reasoning, it could be said I already contribute by boosting morale on the home front, performing to American troops on their breaks from training. What's more,
The suggestion of my jaunting off to Europe, plumb into the thick of things, is altogether ludicrous. Just now, another groan of thunder sends a timely message. When a hurricane makes landfall, who in their right mind races toward the storm? Mr. Hutton, it's a fascinating opportunity, and I'm terribly honored, but I already have a good many obligations. By this time tomorrow, Monsieur Bouchard and I will be on a train headed for our next series of performances. The fellow's brows dip, forming a pleat between them. It's a look of perplexity that quickly gains a layer of abashed reluctance. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. Backstage at the theatre, I happened to overhear a discussion. It left me with a strong impression that you might be in want of a fresh pursuit. The reference takes me a moment to dissect. He must have been among the admirers waiting in the hall and caught my quarrel with Charles. Another way he learned of my role behind the curtain. My crossed arms tighten. Even if, at no fault of his, I prefer my private affairs to stay private. Charles and I have a long-standing partnership. These sorts of professional squabbles are minor and meaningless. This much is a lie. I taste its bitterness, even as the words tumble out. Therefore, I will have to pass on your offer, generous as it is. He opens his mouth, clearly to persist, but refrains. I am very sorry to hear that. The pattering of shallow puddles fills the silence. Well, it was a pleasure nonetheless. This time I accept his handshake, genial if brief. While he replaces his glasses, I proceed to leave. Miss Vos. I twist back only partially. Should you change your mind, I shall be at the Waldorf Astoria until my evening flight tomorrow. If you so desire, I would be obliged to save you a seat. Before I can decline, fixed in my stance, he starts away and fades into the darkness. Chapter 6. Though muffled, the noise upstairs is utterly maddening. Parked on my bed in my old cotton robe, I strain to focus on a borrowed book. The task is near impossible thanks to tenants on the floor above, whose bursts of laughter compete with the tunes from their RCA. I have half a mind to climb onto the room's wooden desk and make my case by pounding on the ceiling. Rather, I proceed to wait my turn for the house's lone tub. The group's gaiety, anyway, isn't the true problem. It's the clashing of my thoughts. Starting with Charles. His accusation of jealousy is spiteful and enraging. But is it wrong? From the birth of our endeavor, I swore I didn't need public credit. I just hadn't banked on feeling invisible. And, worse, disposable. Now my options are glaring. Plod forward together, or split off with respective partners. Or perhaps let Charles take the act completely, while I embark on a daring new adventure. To say I haven't dreamt of one day seeing London's glorious gardens and palaces firsthand would be a lie. In all fairness, England is a far distance from the front lines, and through the Battle of Britain its Royal Air Force has proven a formidable defender. But still, me, recruited for specialized wartime service. What lunacy! That's to say nothing of being transported in an aircraft, wholly encased while shooting like a cannonball through the sky. Unless, that is, ship passage could be arranged. If only my initial fear of being stalked tonight had held. Instead, ultimately nothing about the man rang false. This includes his assertion that, rather than amusing Allied troops, my skills could help save their lives. Utilized for a greater purpose, he said, echoing an indelible message from my past. It's this bit that itches at me most, deep and insatiable, along with thoughts of the sole person able to relate, now in yet another way, the very person I've been tempted to contact time and time again. Ari.
3 years ago, well before the nation's Day of Infamy spurred fellows to enlist in droves, he joined the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, according to my updates from back in Michigan. Since then, his reassignment to military intelligence, an apt fit for a keen observer with a skill for languages, has stationed him safely in D.C. That knowledge has provided me with immeasurable relief, especially given the likelihood that my actions were to blame for his unexpected enlistment. One more reason I avoid bookings in his area. Not that this stops me from occasionally mistaking soldiers for him in any number of audiences. Thank goodness it's not him, I always tell myself when my instinctual joy dissolves. For what would I say? Casual comments about the weather, the army, our past? Nothing is that simple. Not after what I did. Tonight, however, I've been handed a gift. The job offer, regardless of my tenuous interest, might be just the excuse I've needed to reach out to hear how he's been faring. If nothing else, it could provide a chance to— "Bath's all yours!" The unseen boarder gives me a courtesy knock from the hall, then her steps shuffle away. My rejuvenating soak is waiting, as is the telephone downstairs. I release a breath and rise to my feet. Surrendering the seclusion of my room, I head toward the door. In the study, a lamp's glass mosaic shade casts ghostly streaks over the ceiling-high shelves. From a painted portrait on the wall, the black eyes of a mustached dignitary stare down, accusing. The instant the operator connects the call, launching a series of strident rings, my throat goes dry. Seated at the telephone table, I yearn for a cup of water, a pitcher. Scents of lemon oil and aged books further strangle the air. There is still time to hang up and leave well enough alone. My two-handed grasp on the handset alternately tightens and loosens from a mental skirmish that halts when the call to his apartment is answered. "Janssen here." Despite my sprinting pulse, Ari's velvety rasp eases something inside me. Even as a young boy, he possessed that ability, the soothing timbre. "Anyone there?" I realize I haven't spoken. "Hello?" My greeting barely surpasses a whisper. I try again. "Ari, hi, it's—" "I know." His voice thins, hollow with shock. After 4 years with no word from me, the reaction is natural. Then comes a noise. Is it a click? The operator switching off? I'm gripped by fear that Ari has hung up. Only traces of his breathing assure me that he hasn't. Yet. "I hope I didn't wake you. I know it's rather late." I'd considered the hour briefly, but was certain from experience my resolve wouldn't last the night. "I was up." "Oh, right. Silly me. Of course you were." Ever a restless sleeper, he'd often received chidings from his mother over his morning grumpiness. From the next room, I hear her liken him to a bear, her accent labeling him an angry berry. My smile at the memory withers in the silence, as does the speech I mentally rehearsed before daring to make the call. "Say something, Fenna. Talk. Tell me, how have you been?" A pause. "I'm fine." "That's marvelous. And your parents? They're well?" "Yeah," he says. Nothing more. I wonder if he knows I send them funds when I'm able, against his father's insistence. It's hardly a fortune, but the least I can do. I mention only, I ring them to check in, from the road, when I can. "I've heard." He's cold, resentful. I can imagine the slate blue of his eyes turned glacial. I picture him on the other end of the line with his ash-blonde hair likely buzzed for the service, his broad build in an army-issue undershirt, dog tags looping his neck. Perhaps the source of the click I heard. Or was it a tap? A knock? Suddenly it all rushes back. Our years of signaling through bedroom walls, of messages passed in secret, the shared losses and laughs. 2 interwoven worlds abruptly severed. My heart twists in my chest, ringing out words long overdue. Ari, I have to tell you, I need you to hear how incredibly sorry I am. The last thing I ever wanted to do was hurt you. I'm fighting back tears, painfully conscious of how trite I sound, and that no words could possibly suffice. He inhales, exhales. I regret all of it, too. It takes me a second to register. His reply isn't reciprocal, but a dig, made clear by the density of his tone. He regrets that he trusted me, that he gave so much for so little. Surely that he met me at all. I deserve worse. Ari, I've got an early meeting, so if that's what you called for. The unspoken coils between us, sharp and tangled as barbed wire. I want to explain my reasons, to prove I made the wisest decision for us both, regardless of how deeply I care, to clarify how those feelings are precisely what drove my actions. But really, what would saying any of that change? All the same, I'm not ready to end the conversation, aware it could be our last. That, in fairness to him, it should be. There's more, I hasten to say. He waits, and I recall the initial prompt for my call, the excuse of it. You see, I need your help. My help, he repeats, assuredly astounded. Just your opinion. Since you're assigned to intelligence now, already a first lieutenant from what I hear. I pause for confirmation or any response. That's right. My, that's grand. I worry that I sound surprised. No doubt you've earned it. You've always worked so hard at school and the factory, with the house and helping others. At everything you ever do. Thanks. He's softening, only a fraction, but enough to give me hope that he doesn't entirely despise me. What's the question, Fen? His old name for me causes a glitch in my thoughts. I push through. I met a gentleman here in New York. He claimed to be from the War Office in London, said his name is Christopher... something... Hutton. Clarence or Claude... Clayton. Ari corrects, plainly taken off guard. Oh, yes, that's it. You know him? I know of him. A stroke of luck, giving me reason to press on. In that case, I'd really appreciate your insight. About? I guess if there's something unseemly I should be aware of, with his work, or his character, anything about him, really. Another quiet spell, though now I envision Ari pondering in spite of his puzzlement. The man's pretty eccentric, but resourceful. An inventor, he says and tacks on, back in civilian life, if I remember right. An inventor? Interesting. Why do you ask? I have to scrounge for an answer, the topic being secondary. Wishing I could simply listen to Ari speak, I recall how his voice and stories would lull me through the gloom of sleepless nights. The fellow approached me tonight after the show. It made me jumpy at first, to be frank, what with him following me home. But then we started talking and he mentioned his admiration of Houdini. Ari would obviously recognize the pertinence. He also knew quite a lot about my show partner, the challenges we've been having, I mean. Not that you need to hear any of that. Gracious, listen to me spouting off. I ought to get to the point. Look, Ari cuts in. That's all I can tell you. The rest is none of my concern. Not anymore. The shift in his voice startles me, the ire in it. Heavens to Betsy. He thinks I want courtship advice. I could laugh over the misunderstanding. Almost. Please, Ari, if you'll just listen. Goodbye, Fenna. The words carry such finality that I fail to reply. Then the line goes dead. A jolt of panic shoots through me. Mortified, I reach for the base of the phone.
I need to summon the operator to call again, to explain. For what? It's over. He's gone. Once more, reality closes in. A merciless fist. Tears at last break free and roll hot down my face. From the portrait on the wall, the figure isn't just peering, but gloating. It was a mistake to go backward. Moving forward is the way I've survived, eluding traps of all kinds, charging toward the unknown. In light of this truth, I recall my options for the road ahead, and I see that, really, there's no choice to make. Chapter 7.
Lady, you getting out or not?
The cabbie addresses me from the driver's seat without looking over his shoulder. He reeks of pickles and pipe tobacco and wears a flat cap low over his pock-marked face. The prospect of a return ride with this man is actually more daunting than my impending mission. I hand off change from my pocketbook, and in my hastily donned wraparound dress, having skipped the bath altogether, I step out onto the sidewalk. Compared to the gals funneling past me into the tin kettle, dolled up with their sweetheart necklines and hair in perfect victory rolls, I resemble a matted stray. But then, I haven't come here to impress. I enter the teeming club, where swirls of cigarette smoke mingle with the bluesy notes of a jazz quartet. The musicians on the small stage pour their souls into their horns, strings, and keys as couples on the dance floor engage in a moody Lindy hop. The melancholy tune well befits my purpose for coming. It's true, I could apologize, as could Charles, and the bruises we inflicted would gradually fade. But beneath the surface, our long-held resentments will fester unless one of us changes course. Perhaps a break is all we need. In the meanwhile, it will only make sense for him to continue the show, and thanks to Christopher Clayton Hutton, there is no need to divvy up supplies, bookings, and the rights to each of our tricks. Like the branches of a grafted tree, how would we ever begin to unravel them? All that's left for me to hear is that Charles will be fine on his own, despite my suspecting as much. While I indeed mentored his showman skills and designed our flashiest acts, he's the one who performs them. Plus, even back in our days of bit shows and small time, he shrewdly knew to charm house managers and publicity folks. As I scribbled away backstage, consumed by new ideas and improvements, he was planting seeds for future bookings that would otherwise have taken us years, even decades, to secure. Part of me aches in admitting it, but the fact is, he'll be more than fine. My gaze roams the dimly lit space. Suits are fairly easy to spot in rooms dominated by servicemen.
Hey, sweetheart,
a GI calls to me, slurring. He can't be more than 17.
How about a special send-off?
Slipping past him, I ignore more leering eyes. I was confident Charles would be here to wind down. He could have come and gone by now or simply chosen another place. I can wait at his motel. But who's to say when he'll return after a night of gallivanting? Again, I scan the room more thoroughly. That's when I spy his profile. At a far corner table, he sits with glass in hand and eyes downcast. He's alone, lost in thought. A surprise. A relief. Our spat could actually be taking a toll. Nevertheless, I plod toward him with a proposal ready. He could agree resentfully or eagerly. Perhaps he'll at least suggest I reconsider. He could attempt to drill reason into me over fighting some other country's war, point out the sheer insanity of what I'm contemplating. He could challenge me to compromise and to hash out our issues. Or, with sincerity, he could just ask me to stay. The notion slows my steps. A flittering of hope unexpectedly prompts second thoughts, supported by sensibility. I don't even know the specifics of the job with Hutton, nor have I officially agreed.
There's nothing yet to be undone. Charles lifts his gaze as if to turn my way when a gal approaches him from behind. Clad in a snug dress, she pulls a plum-colored scarf from her ample bosom and lays it over his eyes. He smiles before she swings around and engages him deeply in a kiss. The act, while audaciously intimate, isn't alone what grinds me to a halt. It's my recognition of that scarf. A silk kerchief I'd gifted him the day of our first performance. For me, in many ways, it became a symbol of our journey, the gambles and successes, our friendship. Now, as he bursts into laughter with the woman, showing no worries over where we stand, nor over replacing me with a basic assistant, I realize that outside of creating a contentiously awkward scene, there's nothing left for me to say. Not in person, anyhow. Spurning doubts, I wheel toward the exit and hail a cab. In my room, I'll scribe a letter, unhindered by emotion. I'll explain my decision as best I can and outline details for proceeding without me. Come morning, while taxiing to the Waldorf Astoria to accept Hutton's offer, I'll drop it by the theater to await Charles's arrival. He'll be better off in the end. As will I. On the winding path of my life, through all I've endured, I've had few certainties as great as this. 1928. Chapter 8. December 24th, 1928. Eden Springs, Michigan. The sweet smell of saffron cake infused the air, but treats that day were ancillary. Beside a Christmas tree adorned in crepe paper and tinsel, 2 heaping barrels of toys, candy, and a variety of other gifts awaited on stage like glorious beacons, captivating every youngster's attention, including mine. In my aisle seat, 2/3 back, I absently mumbled through the Latin hymn Adeste Fideles, with the rest of the packed assembly hall, located on the upper floor of the 2-story brick building in the heart of town. I was just shy of 11, yet I can still recall the anticipation vibrating through my bones. Of course, if I had known how the day would end, I'd have recognized the sensation as foreboding. Maybe I should have regardless. The place was viewed as unlucky by some. The original building had blown down in a storm, and the replacement had burned to ashes. But wasn't the 3rd time a charm? And besides, I figured, what could sour such a gleeful day? As children numbering 400 or more, we were antsier than chickens in a coop. Most parents in the room sat alongside us or stood toward the rear. Other men, like my father, had slipped away to the cafe downstairs, converted from a saloon thanks to the 18th Amendment, and were still known there to sneak nips from their flasks and gripe over their employer. For miners in the copper country, up in Michigan's Keweenaw Peninsula, there was no shortage of grievances when it came to C&H or Calumet and Hecla. Slashes to wages, benefits, and safety had pushed the men to strike. Back during the Great War, higher demand for copper drew thousands of workers to the area, until the market's eventual decline sent many off to auto factories in big cities like Detroit. My father was among those who stayed and held out for what was fair. "If a house want electricity, it is needing copper," Papa would say, insisting that lower demand was still demand. Then he'd mutter in Dutch about the higher-ups living fancifully in their mansions while seeking shortcuts to bolster their stocks. My mother, whose fine nose and cheekbones I'd apparently inherited, passed away from scarlet fever in my toddler years, leaving me virtually no memories of her, no photograph even. Nonetheless, I presume she'd have been the one to gently warn me against expecting gifts during these trying times. As it was, I didn't have to be told. Funds were scarce enough prior to the walkout. After 4 subsequent months, most of our meals were possible only with union support. Hence, A Christmas Eve party for the union members' children, hosted by the Women's Auxiliary, seemed a miraculous thrill, minus the infinite string of carols. Several were sung in Finnish, unsurprisingly. The Finns formed a hefty sum of the guests. Reflective of Eden Springs, there were also Croatians and Germans, Italians and Irish, Swedes, Hungarians, and Cornish. The majority of the rest, including us Dutch, were like salt in the dough, according to Papa. Though amounting to a pinch, we were essential to the whole. In truth, despite many of us kids being born in the States, essential never described my place with the other girls, certainly including at social to-dos. But on this particular afternoon, it was the least of my concerns. When the 9th song ended, indeed, I was counting, Big Vera stepped in front of the tree to speak. President of the Women's Auxiliary, she was a woman of Slavic descent, whose 6-foot-some height presumably aided her collection of $80 whole from businesses to buy presents for the affair. Who, with any scruples, would refuse her? "Boys and girls," she projected in a booming voice, "now that we've concluded the singing portion of our program—" Elation over what this could mean rippled through the crowd. So much so, a boy launched himself from the front row and with him a swarm of followers. "No, not yet," Big Vera motioned as if fending off piglets from a trough. Volunteers jumped in to reverse the stage rush. With relative order restored, they huddled to confer with Big Vera, who readdressed the room. "Children, we can see you're all very excited about the goodies waiting for you. We've therefore decided to bypass the play for the time being. If you'll kindly line up at the stairs to my left in a mannerly fashion, you may approach to receive—" The rest fell away. Like the pop of a pistol, the announcement unleashed a massive dash for the queue. I, too, joined in, determined not to be left empty-handed. Squeals and grunts arose as competitors jockeyed for a spot. Bony elbows and shoulders pegged me from all sides. Though I kept from tumbling, I wound up toward the rear of the endlessly snaking line. When a man dressed as Santa Claus settled on a chair by the barrels, a pack of kids clambered straight onto the stage. A volunteer looked displeased. She gave them no turns with St. Nicholas, but dispensed their presents with haste. Then she shooed them past the piano toward the steps designated for descent. I frowned at their unjust reward, but continued to inch my way forward. One child after the other chatted briefly with Santa before leaving with items from the barrels. Observing the interactions, as was my usual pastime, I fidgeted with my dress and the buttons of my coat. 2 years earlier, a kind-hearted Bulgarian woman gave me the outfit, which her daughters had outgrown. Soon widowed by the mine, she packed up her family and moved away. The dress, with embroidered pink petals, a Peter Pan collar, and a tie at the waist, was the sole one I owned and obviously fancier than my usual overalls. As for the fit, it had grown a bit short and tight around the ribs, but that wasn't the current core of my unease. While I progressed steadily toward the stage, the first barrel was emptied, much too fast. The final mound was depleting. The deeper the volunteers reached, the more my nerves jangled. A trio of brazen boys slid into the line a second time. Quickly thwarted by vigilant parents, they half-smirked through their punishments. Ear tugs for the smaller two, a cuff to the head for the eldest, as if the gamble was still worthy. On the main floor and up in the balcony, where columns and arches added flair, parents yacked away in ethnic clusters. Mothers soothed infants by rocking and bouncing. Laughter and languages clamored, growing loud enough to require near yelling. Framed by windows spanning a single wall, the cloud-laden sky began to dim. The line lasted so long that Santa had to excuse himself for a break to feed the reindeer. Since the remaining kids were all older, like me, aware of the truth and caring most about the gifts. Big Vera stepped in to keep the queue moving. At last, my turn came, and I scuttled into place.
"Hello, my dear," she said from a mile overhead. "How about a little doll? Would you like that?"
I nodded vigorously, too excited to speak. The closest thing to a real doll I'd ever possessed, not the paper kind that I'd wrinkled and ripped over years of play, had been sewn from a sock and became so tattered it resembled a one-winged penguin. But as Big Vera rummaged through the barrel, her smile wavering, my heart plummeted even before the news.
"I'm ever so sorry, honey. I could have sworn I saw another one down in there."
She brightened.
"I know. How about a special choo-choo train? Would that be all right?"
Girls traded mutterings behind me. Though expressed in Russian, their impatience needed no translation. I replied to Big Vera with another nod, this time hiding disappointment as Papa would insist I be grateful. Politely, I accepted a small wooden train and a handful of penny candy, butterscotch and taffies, which I stuffed into my pocket. I thanked her with the toothiest grin I could muster, perhaps not the most convincing, and was shuffling away when she tapped my shoulder. Leaning down, she slipped me an additional gift, a pair of thick mittens, dark green and fuzzy.
"A match to your lovely eyes."
She winked, and my cheeks warmed from being seen. Recalling she was unmarried, I tried to envision her and Papa engaged in a courtship. Whereas some called me a Dutch runt, my father was the standard kind of tall, but Big Vera was even taller, and to my dismay, I suspected that wouldn't work.
"Merry Christmas," she said.
I bid her the same before being guided off stage and funneled through a lengthy hallway. The path hooked me into the back of the main room. By then, piano notes drifted from the stage. As a young girl with a big red hair bow played Away in a Manger, I reviewed my lute off in a corner. The mittens were a tad big. This only meant they'd last longer, I realized. I relished their softness on my cheek before storing them in my pocket. The locomotive, hand-carved though unpainted, could never top a doll, but at least the wheels spun, as did the smokestack. Or was that a flaw? Maybe it needed glue. To find out, I raised the cylindrical piece. When it stopped from an internal block, the conductor's cap fell off in my hand, exposing a hollow middle. I cringed. Had I broken the train in two? I scrambled to put it back together, but the cab wouldn't fit. Not until I fully lifted, then lowered the chimney. Sure enough, the toy was whole again. Like a secret key, the smokestack locked the cab into place. I wanted to run back and show Big Vera, then wondered if she already knew.
"I told you, it's mine!"
The outburst turned my head. Along the wall, just yards away, stood a boy I almost didn't recognize. Shined up like a new penny, Ari Janssen wore a sweater vest over a collared shirt with cuffed gray pants, hair slicked and combed. Add to that his jutted chin and puffed chest, and he didn't appear at all the solemn kid from the apartment next door.
"You're really that daft, are you?"
The freckled boy dominated in height and mass, yet neither deterred Ari, who answered through gritted teeth.
"I warned you. Now give it back."
The bully studied the small wooden plane he held, surely a gift from the barrel, as if contemplating the threat.
I don't think so."
Ari's glare narrowed as the other boy continued to goad him.
"Course, if it's that bloody important to you, you can go and get—"
Ari hauled off and lunged for the airplane. The two fiercely grappled until the larger boy wrenched his arm free. I gaped when he pushed Ari against the wall, but Ari retaliated by slamming the kid's chest, causing the bully to jerk in surprise.
"Fergus!"
a man barked, and the boy grimaced.
"It's time we were off. Give the lad what's his." Fergus apparently knew not to argue. With a huff, he held the plane out for Ari.
Fine, have it, ya Amadon,
he said, clearly not an endearment, as his father started away. Before Ari could accept, Fergus dropped the toy and stomped it with his boot. Ari flinched, I gasped, and a snickering Fergus took off after his father. Slowly, Ari bent and scooped up the pieces. After more than a year of our living in proximity, with Ari just 1 grade higher at school, we'd yet to exchange even a single word. His only sibling, a sister with a honey-blonde ponytail and sapphire eyes, would offer smiles in passing. But already 18, she was rarely seen for all her activities. The mine administrators had assumed they did Papa and me a service, placing the Janssens in the neighboring apartment. Really, how dissimilar could Dutch people be? They didn't understand that the Netherlands was like a bunch of tiny countries squished into one, its shape as orderly as a splotch of ink. While my father spoke standard Dutch, Ari's parents used a dialect from the Groningen province. More than that, with their family being Protestant and mine Catholic, we mixed about as well as oil and water. Right then, however, from the doleful way Ari stared at what was left of his plane, he didn't seem so foreign. No doubt it was the only present he expected to receive. I ventured closer, wanting to help. Maybe you can fix it. Even as I said this, I knew it was unlikely. The wings and propeller had been reduced to little more than splinters. Through hair, now must, he looked at me with a tinge of defiance.
Doesn't matter. It was just a dumb toy anyway.
His voice had an older quality, the natural huskiness in it. Sadness might have contributed, certainly. If tears filled his eyes, I couldn't have blamed him. But he appeared intent on upholding his pride. I angled away to leave him be, then remembered the object in my hand. It was a gift I never would have asked for. 1 of 2 I'd been given, not counting the candies. Father Lawrence's homily echoed back from last Sunday's Mass. Christmas is not about receiving but giving however we're able, especially to those less fortunate. Already I sensed the looming guilt. I gave the locomotive a final glance. Allaying my conscience, I turned back. Here, you can have it. Confused, then comprehending, he shook his head.
That's yours.
It's okay. I got 2 things, and I never even liked trains that much. Historically, that was true, though it did pain me the tiniest amount to say so right then. I straightened my arms to press the offer. Temptation stirred on his face. Good grief, he was making this tough. It's even got a hiding spot inside. Watch. At my demonstration, his expression perked. He set the aircraft remnants on the floor and accepted the train halves. After examining the compartment, he reassembled the pieces, studying how they worked. With the toy nestled on his palm, the curled tip of his pinky holding it in place, he examined the features from different angles in the style of a shrewd judge at a science fair, and a glimmer entered his eyes, a lifting of a fog. He seemed to be wrestling with how to say thank you when a shout sliced through the din.
Fire!
I snapped toward the voice. In the doorway of the nearby vestibule, a man was waving his arms. He wore his coat collar high and hat pulled low.
There's a fire!
He hollered, and someone shrieked in response. Startled, I watched the fellow race out. Fear gripped faces around me, marking those who understood him, others puzzled over the language they didn't speak. I strained for a whiff of smoke. Where was the danger? The kitchen? The cafe? Warnings spread in scores of languages, overtaking the event hall, stopping the music. Folks in the balcony leaned out from between columns for a look. On the main floor, parents were swooping up their children and rushing into the man's wake. The narrow staircase past the vestibule would lead straight down to the street.
down to Papa. I caught Ari's eyes mirroring my panic a second before a throng of people shoved past, dividing us and pushing me into a wall. Beyond the blur of movement, Big Vera fluttered her hands from the stage, either urging calm or reinforcing the alert. Adults climbed on chairs in a furious search, scanning faces, calling out names. All at once, I was traveling without will. Swept off in a flood of bodies, my feet scrambled to keep up on a floor I couldn't see, could scarcely touch. The mob pressed in, enclosing me head to toe, shortening my breaths. "Papa, help!" I wheezed out, unthinking and desperate. We crossed the threshold of the vestibule, where something seized my collar. It was a hand reaching through a web of arms. Ari's. I latched onto his grip, a lifeline, as we were carried toward the stairwell. Like a log at a waterfall's edge, I braced for a plunge. The drop was indeed a fluid slope, the steps wobbly and slippery and moving, but how? I sought traction over dips and bumps. A glimpse revealed fabric and hair. People. We were walking on people. They must have stumbled on the way down. Unseen hands were pulling at the bottom of my coat, my dress. Terror whisked through me. Bile rose to my throat. There was pounding at the base of the stairs. Strangers' cries collided with bellows. "Open the doors! God, please, open the doors!" Foreign words shrieked past my ears. No more than a yard away, a baby wailed, hovering above the crush. A woman with bright yellow sleeves was holding the red-faced infant high overhead. Suddenly, I was hurled onto my side. Shoe heels stepped on my hip and ribs and neck. I screamed from the pain, protecting my head as much as I could without surrendering Ari's grasp. I had to hang on. It was my only coherent thought. Then a weight collapsed on me. It felt like sandbags, uneven and stifling. Fallen bodies. They wriggled and struggled, darkening my vision. My lungs battled for air, shallow bursts in and out. The stairwell was a grave. We were being buried alive. I screamed again. Pressure cinched my hand, a sharp squeeze. "Don't yell!" The directive was Ari's. Slivers of light through tangled limbs shifted across his face. His frightened gaze locked on mine. "Breathe! Just breathe!" he urged, as if commanding us both. Calm. We needed to be calm. I attempted to nod, constrained by the snarl of arms and legs. The encompassing heat intensified. I heard nails scraping walls, clawing to escape. The weight upon me grew. More whimpers below, more bodies above, binding me from all movement, except for my heart. It thundered in my chest, unyielding as a fist, while I fought to level my breaths. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. Through the sounds of gasping and howling and crying, chords from a piano faintly played. Not imagined, but real. The girl on stage, how could she not know what was happening? Plinking notes ricocheted in my head with snapshots of colors. I blinked hard, and the kaleidoscope narrowed to floating specks, like dots left from staring at the sun, like snowflakes drifting at night. My mittens. What happened to my mittens? Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. The bodies around us were waves, fluctuating, deepening. The tide threatened to drown us all. My fingers quaked around Ari's. I found his eyes once again and recalled what brought us to this. A fire. At any moment, smoke and flames were sure to come. My solitary comfort? I wasn't alone. As the minutes stretched and thinned, the sea eerily quieted. Gales of the storm were passing, at least in my mind. Moans were dwindling and screams muffling. Still the infant bawled, It paused only to choke on tears, and I lost myself in the rhythm. Wail, sputter, sputter, wail, sputter, sputter. I could taste the tang of sweat, smell the stench of despair. Finally, from somewhere above came a deep shout. "Hold on, everyone! We're getting you out!" Ari pumped my hand, a signal of hope. "We're going to be okay." The assurance looped within me round and round as rescuers peeled away the layers of lifeless debris from a senseless squall. Quite literally and horridly senseless. For as we'd all learn in the hours and days to follow, there was more than one way to exit the building. More maddening yet, there had never been a fire. Chapter 9. Clearing the stairwell took close to 2 hours. This was the account I later heard. A genuine surprise, as I would have estimated double. I suppose when you're on the brink of being smothered, trapped by 100 bodies stacked the height of a grown man, your sense of time can expand in remarkable ways. With the fire hall but a block away, volunteer firemen had raced over to help. To pull me free, one began prying my fingers from Ari's. The fireman's coaxing wasn't enough. I only let go when Ari told me to do so. In the span of an afternoon, he'd become my singular source of reason. Carried back into the main hall, I was set on a chair. The rows were disheveled, random portions toppled. In the middle of what had been an aisle stood a girl's buckled shoe. Perfectly upright, polished to a shine, as if waiting for a salesman to offer it for a fit. Did the girl walk home with one foot bare? "Sweetheart, is any of your family here?" a woman asked, dimly to my ears. "Papa," I remembered. "He's just downstairs." I meant to relay this, but couldn't be sure what came out. My observations had gained a hazy distance. I was told to stay put, I think. Motionless figures were being laid out in the room. Small ones on tables, large ones on the floor, some by the tree. Rescuers worked tirelessly at reviving many. A fortunate few prevailed. Across the aisle from me, Ari, too, had been guided to a seat. An aproned helper was attending to a wound on his arm. The baby was still crying, impressively, though the sound had turned hoarse. An older woman was holding the child, patting its back, shushing it with gentle words. Tears cracked her voice. At her feet, a limp form in a yellow dress stared at the ceiling. If not for the blankness of her gaze, I might have looked up to discover which sight had so intrigued her. Perhaps her own soul, ascending, untethered. A priest appeared to affirm this by kneeling to lower her eyelids. It was Father Lawrence, with his silvering hair and gentle paunch. Bible in hand, he prayed over the woman, touting her final act on this earth as saving her child. I noticed a baby buggy then, vacant in the corner. Did it belong to the same mother? A teacher once told me that instruments, violins in particular, forever carry with them a piece of their owners, that musicians imprint themselves in grains of the wood, store their tales in the strings. If only infant carriages held similar power, a mother's love might be felt in the grooves of the handle, her voice heard in the rattle of the wheels. I was imagining this when a worried little boy passed by. A lady was helping him hunt for his parents, weaving him through the shocked and grieving crowd, a grieving that took on various forms. Some came in silent weeping, others in anguished sobs. Big Vera openly raged. She cursed at the deputies who dared enter the hall, most of them non-striking minors. It was no secret that pro-management forces made for a ruthless enemy. She accused the men of having blocked the exit at the base of the stairs, even of plotting the false alarm, a heinous prank, or worse. Father Lawrence tried to calm and restrain her, but she pummeled his arm and blasted him for initially preaching against the strike. When the deputies threatened to lock her in the courthouse, Her tirade soared until they forcibly escorted her out. A couple auxiliary members, huddling by my row, spoke with sympathy of Big Vera and her evident sense of guilt. The idea of the party, they said, had been hers. All the while, people were still scouring and calling for family, searches that led to surveying the dead. There were wails of sorrow or bursts of relief, depending on the find. A thought rose in me. Was it possible Papa returned to fetch me earlier? Maybe he, too, was pulled down the stairs. He might still be in the stairwell. J'y A portly woman rushed over. Beaming, she bent down to my level. Myrta, zivshi. She took my cheeks in her roughened hand, jarring me fully back into myself. Then a 20-something fellow arrived and touched her shoulder. Nay, mamma, nia tikashi. She shook her head, resolute, and angled my face toward him as if to prove her assertion. He didn't bother to look. Tamoleji, Myrta. He gestured gravely toward one of the tables, where a dozen or more children lay in their Sunday best. Round, sweet faces with nary a mark. Small hands resting at their sides, eyes closed so peacefully they could have been asleep. Nay, she argued, holding my face firmer. The man pulled her hands to his suited chest. He repeated himself emphatically, and her expression contorted. Despite her reluctance, he ushered her away, his arm a protective shawl. She wasn't ready for the truth. Fenna! The name floated above the collective crying, past the muddled voices. I turned to trace the caller, seeing more strangers, fearing I'd misheard. Fenna! Papa was threading through the crowd. Fenna! Papa! My voice was strange in my ears. Coarse as sandpaper, it appeared to soften his hard features. I scrambled to stand on legs that suddenly trembled. The instant he reached me, I crumpled into his arms and my tears poured. The smell of pipe smoke on his coat, even the alcohol on his breath, was as comforting as a winter quilt. It is okay, Shach. It is okay. The endearment, sounding wispily like Shacha, named me his little treasure. His full dark beard felt scratchy on my forehead, but I only clung tighter. He patted my back tenderly, a rare act of physical affection. From years spent drilling underground, Papa was an ashen boulder of a man. He was the sort gossipy ladies whispered about. On account of his being a widower, they'd say of his draw to the bottle, his aloof demeanor. To me, he was a quiet yet kind provider, and though we didn't constitute a real family in the traditional sense, it was all I ever knew. He gently broke away when a woman approached. She informed him that drivers outside were taking survivors to be checked over at a local hospital. Only then did I notice a soreness in my muscles, an ache in my joints. My fingers were tired and stiffening, as if having scaled a rope to the sky. Ari must have felt just as worn. I glanced over to gauge his condition, but he had vanished. We go now, Papa said to me. At the memory of the exit, a sense of panic resurged. But I can't. I won't. The stairs. Mach je geen zorgen, he assured me in Dutch, saying not to worry, that we'd leave the way he came in. Relaxing a little, I hiccuped a sigh. Then I clutched his arm and followed him to a fire escape on the side of the building, where we joined others in line for the ladder. I should have realized the stairwell wasn't an option, no doubt still blocked by those inside. At the thought of the final layers being exhumed, I recalled Ari's toy plane lying on the floor, crushed. How quickly something so cherished and whole could be damaged beyond repair. Chapter 10. On the morning of the funerals, snow blanketed the town. The fresh layer of powdery flakes normally encouraged laughter and frolicking, snowball battles and snow fort building.
Not on that day. Instead, the colorless landscape served as mere contrast to supporters in black, flanking the road for a full 2 miles. They had come from neighboring counties, states even, to pay their respects. Awaiting the procession, the thick lines of mourners stretched to a cemetery just past Eden Springs, on land not owned by the mine. Papa and I stood on the road's edge, a 1/4 mile or so down. When we'd arrived for the services, the churches were overflowing. I was glad for it, having dreaded the promise of open caskets. I had seen enough death to haunt me. Finally, bells tolled from the steeples. Bundled in my coat, green mittens, and winter stockings, my body went rigid from more than the cold. With the services over, fleets of hearses would merge on the main road and roll this way. Faces all around me were creased with sadness, if underpinned by anger. The propaganda war between company-leaning papers and pro-labor bulletins, trading blame and claims of exploitation, had further ratcheted tensions. Even here on this day, hushed word spread that the man who yelled fire was a strike-breaker whose Citizens Alliance pin, as spotted on his lapel, proved his malice. The group's members, after all, were seen as anti-union thugs. Same went for local lawmen, allegedly prompting the sheriff to have secreted the murderer out of Michigan. Thus, charity from any of their pockets wasn't exactly welcomed. "We no want your blood money," I'd recently overheard a mother seethe. At her apartment door down the hall from mine and Papa's, a suited alliance leader looked flustered with envelope in hand. "We bury our own," she told the man and slammed the door. 2 days after Christmas, the families were doing precisely as she claimed. Flatbed motor cars and horse-drawn carts served as their hearses. Crunching past me in the snow, each held long black caskets, 15 for the adults who'd perished. Many had been kin. A few had been married. Escorting them on foot, surviving relatives used handkerchiefs to wipe streams of tears. They clutched rosaries for strength, photos for meaning. Others gripped their chests, as if to keep what remained of their hearts from crumbling. Past the observers across the road, a local woman caught my eye. She stood back a bit with her young daughter held tight to her chest, and a guilty gaze fixed on the ground, a testament to the rumors. People said that after the stampede, in a frenzy of despair, the mother carried a deceased child believed to be hers all the way home, where she found her youngster alive and well, having snuck out of the party early. What relief the woman must have felt, only to be struck by the gravity of her error. The trek back to the assembly hall had to have been unbearable as she delivered that lifeless child to a frantic yet hopeful mother, shattering another's world. Suddenly glimpsing the parade to come, I clung to Papa's arm. Traveling in clusters, pallbearers carried pure white caskets low at their sides. The dimensions of each befitted a child, the weight minuscule compared to the burden. I squeezed my eyes shut, but briefly. Darkness brought the memory of heels trampling my body while curled on my side, defenseless as a newborn. The position, a nurse surmised, had ironically helped, for it kept my mouth uncovered and lungs inflated, as did my location somewhat high in the pile. My breathing, too, had likely saved me, calmly hoarding air versus squandering it in screams. Whatever the case, I was out here, and they were in there. Every county in the region had supplied what funerary boxes they could. No solitary town could have been prepared for 73 concurrent deaths, the majority of them kids. 58 to be precise. The enormity of the number had been hard to comprehend until that moment, as one small casket after another and another and another crept down the road. Gasps and soft cries seeped through the crowd. Mothers and grandmothers treaded in pairs, arms hooked to sustain the interminable walk. Dozens of caskets had just gone by when, a few feet away,
a pallbearer of mountainous build stumbled onto his knees. The rest of the carriers scrambled to keep the casket from hitting the ground. Immediately, the man tried to stand but faltered, like a marionette gone limp from slackening strings. Or, in this case, a father who had lost all 3 of his children. I'd seen him outside the assembly hall while Papa searched for a driver to the hospital. Bodies that had been laid out on the sidewalk were being carried across the street. The local theater had become a temporary morgue. But this man had pled for them to stop, to not take his son, his daughters. A swarm of onlookers had watched as he stroked his children's faces, choking on his tears. Broken. Papa, now relinquishing my hold, moved to the casket. Wordlessly, he grasped the abandoned handle and leveled the case. Another pallbearer gave a nod and the group continued on, leaving the grief-racked father to the supporting arms of his wife. I might have stayed put for etiquette's sake, but on that day, I refused to be left behind. Chin lowered, I trailed the group while avoiding the expansive eyes. Among the tens of thousands of attendees were hundreds of iron miners who'd arrived by train. They had come as protectors should any trouble arise from pro-management brutes. As I ambled through the center of it all, vulnerable again, I focused on my breaths, misty puffs of white, on my nose, chilled from frost, on my bruises, throbbing with every step. A backward glance affirmed that the scores of people lining the road had melded into a herd that tacked onto the procession. In the cemetery awaited the rectangular communal graves, 2 long ones for the Protestants, 3 slightly smaller for the Catholics. All had been dug by miners. A team of 100, I'd heard. They were strong men for certain, skilled at hammering through rock. But still, how many hours must that have taken? How many hands wrecked and backs strained to move that frozen dirt? The ponderings slipped away as I followed Papa, still pallbearing, over to the Catholic trench. One by one, caskets were passed down into the earth to be aligned and neatly spaced. A choir in the background sang, "Nearer, my God, to Thee." Somberness hovered like the thickest of smoke as the congregation amassed, the white ground eclipsed by the color of grief. The day ahead wouldn't be short. Upon placement of the 10th casket, I noticed a feeling of being watched. I twisted to scan the area and traced the gaze to the Protestant side. Like others who'd climbed the trees to view the ceremonies, Ari was perched on a branch, but off on his own. Peering from under his cap, his eyes held mine for only an instant before shifting away. No surprise. Since our time at the event hall, we had seen each other around, yet always with our parents near. Aside from subtle looks, we'd reverted to our usual distance. Any closer might mean talking. And whatever would we say? Revel over how fortunate we were when so many, literally around us, weren't? Among the children in the stairwell, just 2 others survived, making us subjects of whispers and awe, of bitter jealousy for some. To those like Father Lawrence, divine inspiration. He soon paid a call to each of our homes, the Protestants included, to offer comfort. When he visited mine, he contended that the Lord had a reason for sparing my life, that it was up to me to uncover that purpose. What I didn't have the heart to confess, to him or anyone else back then and to this day, was that in the deepest parts of my being, my survival didn't seem like a product of God's will. It felt lucky at best. At worst, a mistake. Chapter 11. Standing before the trench, I noted the jagged silence, a break in the eulogies. My attention had drifted. I surveyed the caskets below. All had been placed in the ground. Grouped by families, their black and white cases resembled piano keys in a curious order. I glanced up and found myself alone. Attendees had receded as if fearing I was contagious, their gazes set in my direction, waiting. Alarm and bewilderment whirled my thoughts. What did they want? Had I forgotten? Where was my father? "Papa!" I called out, a strangled voice, searching. Then I saw it. The crowd's withdrawal exposed a solitary white casket. Its lid lay askew, revealing the emptiness of the box, save for 2 etched words inside. Wary though anxious to make them out, I trudged closer. The rough letters looked carved by fingernails, a name darkened by blood. Fenna Vos. The casket was mine. I jolted and felt something binding my legs. Panting, scrambling, I worked to break free. It was a blanket and quilt, over my mattress, on the floor. I shot upright, heart thrashing and lungs pumping. A half-moon cast muted light through the window and over the main room of the apartment. My home. Shedding the dream, I sought the familiar. The swooped line of laundry and a washtub for a sink, the cast-iron skillet amid a shelf of scant food, the square supper table, 2 wobbly chairs. Beneath my flannel nightgown, sweat trickled down my sides. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. I lay back down. My pillow, damp from perspiration, felt cool, despite the heated pot-belly stove within reach. 9 days had passed since the stairwell rush, and each night left me the same, awakened by terror, drenched in fear. Sometimes I was trapped in a casket, shoveled dirt drumming the lid as I futilely clawed and screamed. Other times I was back on those steps, either submerged in bodies, occasionally just limbs, or clambering on my own, unable to find a door as the space shrank around me. As usual, it would take time to fall back asleep, likely hours, if at all. "You're home," I insisted. "You're safe." Still, nighttime had become an enemy, as much for its smothering darkness as its amplification of sounds. There were noises from tenants through wafer-thin walls, creaks from the building like aging bones, hail and icy snowflakes whipping at the window. I'd listened to them all while lying in the main room where I had dragged my mattress into a corner to sleep. In winters past, I'd moved here merely for the stove's warmth. But as of late, the small bedroom I shared with Papa felt too confined with a lone door for escape, a door under which now emitted a flicker, along with gravelly snoring. Papa was back from the cafe, a grand relief. I'd come to dread his absence, after dusk most of all.
"You are big girl,"
he'd reminded me when I asked him to stay. He wasn't wrong. I'd always been one to busy myself and wander about on my own. Papa claimed it ran in our blood. Vos means fox. My surname said I was fated to be inquisitive and friendly, yet sly and elusive, a solitary creature not meant for a pack. And like the Arctic fox, whose fur changes color with the seasons, I was adept at fading into the background. In town, I would read borrowed books or observe passers-by, fascinated by the stories they divulged without even knowing. At parks or the shore, or places like Torch Lake, existing in my own bubble, I'd create rubbings of leaves, petals and shells, capturing the shapes and veins that made them unique. These days, I preferred the safe predictability of home, ideally sharing Papa's company like now. His bedside candle, I thought. If aware, he'd want it snuffed out. Clutching onto the excuse, I stood and cocooned myself in my quilt. Double layers of threadbare socks would fend off some of the cold, but not all. On tiptoes, I padded across the worn floorboards, as Papa hated to be woken abruptly. "Papa, bent uvaker," I whispered at his door, asking if he was awake. He tended to respond better to Dutch when partially asleep. Receiving no answer, I entered to find him sprawled over his covers, still dressed for the day with even his chuk, what the locals called a knit cap. His presence was a veritable comfort. Past my bare metal bed frame, atop our shared night table, sat the candle. It had been reduced to a puddle of wax, but its flame's orange glow smoothed Papa's face, erasing years and hardships in a way that made me both happy and sad. Of course, the scent of his pipe smoke lingered, as did liquor fumes out of his pores from another late-night visit to the cafe. There, Stryker's talks had reportedly shifted to demands for an investigation into the stampede, called a tragedy by some, a massacre by others. Given Papa's manner since the funerals, his quiet turning morose, his drinking turned heavier and daily, I'd say he viewed the event as both. Perhaps nearly losing me had shaken his core. That, or the onslaught of deaths, had revived despair over the wife he'd lost. Either way, I knew not to ask. Probes about my mother rarely produced answers, most cut short by a dimming in his eyes and the excuse of a pressing chore. I remember, at age 6, mulling how to broach the subject of his choosing another wife. At the time, we still lived in Little Chute, a Dutch Catholic community in eastern Wisconsin. It was where my newlywed parents had settled after my mother swayed her groom into the overseas adventure, lured by rumors of a prosperous new world, and one particular river. Since the village sits along the Fox River, it promised a fairy tale ending before life there took a turn. In truth, when I'd finally plied Papa with the question, I was hankering for him to propose to a certain woman in our boarding house. For years after my mother's passing, Miss Rusa assisted with my care and cooked our meals, eventually allowing me to help. She was kind and commonly pretty, if a smidge bothersome with lessons in posture and speech, both in Dutch and English, and often smelled of the vanilla she added to her boterkoek. Like her bubbly giggles, the sweet buttery cake even pried smiles out of Papa. I was sure I'd soon be calling her moeder, and we'd become a real family, maybe with a set of siblings, fun ones, not the annoying sort. But Papa had replied with a stern shake of his head, "For man and woman, there is only one love in life." Within weeks of my suggesting remarriage, Papa quit his factory job and relocated us to Eden Springs. I didn't realize my question had instigated the winter move. Being a child, I was concerned solely with the strangeness of a place that wasn't our home. As I'd heard it, the dreary peninsula on Lake Superior was shaped like a demon's thumb, and the closest thing to Dutch folks in Houghton County were mostly Belgians, hence not our kind. In short, every element struck me as foreign. It was the very reason Papa had selected the area, I eventually came to understand. For a truly fresh start, a person had to move on, wade into the unknown, and if that didn't work, one could drown out the past. Or try. Careful not to rouse him from sleep, I lifted the unlidded flask from his calloused hand and went to set the container down. Its swishing sound teased my curiosity. I took a sniff, potent and piney with a touch of lemon. The home-brewed gin was known as a close substitute for Jenever from the old country. What I learned right then was that it smelled more appealing straight out of the flask than stale on a drinker's breath. Papa was a level-headed man. He must have had good reason for ignoring the homilies that warned against indulgence, to say nothing of his skirting the law. His snores and weighted breaths plodded on. He did say I was a big girl. Tempted, turning away, I raised the flask to my lips. What was intended as a sip flowed out a gulp. It blazed down my throat and lit a fire in my chest. I dropped my quilt, suppressing an eruption of coughs. Papa twitched and shifted his legs, eyes still closed. Palm over my mouth, I put the flask on the table and extinguished the candle with a flurry of hand flaps. Darkness set my pulse to a gallop. Hastening back toward the moonlight of the main room, I snatched my quilt and closed the door behind me. I muffled my release of coughs while retreating to my mattress. Gradually, the flames inside me tapered to a smoldering warmth. And at last I understood. Papa didn't drink to drown his memories. He drank to burn them away. Thankfully, soon after, I found other ways to forget. Chapter 12. The very next night, I was trapped in a casket, struggling to escape, when something grabbed my arm. I belted out a shriek as the grip shook my body, shook it again, until yanking me free of the box and out of the dream. Or was I still in it? It was hard for me to know, balled up on my side, quaking with Ari's eyes locked on mine. Were we back in the stairwell? Crammed in the pile? "Hey, it's okay," he whispered. "Just a nightmare." In a lather, I assessed my surroundings. The stove and clothesline, the tables and chairs, moonlight through the window. My home, where Ari was kneeling at my mattress. Startled anew, I sat up and pulled away. Why are you—" "I was passing in the hall," he volunteered, my question obvious. "Tried knocking when I heard you yell, but didn't want to wake the whole floor." At his reference to the hour, I recalled my nightclothes. They were modest in flannel, though nightclothes all the same. I cinched my quilt up to my neck and swallowed. The slight soreness of my throat suggested he had saved me from waking the whole floor, excluding Papa, that is, whose typical liquored snoring drifted from the bedroom. I mumbled my thanks, and Ari nodded, not looking at me. Then he rose. "See you around, I guess." With those words, his husky tone encouraged a sense of calm. It was the same voice that, through the din of the stairwell, had kept me quiet and breathing. Alive. He went to leave, yet within a few steps I blurted out, "Wait!" As he turned, it dawned on me that I had no inkling of what to say. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. "It was awfully late," I ventured, "for you to be up." He hedged, fidgeting with the hem of his coat sleeve. "Yeah," he said. That was when I noted his clothes. I would have presumed he'd made a quick trip to the outhouse if not for his hat and fully buttoned coat, his daytime trousers and laced-up boots. Shiny white specks on his shoulders indicated a jaunt through drifting snowflakes. "Were you out doing something?" "Just on a walk." "A walk? It's the middle of the night." I didn't intend to sound doubtful or challenging. I only meant, "Where did you go?" He answered without meeting my eyes. "Around." I never took him for a mischief-making kid, but he was being rather cagey. "Were you out meeting someone?" As in, maybe some girl. He shook his head in a manner that seemed sincere, and a possibility came to me. "Trouble with sleep?" He lifted a shoulder, a nonverbal yes. The commonality surprised me, though honestly it shouldn't have. "Fresh air helps," he murmured. I peered beyond the window, taking in the wintry scene, and found perfect sense in it. Must be sort of freeing, I mused, under that big night sky, and with all that bright snow stretched out every which way. When I looked back at Ari, he regarded me with an eased expression, but then he resumed picking at his sleeve, making his departure seem imminent. "You want to stay a minute? We don't have to talk or anything. I just figure since we're both awake." He contemplated for a brief, worrisome moment. At his nod, I tendered a smile. Beside the mattress, he sat with his back against the wall. I resettled on my pillow and gazed toward the ceiling. For a time, we remained like that, absorbing the silence, the darkness, breathing. Oddly, Nothing about it felt strange, only content. Then a cry rang out and I flinched, a baby's wail. It grew from the apartment below where the child and its mother had come to visit family. A brief stay, I prayed. For at the strained cries, again a vision flew back of an infant in the stairwell, propped up by its mother suffocating below. Tears flooded my eyes. Desperate to block out the memories, to not feel alone, I reached across the mattress but caught myself. I started to pull back when Ari's gloved hand covered mine. Once more, he made me feel safe. Before long, the rhythm of my breathing matched the tempo of his, slow and soothing, loosening my muscles from head to toe. Then my blinks lengthened and eyelids drooped. And somehow, as if by magic, it was instantly morning. The sun was breaking through the clouds and reflecting off the snow. Ari had vanished, just as before, but not from my life. Not yet. There were more nights to come when he would save me from the throes of a nightmare. Not hurrying away, he'd distract me by spinning fantastical tales. He'd whisper about brave knights and dragons or pirates pillaging on the high seas. In time, we'd trade stories of our lives and families. Like most immigrants, his parents' ancestral ties were essentially severed when they boarded the boat. Ditto for mine. But what brought us to Eden Springs differed. Skilled in machinery, his father had been recruited by an acquaintance to move from central Michigan to oversee the maintenance of mining equipment. Mr. Janssen's negative stance on unions made him especially appealing to management. Yet after working alongside the miners and encountering the conditions firsthand, he sympathized with their cause and supported the strike fully.
"Don't tell anyone, though,"
Ari inserted.
"About why they picked him, okay?"
It was a reasonable request. He didn't want his father viewed as a planted informer, which very likely had been the company's intent. All that mattered to me was where the man stood now. "Not a soul," I promised. Ari nodded easily. The extent of our trust went without saying. Then we returned to competing in jacks, embracing the extra challenge of quietly bouncing the ball. Even though, really, it would take more than that to wake Papa. We enjoyed other pastimes, too. On my drawing pad, we'd play the dots and boxes game, erasing the lines for additional rounds, as most pages were covered with my tracings and rubbings. After discovering he had learned standard Dutch at his old school, a delightful surprise, I persuaded him to improvise skits in my dialect. We'd pretend we were far off in the exotic cities of Holland. My preference was for the dramatic, his for the silly. Other nights, if I were awake and heard him coming in from the cold, I would hurry to my front door and raise a hand to say good night, to which he'd respond in kind. I volunteered once to join his walk, but sensing his reluctance, I withdrew the offer. He didn't need to expound. Those solitary outings were his own means of finding peace. We told no one of our friendship. At school or elsewhere in passing, catching his eye would bring me hidden joy. Ours was a bond cultivated in secret, for the most part. A knowing wink from his sister, Thea, implied she suspected a crush. If she did, she'd graciously kept it from her parents. The sinful influence of my Catholicism on Ari's Protestant soul would have guaranteed their disapproval. Papa, I suppose, might have been more lenient. It wasn't as if I'd been named traditionally after a saint, and his confessional visits were hardly regular. Still, Ari and I refrained from taking the risk, even to set Thea straight. In hindsight, I'd say our private meetings, unlike so much in life, were prized as something within our control. They were a conduit for healing, just like the thoughtful gift he passed along. Left beneath my pillow one day was a thick, pocket-sized book with a well-worn cover. Houdini's Big Little Book of Magic and Stunts. As Ari later explained, upon seeing it discarded at the barber shop where he earned pennies to sweep up hair, he received permission to keep the publication.
Yet once he'd flipped through the pages, his gut told him it was meant for me. When I opened the book, I was only vaguely aware of the late showman Harry Houdini. Chapter after chapter, through narrative and diagrams, were various methods behind his tricks, starting with sleights of hand involving coins, cups, and playing cards. Past the halfway point, the schemes progressed in complexity, slipping out of ropes and handcuffs, mailbags and barrels. His most secretive illusions would obviously be omitted, and yet the notion that a person could escape the inescapable was beyond inspiring, more than bewitching. It was life-altering in ways I never could have foreseen. Chapter 13. Soon after the stampede, the miners' passions that had buoyed the strike largely deflated. Like a knife to a ship's sail, each loss sliced through the fortitude of the workers' demands. Come March, negotiations with management ended the impasse, but left the families questioning the sacrifices made. In short, the majority of requested benefits were refused, and equipment that would make half the positions obsolete was to be implemented at a daunting rate. Hundreds of miners moved away, seeking new jobs, clean slates. For those who stayed, including Ari's father and my own, wages and safety conditions improved only slightly. Black Tuesday did anything but help. That fall, the stock market crash shook cities like New York with the power of an earthquake. In Eden Springs, we endured the aftershocks. Delayed, recurrent, and just as damaging. Drops in copper sales shot down a slew of competitors. To prevent the same fate, C&H managers trimmed in phases, barring their personal billfolds, no doubt. Papa and Mr. Janssen survived the workforce cuts, yet security belonged to no one. Not that Ari and I discussed such things. For Papa often warned me, particularly when silencing my worries over the hazards of his job, "Be careful, Scotcha. Fear is giving power to the devil." Besides, there was plenty else to speak about. Houdini's stunts, most of all. Through that summer and autumn, from multiple readings of the book, I mastered numerous sleights of hand. While my skills grew, the rate and intensity of my nightmares fell. Even around Christmas Eve. With Ari's help, of course. On that much-dreaded holiday, Papa spared me from the candlelight vigils at the graveyard, though not from attending evening mass. During the homily, Father Lawrence blessed the town's anniversary as a step toward rebirth, and prayed about losses I yearned to forget. Needed relief came later that night. With Papa snoring away in the bedroom, Ari sneaked over with a diversionary surprise, a ball of string for a trick. I grabbed my heavily dog-eared book and sat facing him on my mattress, which by then was a year-round fixture near the stove, much like us. "Okay, now," I whispered on our 5th attempt. "Put the string over my left hand again. No, wait, my other hand." The strings, crisscrossed and knotted around Ari's wrists and mine, made it impossible to separate us without severing a line, unless, and herein lay the trick, we maneuvered through specially formed loops. "We've got to be getting close." Ari sighed as if he knew better, which he didn't. I referred back to the splayed pages on my lap, illuminated by a lamp's flame, kerosene being more plentiful post-strike. "It's all too tangled," he groaned. "I'm telling you, zero chance you're saving this one either." That was the thing about Ari. While not cruel in his delivery, he never lied to spare my feelings. It was a trait I generally appreciated, though not always at the time. After another look at the diagrams, which showed little resemblance to our mess, I huffed. I'd been determined not to need the knife again, so had slid it over on the floor with the other discarded strings, a pile of my failures. "Fine, then," I muttered. "We'll start over." I was struggling with our bindings, trying to create enough slack to reach the blade,
when Ari's lips curved up. "Don't laugh," I told him.
I'm not.
"You're smiling."
It's funny.
Frustration boosted by embarrassment. I'd have jumped to my feet right then and pointed him to the door if not for the snarled strings. "You're a lunkhead."
Yeah, and you're a mule.
"Nincompoop."
Bad magician.
I scrambled to one-up him before registering the jab. At his widening grin, punctuated by a lone dimple, I couldn't ward off my own smile and swiftly devolved into giggles. Ari shushed me despite the glint in his eyes. Then we returned to the trick, as usual, finding a solution together while keeping the darkness at bay. 3 Saturdays later, Papa and I spent the whole day on tasks and errands. His suggestion. My heightened dependency had receded long before, yet the outing sounded nice. We went to the bakery for a day-old loaf, to the company store for coal and other essentials, then to the cobbler shop to tackle his latest side job. When asked, I cheerily supplied the appropriate tools as he replaced rotting floorboards in the owner's apartment above the store. Papa was handy that way. Once we finished, I wasn't surprised his service was paid for in trade. What I never expected was to be the sole beneficiary. All the shoes I ever owned had come faded and patched, and my one pair at the time required shoving my feet in to make them fit and a cardboard liner to cover a hole.
"Scatcha,"
Papa said to me.
"For your birthday. You liking these? They are yours."
He nodded to the silver-haired cobbler, who pridefully presented a pair of black boots. Just the previous Wednesday, Papa had gifted me with a brand-new drawing pad for Christmas, ideal for sketching tricks. Plus, 3 weeks before that, in the Dutch tradition of the Sinterklaas holiday, I'd found in my shoe a milk chocolate bar, which I was still savoring in nibbles. I hadn't anticipated a thing for my birthday, still 2 days away, and definitely nothing like these, with pristine and polished leather, the laces absent a single fray. They were beautiful and perfect, and nobody's but mine. I squealed and threw my arms around Papa, nearly knocking him over. He laughed with a heartiness I'd never heard, a reaction so foreign to his body that he rattled like a rusty engine sputtering back to life. To me, of course, the sound was the loveliest in the world. Woefully, it stopped too soon, snuffed out by one of his coughing fits. Standard fare for underground dredgers. On the lengthy walk home through patches of snow that lightened the night, my pinky toes and heels combated the stiffness of the leather. For the last 50 yards, my feet stayed curled to minimize the blisters. Nevertheless, those boots weren't coming off. Even in my worn overalls, I felt far too fancy to go shoeless before morning, or at least until I showed them off to Ari. I was envisioning doing just that while I entered our apartment and noticed an object on my pillow. A small wooden train. The one from the party. I'd assumed it had been lost to the stampede, crushed like Ari's plane and so much more. Papa had peeled off for the outhouse but could return any minute. I hurried to pick up the train, marveling that Ari had managed to save it. But why give it back, and without explanation? Then I recalled the hidden compartment. On a hunch, I detached the cab and, to my sheer delight, pulled out a tiny square of folded brown paper. I set aside the toy, beaming over its use as a carrier pigeon of sorts. Vigilant before reading, I scurried to the door and listened for Papa's heavy footfalls. Hearing none, I unfurled the note.
"My pop got a factory job in Amesboro. Starts Monday, so we're moving today. I'm sorry, Fenna. I'll miss you. Will write when I can. A."
My throat tightened as I reread the words. Amesboro. Moving today. Will write. Ari was leaving. But no, he couldn't. I tore across the room and into the hall. At his family's door, I knocked. Knocked again, harder. I called for him, not caring who knew. Barging inside, I gasped. The main room was empty, just sparse furniture left askew, paper scraps littering the floor. I didn't have to inspect the bedrooms to know they looked the same. My closest friend, my only friend, was gone. The realities of what that meant pummeled me all at once. No more talking or laughing or doing magic together. No more covert smiles or waves in passing. No more simply knowing he was there. I wrapped myself with my arms, the note still in hand. Tears streamed as I stood there, chest gone hollow, gutted. Ragged words rode my quiet sobs. Life couldn't ever be worse. Not ever. Surely dramatic by some standards, but not at that age. Not with everything considered. Nonetheless, I should have known better. Voicing my fears might have risked empowering the devil. In this case, it seemed I'd offered him a dare. 10 days later, he took it. Chapter 14. Miners died all the time. I'd long understood this. Every shift was a gamble with fickle explosives, slippery rocks, and rickety shafts. Papa survived each of those and more, only to have his coughs prove symptoms of pneumonia. Quick as a blink, he too was stolen from my life, due to what started as a measly cold. His funeral was simple, no fancy procession or choir or hordes of iron workers from other towns. Just a few local miners and Father Lawrence, at least according to my memory. For me, it all passed in an emotionless blur, same as my subsequent trip to Grand Rapids. Obeying the chaperone from the Children's Aid Society, I clutched my valise and followed her on and off buses and a train. I sat where instructed, rose when told, unwrapped the sandwich she had packed. "Food will keep you strong, my dear," she said, overly chipper in her navy dress suit, while I forced down pastrami on rye. "Help to shake off your blues." Yet there was no mood to shake off. I was numb. If not, I would have crumpled into a blubbering heap, or exploded in rage over the unfairness of it all. Rather, I trailed my escort into a charmless city building, all concrete, windows, and brick, an orphanage for girls. When she patted my shoulder to bid goodbye, I remained lost within myself, stuck in a well. Even if I'd wanted to climb out, I wouldn't have known how. In this respect, I wasn't alone. Of the 100 or so girls in a home meant for 2/3 that, with ages running the gamut, many bore an insipid air, particularly among those as old as me. No longer babies or toddlers even, we weren't considered malleable enough to most couples who strolled through on Saturdays as if perusing a gallery. We were sculptures already formed by some blundering artist's hand. Our flaws and cracks, if not yet evident, were bound to surface over time. Nevertheless, every Friday evening, we were lined up at the wash tubs, where we cowered and shivered, dripping with shame. Swift and systematic, the staff ladies scrubbed our thin bodies raw, checked heads for lice, rinsed hair with squirts of lemon. The responsibility was ours to keep the sting from our eyes. The orphanage director, to her credit, persisted with this rigmarole to push even her second-rate goods. We were in excessive supply thanks to the Depression. Meanwhile, demand for all ages slumped. This presumably had been the impetus for Mrs. Atwood's inventive showcase. That, or she'd been inspired by a livestock exhibition, where swine were never trotted out in mud and grub. Likewise, while our shabbier weekday wear was being washed, we were lent pastel ribbons for our hair and pressed white dresses that mostly fit. In the playroom, prospective parents observed our natural interactions as Mrs. Atwood presented us with a flourish, unimpeded by her crooked-bottomed teeth and powdered mustache. She had the towering height of Big Vera and smelled of mothballs. Proudly, she would cite our housekeeping lessons in sewing, cooking, and laundering. It was clear some visitors came chiefly for such perks, others for free built-in nannies.
Even in my haze, I was aware enough to dodge attention from those seeking the latter. The thought was unfathomable, my being responsible for the lives of tots, much less infants, who were fragile as fine china and prone to wails of desperation that never failed to prod my angst. Mrs. Atwood would then segue into the tragedies that had landed us here. Riveted couples would listen and nod, though most managed to avoid our eyes. Of the women who dared look, many would touch a gloved hand to their chests, gripped by sympathy, but inevitable nudging by sensible husbands, "Darling, we came to see the babies, remember?" would lure the wives to the nursery on the 3rd floor, never to return. As I lay awake at night, packed in a small room of 10 occupied cots, my mind replayed scenes of the like. Not out of disappointment or yearning. I was merely blockading my memories from just 2 months ago, when by this hour I'd have been snuggled in my quilt, on my own bed, in my own home. "Stop it, you ninny! Just stop!" I pinched my upper arm hard, the inside fleshy part, summoning a pain I could handle. The spot was already tender and bruised, as I often did this to keep from dozing off. Limiting sleep was key. Although my nightmares remained under relative control, the dreams I'd come to dread most were the good ones, reminders of the normalcy I'd lost, of the life and family I would never have, because waking from those visions meant reliving once more my newfound devastation. By this reasoning, I didn't dare peek at the sole photograph I owned. Though stored in my travel bag under my cot, the image haunted me regardless. I could see Papa seated dapperly in a suit and hat, beard neatly trimmed, and me standing beside him, prim as a peacock in my one fancy dress. No smiles, of course, as this was a proper studio sitting, a magnificent trade for Papa's handiwork. The palm-sized portrait with scalloped border was altogether stately, the lighting so crisp you'd think you could step right in. Now a torturous suggestion I didn't need. And so I listened, to the late March wind rattling the tall window above my cot, the rippling of girls' exhales, the soughing of restless limbs. Here, in the smallest bedroom on the 2nd floor, the sounds helped mute cries from the nursery. They also fought the slowing of my blinks, as did the light. Across the high ceiling, shadows waltzed from a large lit candle. Set in mason jars, one was placed in every bedroom. The soft flames, ironically, were intended to aid our sleep, banishing monsters of the dark, in turn allowing staff down the hall to rest. The solution worked well for my roommates, minus the curly-haired redhead in the corner who wept regularly into her pillow. And apparently one other girl.
"Yoo-hoo,"
a voice whispered.
"what you got there?"
In the cot next to mine lay Poppy, a pale snip who'd only recently aged out of a different room. Still, it took me a second to grasp that her question was for me. Having exuded no desire to socialize, I'd grown accustomed to being treated like a ghost.
"Is it a toy?"
She was gawking at my hand, the wooden train in it, set on my scratchy woolen blanket. I'd made a habit of absently rolling my thumb over the wheels, as if rubbing luck out of a rabbit's foot. I had all but forgotten it was there.
"Can I see?"
She held out her hand. Such hope danced in her big doe eyes, dark as her pixie hair. I found myself passing the train her way. She propped on her stomach and ran her fingers over the smokestack, then the undercarriage and driver's cab. "That part there," I said, raspy from lack of use. "It can hide things."
"Jeepers, really?"
She studied it closer.
"How?"
"Just pull on the chimney. The cab comes loose." Honest to goodness, I don't know why I divulged anything. A means to keep awake, I guess. Reprieve from the monotony. She gasped lightly at the discovery, and a rustling followed. I recalled the stowed note from Ari an instant before she held it out.
"Will you read it to me?" Her need for the help was surprising. Rumor had it she'd been abandoned in an alley at age 3, about 5 years ago, I'd gather, and lived in the orphanage ever since. With the strict schooling here, I'd have thought her well capable of reading. As if expecting this, she said, "I'm real good with numbers. Arithmetic always comes easy, but letters, they get all mixed up." The old me would have been curious about why and how that looked. Now, I just conceded by accepting the note. The girl waited, expectant. But then I felt the creases made by Ari's hand, the wrinkles like Papa's fingers on mine, and something deep inside me stirred as if being drawn from hibernation, a misery that shouldn't be roused. I shoved the note under my pillow, weighed by my head. She shrank back, seeming more wounded than disappointed. It wasn't my intention to cause either. "Listen," I said, "I'll read you something else, during the day when it's easier to see, okay?" She brightened again. "Like a book?" "Sure. You know there was a girl who used to read stories to some of us, but then she got too old to live here." A pause. "So you have some?" "What?" "Books." She laughed softly, as if I was silly not to be following. My Houdini book was stored in my valise under my cot. It hadn't seen a speck of light since the morning I packed mindlessly, bringing essentials like my comb and clothes, leaving my drawing pad and all other amusements. Aside from the wooden train, which somehow I'd thought to grab. "I do have one, but it's not the kind with a story." She knit her brow. "What sort of book doesn't have a story?" "A book on magic." "Like for spells?" She sounded worried. "Just magician's tricks. For putting on a show." Her features eased, then promptly tightened with excitement. "Can you show me some? I've always wanted to see magic." She barely contained her whisper. "Maybe. I don't know." "How come?" "Because it was hard to care about such things anymore. I haven't got my supplies." "Oh, well, what do you need? Tell me, and I'll find a way to get 'em." Her prattling should have worn on me. Somehow it didn't. Besides, we weren't sleeping anyway. "Have you got a penny? Or a marble? Something small?" She glanced around. "Oh, I know." She tugged off a quarter-sized button from the neck of her nightgown and shrugged. "It was loose already." I sat up and made space on my cot as Poppy crept over. Cross-legged, she set aside the train and delivered the wooden button that was just rough enough for a nice grip. Her brows dipped in anticipation as I baited her gaze to follow the disc in a slow zigzag between us. I appeared to place it in my left hand, made a fist, and poof! Palm splayed, the button was gone. Her mouth formed a small O, which tripled in size when the button reappeared in my right hand, and a squeak escaped her throat. "Do it again," she urged in a hushed voice. And it dawned on me that she was my first real audience. To prevent my debut from being the shortest in history, I obliged by repeating the zigzag, though deviated slightly from the French drop to vanish the button from both hands. Upon my pulling it from her ear, she silent clapped, only to plead for more. Alternating my methods to throw her off, sleeving, palming, lapping, I made the button emerge from her hair, then chin, then out of thin air. My skills were rusty, but the low light was forgiving. When the button fell from her nose, she covered her mouth to contain her giggles. I was contemplating another variation when she asked, "Will you teach me? Please, please, will you?" She was effusive with hope, practically vibrating. Giving away my secrets, granted not my secrets exactly, wouldn't have been my first inclination, but feeling a tingling in my chest, a sense of thawing, I agreed. Chapter 15. In a couple short weeks, I gained a devoted following. Admittedly, becoming a main attraction wasn't all that hard when it was the sole performance around. The curly-haired redhead named Agatha was the first to tiptoe over to my cot and ask to watch with Poppy. By week's end, the only roommates not joining were a remarkably heavy sleeper and a nervous Nellie too afraid to break the rules, though not of craning her neck, evidently, to observe from her cot. It wasn't long before braver girls sneaked in from down the hall, expanding my nightly audience, if gradually. Attendees were selective in the friends they told, cautious of jeopardizing the show. 11 gongs from the grandfather clock downstairs signaled my act was about to start. Some tricks I'd perform on my own, others in conjunction with Poppy. A few I allowed her to present by herself, after ample rehearsal and my approval, of course. We practiced daily, even on Saturdays while spiffed up in the playroom. Our nighttime audience kept their distance, knowing better than to ruin the magic by peeking behind the curtain, virtual as it was. On one particular Saturday, I walked through the string maneuver with Poppy until she mastered it. Around us, children were mostly hopscotching, stacking blocks, and drawing at low tables. With Mrs. Atwood giving her standard pitch to several couples, I was able to slip out on a mission. I needed supplies for additional tricks. By the time I returned, armed with a clothespin, fork, and cup, my assistant had attracted a pair of volunteers for our act. A handsome man in a snappy suit and a rosy-cheeked woman in a lavender dress were seated on the floor, where Poppy was demonstrating how to break free of the strings she'd looped around their wrists. The instant they succeeded, the couple burst into smiles, the woman calling her cuter than a June bug. And from the traded warmth in all their eyes, no one could deny the three were meant to be a family. It was every orphan's dream, including mine. A dark emotion rose within me, a plume of jealousy, reminding me of all I had lost. Straight away, I did my best to tamp it down. Poppy deserved this and more. Not surprisingly, after the trio delighted in a lengthy lunch, I heard that Poppy was sent upstairs to pack. Her paperwork was being finalized. I headed to our room, prepared to share in her glee, at least to try. What I found there left me staring. On her cot, Poppy sat, tearful though adamant, clutching a fistful of our string. "I am not going with them. They can't make me." "But why? What happened?" She paused, shook her head. I moved closer. "Did they say something to you? Something bad?" Another no, without details. Assessing people was one of my strengths, wasn't it? The couple had seemed so nice. Maybe too nice. Poppy might have figured out they were phonies, or something else about them was off. "I'm so sorry, Poppy. If I'd known, I would have found an excuse to pull you away. I thought you really liked them." "Well, yes, but—" she huffed. "What about our show? You said you'd teach me a bunch more tricks. So you see, I can't go yet. Will you tell Mrs. Atwood? Please, will you?" The look in her eyes caused a pricking of moisture in my own. Because she wasn't just asking, she was begging. It didn't matter that the director would never agree. I realized then, for those who couldn't recall life outside a cage, being set free was a terrifying thing. The orphanage was far from ideal, but it was the only home Poppy knew. She needed a nudge, one more powerful than words. Before I could think better of it, I knelt to reach under my cot and fished through my travel bag, a gift meant to be passed to someone who needed it more. My gut, like Ari's had, insisted on it. I sat next to Poppy and handed over my book. The book. In it were plenty of tricks I'd yet to tackle, not to mention escapes, but they weren't presently my priority. Mouth agape at me, she was asking, "Are you sure?" I smiled. "It's yours." She viewed the tattered cover as if it were a hallowed scroll. But after opening the book with string still in hand, she stopped. "I can't read any of it, though." "Oh, bother. I'd forgotten." "Not yet," I said, "but you'll learn. In some fancy school, I'd bet. And with a teacher who'd even know how to help you see letters the right way." That was the one skill she'd unlikely gain here, along with countless others. "In the meantime, the book's got loads of drawings to follow. And just think, as soon as you're settled, you can start your own show if you want." I expected that final bit to cheer her, sufficient bait for taking the leap. Rather, she slumped and dropped her gaze. "I don't know if I'm ready." My mind was scouring for points of persuasion when the dark pluming inside me returned, too strong to ignore, and the full source of my feelings registered. It wasn't so much jealousy as grief. I was about to lose Poppy, the one dear person I had left. Unless... We devised a plan. Would that lovely couple be as eager to take home a child who burst into a tantrum? What if Poppy kicked and clawed, screamed and spat, flatly refusing to go? It might just be that easy. Then she and I could grow up here together, even continue as roommates. I could tell her stories of the outside world, nurture her like kin. We could be a family, the two of us, and never again be alone. I verged on explaining, optimism growing. But then her eyes raised to mine. She was asking for encouragement, affirmation, the kind you rely on from an older sister. My plan stalled in my throat, snared by my conscience. For I knew in my heart, in the same way she was clinging to that string, for selfish reasons, I'd be doing the same to her. Poppy wouldn't be alone. She'd have her own family, and they were waiting for her downstairs. Stowing my own wants, I mustered an assured tone. "You're ready. I promise." Because in all truth, she was. Her face became pensive, but then she gave an appreciative nod and wrapped me in a hug that she couldn't have known how much I needed. Or maybe she did. As decreed by Mrs. Atwood, Poppy's adoption was not only cause to celebrate, but also to bolster each of us with hope. Not everyone saw it that way. A girl named Ingrid least of all. A week before Poppy's departure, those same parents had first visited the orphanage and chatted pleasantly with Ingrid, a 13-year-old with a long single braid, light freckles, and a deceptive dose of charm. Whether or not the couple had returned specifically for her remained unknown. The fact she didn't leave with them was attributed to my calculated, devious string trick, and therefore me. "Just you wait, you dopey Dutch," she seethed into my ear the morning after Poppy left. During math lesson, we were in line for the blackboard. "You're gonna be sorry you ever came here." I was tempted to say, "Aren't we all?" But I kept the retort to myself, thinking restraint would help, that if I didn't fight back, she'd quickly lose interest. I was wrong. Chapter 16. The one-sided war soon escalated. Ingrid's glares and snickers were quickly accompanied by stealth shoves and jutting feet to make me stumble. And though it was an anonymous tip that led to the quashing of my magic show, I could speculate the source. Then came the breakfast incident. After she sabotaged her own porridge with heaps of salt and reported me as the culprit, the dining hall supervisor accepted the word of darling Ingrid over my protests as the new girl. Hair plastered in a bun, the woman stabbed her thick finger in the air. "Any urchin on the street would be grateful for the hot meal you saw fit to waste. You'd be wise not to forget that." To suggest I ever could was ludicrous. But pressed to apologize, I conceded, simply to move on from a battle I wasn't going to win, unaware my punishment would be to eat the entire bowlful myself. Forcing down each salt-laden bite was repulsive in every way, Yet the humiliation from what followed was worse. On the most recent sheet-changing day, during class hours, a housekeeper replaced my linens with parchment paper when she discovered I'd wet my cot. Only I hadn't. I tried to say as much, but a room supervisor brushed away my assertions. "I understand this can be embarrassing," the woman said. "We just need to be more diligent about going tinkle before bedtime." "We," she said, referring to 12-year-old me. I was convinced it had been a mix-up until recalling Ingrid's remark in passing, spoken before she could have possibly known. "Uh-oh, I hear somebody's had an accident." And I realized with unrivaled disgust, as with the porridge, this was all her doing. Hunting her down, I found the weasel in her room, putting on her boots, and implored her to stop. "Stop what?" she smirked. I had no proof, at least not in my favor. Likewise, though more incriminating, the following day another bit of proof landed me in Mrs. Atwood's office. A case of stolen chalk, thwarting morning lessons, had launched staff members on a building-wide search. White, powdery handprints found on my valise left a convenient trail to the chalk planted inside. "Think very carefully, Miss Vos." Mrs. Atwood picked up her yardstick. "This is your final chance to come clean." My continued denial of guilt would earn 10 lashes, and admission would reduce them by half. I imagined Papa watching from heaven, how he would feel if, once more, I claimed fault that wasn't mine, and what Father Lawrence would say about doing what's right, especially when things are hard. Though dispirited, I girded myself and silently raised my palms. There was frustration in Mrs. Atwood's features, lined with reluctance as she began to strike. But even then, I held back the tears rimming my eyes, for setting them free would open a dam I suspected might never close. "Time to get up!" A tug to my nightgown woke me to an exuberant round face. Agatha stood over me, fully dressed. "Remember? Today's Easter." Spaces from missing front teeth transformed the word into ether. "We're having flapjacks and marmalade and everything." I yawned and stretched, rustling the parchment paper beneath me. A humiliating reminder. Thankfully, Agatha was already scampering away with nervous Nellie, leaving the room vacant but for me. I must have slept through the morning bell. Recalling the rules, I hurried to rise. Unless provably ill, arrivals past 7 didn't eat. I knelt to retrieve my overalls from under my cot. But discovering a pair of boots in place of mine, I froze. Though appearing my size, these were brown and stained and scuffed. I didn't need to rub the sleep from my eyes to know whose they were. Ingrid had stolen my boots, my precious black leather boots. A flare of anger surged through my body, joined shortly by a torrent of panic. Without my boots, my memory of receiving them, of Papa's laugh and voice and embrace, was bound to slip away, along with my cherished thoughts of his patience that night. Never one to complain, he'd simply matched my pace walking home, slowed by my blisters born of stubbornness and pride. Aside from his pocket watch and our single portrait, those boots were all I had left of him. Take any of them away, and my memories of him could swiftly fade. The possibility wasn't unfounded. It had happened before, with my mother. All at once the dam burst. Tears poured from my eyes as I stormed from the room in my socks, not bothering to change clothes. I wove around girls straggling on the stairs, intent as a raging current. At the entry of the dining hall, chest heaving, I spotted Ingrid's signature braid. She was at her usual table, where under the bench my boots flagrantly hugged her feet. I charged forward with the focus of a bomb sight. One way or another, those shoes were coming off. The heat inside me burned, hot as flames from a gallon of gin. No doubt my face radiated feverish red. Any chattering at tables subsided as I strode past, giving way to inquisitive stares. I was like Ari at the assembly hall before the stampede, facing down a wretched bully, fearless. Stopping directly behind Ingrid, I drew the attention of the girls across from her. One gasped, another pointed. Ingrid twisted in her seat, and her expression morphed from curious to alarmed. Breaths circled through my nose in the style of a bull in a pen. My fists were so tight my nails bit into my palms, still tender from my lashing. Because of her. Ingrid assessed our audience with a skittery gaze. Collecting herself, she attempted to scoff. What in blazes are you doing? Had I been in a judicious state of mind, I might have answered her question. I might have publicized her crime and demanded my shoes. And whether she snidely refused or donned a veneer of innocence, I might have given her fair warning, even voiced a countdown to let her reconsider. But no, I didn't do any of those things. I did, though, detect a voice in the background, echoey and faint, as if spoken through a tunnel. My name, I believe, though I couldn't be certain. I was fixated on Ingrid's eyes, and the sight of them going impossibly wide, marking the instant I lunged. What followed was a tornado of flailing arms and legs, grunts and shrieks, a braid in my grasp. All of it ended with a sharp yank to my collar, snug as a noose. I scrambled for traction, dragged by a grip, pulled upright. I grabbed my collar to loosen it from my throat. A male kitchen attendant in a white uniform had intervened. Tall and lean, he was keeping me from Ingrid, who cowered on the floor, flushed and bawling. Her crying was the only sound in the room, aside from the blood pumping in my ears. Of all the girls in the dining room, most stood in astonishment, though almost as many were whispering with gratified looks. Mrs. Atwood tramped into the thick of it. At her command, a staff member guided Ingrid to rise and ushered the girl away, still in my boots, the vicious bully. Or was I that person now? The director seemed to think so, peering down her nose at me. Miss Vos, what in heaven's name has gotten into you? She didn't wait for an answer. You keep up with these shenanigans and placement in any home will be out of the question. One day you'll wind up on the street, destitute and hungry with no option but to... She broke off, filtering herself. A mass of spectators seemed to hold a collective breath. Regrouping, Mrs. Atwood continued. As for imminent consequences, I confess I do hesitate to punish anyone on this special day, one that specifically celebrates hope and new life. Her phrasing suggested leniency. At minimum, an openness at last to hear my side. Then she turned and projected for everyone to hear. And yet such a glorious reward is possible only, as Jesus has taught us, after atonement. She sent a nod to the male attendant, a cue. He took my arm. As he walked me out, a new wave of whispers gained an ominous timbre, though they largely slipped past me. With a sense of detachment, I barely processed my guided path, a zigzagging through halls and doorways and down a set of steps. Lit by a single hanging bulb, a long, narrow room held shelves of food in jars, boxes, and cans. Lining the wall were barrels marked flour. The air was stale, smelling of a cellar. Why were we here? Where were we going? When the man released me, I was standing in a smaller room. From the ceiling, a cord dangled with a socket that lacked a light bulb. A closet, I thought, but a thin mattress and pillow lay on the floor. You behave now, missy. I swiveled back to him, trying to comprehend, but stepping out, he was swinging the door shut. He was leaving me, in here, alone. Snapped back to the scene, I lurched forward to stop him. No, don't! You can't! But he clicked the lock, abandoning me to the darkness. A prisoner's solitary, my living nightmare. I pounded on the door, the space an unseen tomb. Please, no, please, please, no, please, no.
I begged this over and over, my throat turning raw. Panic buzzed, swarming my body, threatening as a hornet's nest. Nightmares flickered back, of being smothered by bodies, buried alive in a casket, consumed by a shrinking stairwell. I went to scream but couldn't. I was gulping down air, nearly choking on it. Calm, be calm. Desperate for Ari's hand, I clutched my fists to my chest and stumbled back against a wall. A slit of light shone through a gap below the door. I slid downward, woozy and reeling, and sank onto the cold concrete floor. A chill zipped up my spine and my whole body shuddered. Hearing the raggedness of my breaths, I worked to control them, but they refused to slow. My heart slammed my ribs, thud, 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 and my brain spun round and round, an endless spiral. My last coherent thought before the world disappeared was, "Out! I need to get out!" And by that, I didn't mean the mere trap of the room. Chapter 17. My confinement met an early end. I was balled up on the floor when someone entered the room. Mrs. Atwood with a meal tray, I later learned. Slivers of her words penetrated my daze. Not fond of extremes. Discipline. Own good. What came next were more distant calls of my name. Then bellows and footsteps. A mix of taut voices. And soon I was floating, my gaze on the passing ceiling until landing on what seemed a warm cloud. When I gained clarity, I found myself on a real bed and pillow, the lone child in the sick room. A woman checked me over, probing with nurse-like questions. My answers appeared to rule out the need for a doctor. From several months' worth of exhaustion, I drifted in and out of sleep for the remainder of the day and woke just once during the night, when a hand on my shoulder released me from another casket. A nightmare more terrifying than ever. For a split second, I expected the rescuer to be Ari. But my fit had summoned the same woman from before, with the addition of curlers and cold cream. Mercifully, I was able to drift back off. When Mrs. Atwood perched on my bed in the morning, I gradually registered her softened tone, accentuated by the use of my given name. Fenna, as I believe I've made clear, your recent conduct has been very disappointing. You seemed like such a good, obedient girl. Change can be difficult, but it does not give one permission to act out with violence. For the first time since the incident, I recalled Ingrid huddled on the floor, stripped of her armor, openly sobbing as others snickered. Despite all rationalizations, shame pulsed through me. Having said that, I consider the punishment you received sufficient for the purpose of learning. From here on out, during your time under this roof, I expect your behavior to improve substantially. Are we agreed? It was a tough thing to guarantee. Should Ingrid turn meaner than ever, my behavior, perceived or otherwise, was bound to worsen. However, the question did limit the scope to my time under this roof. Yes, Mrs. Atwood. Pleased, she rose to her feet. I'll tell you what, she added, so long as you behave yourself, and there's not another bedtime accident, I'll see to it that you have some nice cotton sheets by the weekend. Would you like that? I'd have cringed at the reminder if not for the surprise of her offer. Perhaps a product of her own pulsing guilt. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. She smiled, flashing a peek of those crooked bottom teeth. Good. Now, eat up. She gestured to the bowl on my night table. Then head down for daily lessons. They've only just begun. I managed an appreciative look, masking my newfound hatred of porridge. Salted or sweet, it was a meal I would never ingest again. Once she'd left the room, I sneaked to the toilet down the hall and disposed of the god-awful glob. I was hurrying back when a sight sparked a memory, tempering my pace.
Piled in a wheeled cart were beige canvas bags. They were stuffed with dirty sheets for tomorrow's weekly pickup, all to be laundered and returned 3 days later to swap with our second sets. The mayor, adhering to a campaign promise, cemented by a photo session at the orphanage, had secured the complimentary service. With it came not only the carts but also the rope-tied sacks, which in that moment reminded me quite a lot of a mail bag, the kind Houdini used for escapes. Alone in the hall, I tilted a sack in the heap, assessing. The bag could plainly accommodate my size. Though serving as an enclosure, it was relatively flimsy and, if positioned sideways, could remain wide open, allowing plenty of air and light while being transported. On several past Tuesdays, just after 6 in the morning, a rumbling engine had drawn me to the window above my cot. I'd peered down at the alley, where the driver dropped a ramp off the rear of his delivery truck, and retrieved the laundry from the kitchen. It was an efficient system, not loading and unloading each individual bag, only the carts, ones that were taken miles from this place. The scheme was almost too simple to work. In fact, as I pondered it throughout the day's school lessons, that very worry pestered me, notably without any distracting taunts from Ingrid. The girl remained stoic. Given the purple bruise on her cheek, chances were high she was plotting retaliation. To ensure I wouldn't be around to find out, I conjured Houdini's mentality by exploring every potential method for escape. Word had it park outings were in store for us once the rainy season subsided, but strict chaperoning would pose a challenge, and besides, I wasn't about to wait that long. As for doors on the main floor, they required a key, even from inside, and fire escapes were accessible from staff quarters only. The windows downstairs were nailed shut, after teenagers allegedly fled through them years before, and the upper floor windows were too high for a safe drop. Shimmying down a rope of sheets might have been an option, if it didn't mean waking my entire bedroom, where nervous Nellie was liable to sound an alarm. After all, her observing a show past curfew was one thing, enabling a breakout was another. With every alternative ruled out, I retired onto my cot that night, firm in my choice. Chapter 18. 4 gongs rang out from the grandfather clock. A sheer black sky had blotched out the windows, their panes flickering with the candle's yellow glow. This hour was my best shot. Aside from restless infants upstairs and any staff tending to them, the whole place would be asleep. If I went now, I could hide in place before the cooks and truck rolled in. Upon my cot, I slowly rose until a crinkling sounded. My parchment liner. I should have removed it in preparation. Moving in smaller increments, I listened for breaks in my roommate's breathing. Finally on my feet, I covered Poppy's old pillow and my own with a blanket to craft a sleeping body. Then, kneeling on the cold tiles, I retrieved my packed valise. With Ingrid's shoes in hand, I mouthed goodbye to my slumbering roommates. Though none were as precious as Poppy, most were accepting and kind, and off I crept toward the kitchen, where the laundry carts awaited pickup. But first, I'd reclaim what was mine. At the last door in the hall, I set down my travel bag. The girls in the low-lit room outnumbered mine by more than double. A savvier escaper might have bypassed the errand, judging it a foolhardy risk, despite the boot's connection to my father. They never knew Papa. I tiptoed, hunched over, as if a stoop somehow muted my movements. Nearly at the targeted cot, the 8th one in, I noticed a girl missing. Ingrid. A frenetic glance around confirmed she was gone. Was she escaping too? A doubtful coincidence. Probably just off to the bathroom and returning shortly. In a cautious hurry, I swapped my black boots for her brown ones and padded back out.
I could have taken both, but leaving her shoeless might draw her to my cot, and I'd rather the credit for discovering my absence go to anyone other than her. As it turned out, that hope, for all its pettiness, was decimated by a feathery sound. A breath. Bent over my bag, clutching its wooden handles, I raised my head to find Ingrid. She looked different in the shadows, disarmed in some way, dressed in a nightgown with hair frizzed and unbraided. But I knew better than to trust appearances. She, of all people, had taught me that. I thought to spout an excuse, that I'd gotten up to use the toilet same as her. Yet her eyes tightened at the items I held. My valise and boots. Before her gaze slid past me, aimed at the staff's quarters. Here was her chance to exact revenge. Another horrifying day of me locked in the cellar, maybe more, was a surety. My gut churned. Any plea seemed futile, our history considered, but I had to try. I opened my mouth to speak just as her chin rose. A quick lift. A nod? With no other indication, she walked right by and entered her room. I remained there, astounded. When she climbed quietly into her bed, it was clear she was letting me go. But why? In an odd way, I suppose, through my assault of her, I could have earned her respect. That, or she'd come to believe that her life here would be better off without me. Whichever her motive, we'd both be facing a less preferable scenario if I didn't get going. I continued through the hall and down the stairs, extra leery around corners. In the dimness of the kitchen, I changed into my pink-petaled dress. The fit was now entirely snug, the length well above the knee, but it would have to do. Faded overalls in the city would read like a billboard, "Poor orphan on the lam." After tugging on my winter stockings, I added my boots and coat. My train and watch were already in my pockets, and my stash of funds left after Papa's burial, $3 and some change, were still secured behind the coat's lining. A clever trick from Papa. Apparently, he'd had some magic skills, too. Parked by the door were 4 laundry carts. From the one least filled, I pulled out a sack and emptied it. Then I shoved the sheets in my valise deep into the mound. With the cart reconfigured to make space, I climbed inside and stepped into the bag. I reviewed my reasoning, how the top would stay untied and open, how the sack was just like a blanket sewn at the bottom. Yet as I raised the canvas up around me, I was struck by the reality of being enshrouded. Was there another option? Think. I could always hide under the bag instead of inside it. Absolutely. That could work. Lowering in the cart, I pulled the sack over me and curled on my side. For more cover, I wriggled into the sheets and felt a seam of my dress give out. My fingers located the small gap along my ribs. An issue for later. Keeping a partial view of the ceiling, I waited. What might have been an hour seemed a decade. Sweat seeped from my pores, dampening my dress. I was tempted to remove my coat, but it was too late for that much movement. I simply rolled the wheels of my train tucked in my pocket. Forward, back, forward, back. Through the window, dawn lightened the room so gradually I almost didn't notice. I fought to keep my thoughts blank, clear of the punishment I'd endure if caught, of the possibility that Ingrid could speak up and play the hero. A noise trampled the rest. Clacking heels entered the room, muffled by the instant thumping of my heart. Keys jangled, a lock clicked, and hinges squeaked. The door being opened, there was clinking and scraping. The milkman's crate of large bottles was being dragged in. The door closed with another squeak. I moved. I must have, as my seam split even more. I didn't just feel the tearing, but heard it. Was I the only one? Waiting to find out, I'd never been so aware of every muscle in my body, every involuntary twitch. Soon came a hiss, the striking of a match. Clanking suggested a burner being lit.
I'd gotten lucky, but wasn't about to relax. There were more clacking steps, more indecipherable shuffling, before I heard it. An engine groaned. Its volume rose, then sputtered to a stop. The door opened again and a woman sang out a greeting. It was the voice of the dining hall supervisor. I never pegged her as friendly, save with Ingrid. Metal slammed. The ramp being dropped into place. The driver and the woman engaged in small talk about the weather and some new radio show. At last came a different squeaking. A cart being wheeled out before rattling up the ramp. I focused on regulating my breaths, keeping them soundless. Another cart squeaked and rattled, followed shortly by the departure of a third. I willed myself not to retract farther into hiding. Stillness was critical. Then all at once I was moving. The driver was so close I smelled the tobacco smoke on his clothes, the coffee on his breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing to be invisible. The pressure made my sockets ache. Suddenly the bags shifted over me. My eyes flew open. Tipped at an angle, the cart was rolling up the ramp. I leveraged my elbow against the weighted sacks, and the cart stopped. The driver sniffed, lingering. Did he smell me in turn? Perhaps the lemon in my hair? Or did he simply sense my presence? My stomach leapt to my throat. But then footsteps thudded down the ramp, which he slid back into the truck. I sagged with relief. At the soonest stop, when the area was clear, I'd slip out fast as a wink, vanish like a button. I relaxed my neck just enough to view the ceiling, awarding myself more air. The couple's chat resumed, muffled, something about a snack for the road. Then ragged slams filled my ears. He'd shut the doors, turning the world black. I covered my mouth to suppress a gasp. I should have predicted this. But from my bedroom window, all I'd seen was a transport to freedom, not thinking of its absolute darkness, nor its lock that could seal me in. Stay calm. You need to stay calm. The internal voice was commanding, but already I was scrambling out of the cart. Before I could stop myself or even peek out first, I found the doors by feel and flung them open. Logic told me I'd been caught. Yet, remarkably, there was no one in the alley. The kitchen door was cracked open, but the couple was out of sight. I glanced up at the series of second-story windows, each modeled from the overcast sky. While uncertain which was mine, I was gripped by the reversal of view and a desire not to go back. My chance to flee was waning. Still clutching my train, I jumped down and took off in a mad dash toward the street. I steered around the corner, down one block, then the next, making turns here and there. I was a mouse in a maze, frantic for an exit. Though the city was waking, I focused only on my boots slapping pavement, my rhythmic huffing and pounding temples. I couldn't say how long I kept up that way, just that I didn't stop until reaching a depot of purring buses that emitted pungent fumes. Inside, hatted men perused newspapers, and several mothers fussed with their toddlers. An old woman on a bench tisked at the couple seated beside her, entwined in a kiss. In line for the clerk, I eyed the depot entrance, dreading a far more consequential judge, Mrs. Atwood on a rampage. Anxiously, I went to retrieve money from my coat and noticed something missing. My valise. I'd left it in the laundry cart. I had no clothes but the ones I was wearing, almost all outgrown. Barely any of the possessions I had left, not even— oh no. My photo with Papa. The portrait. I'd packed it in my travel bag. My heart insisted I dash back to recover it, but my brain quickly countered. Back to where? The truck would be long gone. I wanted to sob, but I couldn't. It would only draw unwanted attention. I needed to be strong. The doors swung open. A brutish policeman strode in with a billy club. My spine bristled and breath caught. He scanned the room, starting with the far wall.
The early morning crowd wasn't large enough to hide me. I cowered into my shoulders, a turtle without a shell. The officer angled my way and marched forward, surely to return me to the orphanage. Or would I be put in a home for delinquents? My thoughts thrashed with notions of running. There had to be another set of doors. Hadn't I learned to find the exits in any room straight away? Then the policeman paused. At a bench, he used his stick to nudge a sleeping hobo. The grizzled man woke with a snort and staggered to his feet. When the two lumbered out together, I swallowed past the wedge of fear in my throat.
"Help you there, little miss?" The grandfatherly clerk regarded me from the counter.
I inched toward him, my purpose momentarily forgotten, aside from needing to appear at ease. My hand loosened around the wooden train nearly embedded in my palm. From a glimpse at the toy, I recalled the note inside, featuring the lone destination I could fathom. And I hoped, with every ounce of my being, that once there, I wouldn't be turned away. "1 ticket," I replied with a voice almost level. "To Amesboro, please." Chapter 19. If my wait in the laundry cart lasted a decade, the minutes until the bus's arrival spanned a century. Suffice it to say, I was the first to board. Over the next hour and a half, through the lulling motion of the drive, I shifted often in my seat, to stay alert, to gauge boarding passengers, to not miss my stop. By the time we rolled into Amesboro, I was more than ready to hustle off. I scanned what appeared the town's central street, with shops and a drugstore and, yes, a post office. Equipped with every address in the area, the place was a perfect resource. But my challenges didn't end when I walked through the door. From behind the counter, a towering middle-aged woman with short, sandy brown hair scrutinized my approach. An incoming telegram clacked away in the background. "I'm sorry, ma'am, for troubling you," I began. "It's just that I've come to town to visit a family, the Jansens, and I don't have their new address." At her silence, I continued. "See, my father worked with theirs, up in the copper country, so I was hoping you might—"
"And you are?" she asked flatly.
I was reluctant to provide my actual name, aware that a statewide hunt could be underway. But her owlish eyes told me she could detect a lie through the thickest of forests. And what was more, a tentative answer might give her cause to phone the authorities. "Fenna, ma'am. I'm Fenna Vos."
"Fenna, you say?"
I froze at her change of tone. The mix of intrigue and recognition summoned my nerves to the surface.
"Over in Holland," she said, "my baby niece shares your Christian name. Your family, they're from the old country?"
Relief didn't keep me from stammering. My parents are, yes, or were." I pushed through the sting of thinking about Papa in the past tense. She didn't press for details, gratefully.
"Well," she said, "as to the matter of your request, I do abide by a standard rule. For propriety's sake, I never personally disclose residents' private information without their say-so."
Disappointment tugged at me. Not defeat, however, not after what it took to achieve this much. Maybe a phone operator would help, or a chatty customer at a general store, or at a beauty parlor, better yet.
"Be that as it may," she went on, "my son is about to deliver telegrams on his way to school, and that route just might take him near the Jansen residence. As a new visitor, perhaps you should ride along. Become familiar with the area?"
Her lips didn't quite form a smile, but a telling warmth emanated from her eyes. My Dutch descent, it seemed, had created a fast connection. I wasn't accustomed to such a thing. I had only just thanked her when she called toward a back room.
"Hendrik, hurry along or you'll be late."
A lanky boy in a peacoat and knickers shuffled out, finishing off an apricot. Around my age, he had a blunt nose and caramel-colored hair, mostly covered by his cap. She leaned toward him and whispered by his ear. He responded by snatching 2 telegrams from the counter,
using his non-sticky hand, and asked me brightly, "You okay riding handlebars?" I nodded with vigor, thrilled for the help, before fully digesting his question. As we cycled through a neighborhood, jostling over potholes and around corners, I watched through squinted eyes. I would have enjoyed, even reciprocated, the friendly waves of residents who stopped out for work or morning papers, but clutching the handlebar tight as a vice, all I could think about was preventing a ghastly sprawl, until we skidded to a halt. "Here you are, kid. Front door service." My legs under the canopy of my coat quivered from pinning my dress between my knees. The ripped seam at my side had become a full-blown hole near as I could tell. I climbed down, out of sorts. "Thanks, Eric, for the ride." He smiled. "Any time." It hit me that I'd blundered his name, Hendrik, not Eric. But since he was already pedaling away, I focused on the finish line before me. I could hardly believe it. Ari lived in an actual house. Sure, the single-story bungalow was small and heavily weathered, with peeling white paint and some roof tiles missing, but it had a charming L-shaped porch and plaid curtains tied off in the window. Touches of a home. I scurried up the steps, avoiding a broken plank, and knocked on the frame of the screen door. At the sound of footsteps, elation fluttered through me. Not like a few pairs of butterfly wings, but 100. When the front door opened, there was Ari, dressed in a brown corduroy coat and patched trousers. Despite our 4 months apart, I couldn't imagine a closer friend. This truth had never penetrated as fully as it did in that instant, nor receded as swiftly. Through a lock of his tousled hair, he stared with none of the joy I'd expected. "Ari, it's me." The statement absurdly came out a question. I'd assumed that when I was swept off to the orphanage, I had missed any letters he'd promised. It should have crossed my mind that he'd moved on. Making new friends would be easier in an area filled with Dutch. More than that, maybe we weren't as close as I'd wanted to believe. He glanced past me. How'd you get? He seemed to be reconciling me with his surroundings. "I caught a bus from Grand Rapids." If this was another dark turn of fate, I could survive it. I'd learned that much. But to keep from dissolving into a sniveling mess, I needed to know his stance outright. "I can't go back to the orphanage there. I won't. So if you don't want me here, I'll just..." What? What would I do? Everything over the past 24 hours had happened so quickly, I hadn't contemplated an alternative beyond our reunion. I now realized, heart plummeting, that I should have. But then, as if stirred from shock or a sleepy haze, maybe both, Ari brightened with the trademark dimple of his smile. He opened the screen door, and only briefly hedging, he welcomed me with a hug. "Thought you'd just up and moved away," he said in that rasp I had so missed. I considered his words, the relief in them. He had written to me after all. He let go then too soon and stepped back with a creased brow. "Wait, if you'd been at an orphanage, does that mean that your pa..." "He died." It was the first time I'd said it aloud. "Aw, geez, Fen." Ari shook his head and tenderly clasped my hand. The depth of sympathy in his eyes brought a mist of tears to mine. "I'm so sorry." Though rendered wordless, at least I didn't crumble. For that much, I was proud. Then a familiar accented voice shot from the house. "Who is there?" From Ari's expression, it was evident that all the worries that had drained out of me had siphoned into him. Before he could answer, his mother appeared, drying her hands on a dishcloth. As always, her wheat-colored hair was tightly knotted, further pronouncing her strong cheekbones. Even in her house dress and apron, if compared to her husband, with his tall yet soft, rounded stature, she could almost pass as more suited for work in the mine. "Mama," he said, "you remember Fenna." While her gray-blue eyes were a match to Ari's, his hadn't narrowed at the sight of me. I offered a tentative wave. "Hello, Mrs. Janssen." "Why you come now? It's time for school." The Dutch were ruled by schedules, Papa had taught me, referencing himself as an exception, as was I, evidently. "Yes, ma'am. Well, the thing is—" Ari interjected. "How about I fill her in?" Glad for the handoff, I nodded, but then he shut the door between us. Intermittently, their voices swooped up and down. I could discern only snippets. My legs regained a tremble, making it difficult to keep still. Would she call the police? The orphanage? The Children's Aid Society? My future again lay in someone else's hands, dictated by the whim of a virtual stranger. Loathing that fact, I swore to myself in that moment, one day I alone would be the one in control. Later, Ari recounted highlights of their discussion, beginning with his mother's inclination to report me. I couldn't blame her, sincerely. Immigrants, above all people, had an aversion to trouble. Living between worlds, you survived through hard, honest work and keeping your head down. If nothing else, the strike had shown me that. So he'd appealed to her faith. He drew comparisons to the innkeepers who shunned Mary and Joseph, and he stressed how the right parent's guidance would ensure my virtuous path. I suspected that last point entailed saving me from the waywardness of Catholicism, though Ari never told me this explicitly. Rather, he veered to his more practical assertions, such as the foolishness of wasting a spare bed. Specifically, his sisters, as a few weeks prior, defying her parents' objections, Thea had run off to elope with a beau from Wisconsin, thereby banning her name in the house. At least when his parents were around, he said. In short, Ari was persuasive enough for his mother to march off to the auto factory, where she'd confer with her husband during his mid-morning break. When she returned, in exchange for my vow not to cause any problems, I had the assurance of a place in their home and a seat at their table, and, from Ari, a friendship that once more I believed would never end. Chapter 20. Several weeks trudged by before my fear of being recaptured diminished, and the sight of a police officer, or anyone even slightly resembling Mrs. Atwood, wouldn't incite a swell of angst. It was a foolish thing, logically, as if the director would plead tirelessly for the return of a violent, bedwetting, chalk-thieving, porridge-sabotaging delinquent. Even if she'd sent out a cursory alert, the cops would be busy with more pressing issues. A continued rise in unemployment meant more folks out on the streets, living in shanty towns dubbed Hoovervilles. Even in Amesboro, there were gentlemen with signs around their necks, begging for work or spare change. Others wandered about like shell-shocked infantrymen, stupefied by all they had lost. Fortunately, the local Dutch community, frugal yet fair, tended to look out for their own, enabling Mr. Janssen to keep his job and without a wage cut. His extensive machinery skills supported his worth, as did his concerted efforts to improve his English. After supper, he would sit in his rocking chair with a pencil and the Amesboro Observer, reading, rereading, and circling unfamiliar words. Although I actually preferred his fractured English, reminiscent of Papa's, one night I offered a correction for a phrase he was struggling to pronounce. Immediately I worried it wasn't my place, but his bifocals bobbed with his head as he scribbled a phonetic note in the margin. With Ari on the porch for broom duty and his mother out back pulling laundry, I ventured to kneel by Mr. Janssen to clarify more phrases. Curious in turn, I thought to ask for their translation in Gronings, his native Dutch dialect. Therein, our trade began. We continued nearly every evening, so long as he wasn't exhausted from the factory and I wasn't loaded up with schoolwork, a strict priority in the house. For me, learning his language seemed a practical matter.
as Mrs. Janssen preferred it for family conversation. Plus, the way he chuckled when I'd eviscerate his dialect gave me welcomed reason to smile. Not until weeks later did our interactions give me pause. On the porch one sunny afternoon, I was babbling away while handing Mr. Janssen tools for the steps in disrepair, when I caught my reflection in the window. There I was, going on as cheerfully as I had at the cobbler's shop, the role of the father merely replaced. Understand, of course, since leaving the orphanage, to sustain my memory of Papa, I often ran through a sensory checklist while lying in bed at night. The smell of pipe tobacco on his shirt, his prickly beard grazing my face, the satisfaction in his eyes when he'd savor a juicy bite of pork, the gravelly snore I hadn't foreseen I would miss. Still, in that moment, guilt struck like a sucker punch. As I struggled to conceal its impact, an assurance came to me. It is okay, Skatja. It is okay. Papa's words from the assembly hall applied once again. I told myself he'd understand, as my helpfulness to the Janssens was crucial. I had to earn my keep so as not to be banished, like Thea. Their own daughter was seen in nary a photo in the house. And yes, I admit, part of me savored the semblance of having two parents. Hence, when Mrs. Janssen took in seamstress work for supplementary income, I jumped in to assist with sewing and mending, lessons from the orphanage actually proving useful, and made my own dresses with the extra fabric. On Saturdays, I'd often join her at a local soup kitchen where, surprisingly, given her gruffness, she volunteered to cook. I ladled soup for bedraggled men, many stooped by shame and despair, a reminder of the meal line at the orphanage and just how fast life could change. Determined to remain in good graces, I went so far as to express enthusiasm over the Janssen family's church. This wasn't entirely an act. I did find their services less droning than those of weekly mass. And anyway, I figured God wouldn't smite me for a bit of inflated joy over a service held in his honor. Ari had smiled subtly, comprehending my motivation, knowing me as well as I knew him, a fact that only deepened with time. On weekday mornings, after one of his fitful sleeps or late-night walks, his mother would have to drag him out of bed, located in the sitting room. He'd insisted on giving me his bedroom, formerly shared with his sister. With Ari no longer an apartment away, quicker than ever he'd stem my nighttime outbursts, preventing me from seeming a nuisance. We proceeded to chat some nights, but less frequently than before. His parents, non-drinkers, were lighter sleepers than Papa. In contrast as well, our friendship in Amesboro existed in the open. I'd walk to and from school beside him, attached as a shadow, despite boys taunting us with smooching noises and crass suggestions. At times, I'd drop my chin, using my hair to curtain my burning cheeks. Ari would reject their insinuations as plain old stupid, declaring me like a kid sister. Naturally, I'd back up the claims, minus the kid part. I was 12 and a half, and he was just a year older. Granted, in early June, after 2 months of our hassled walks, one of his retorts did leave me miffed, noticeably. "So what's nagging you?" he asked. With his parents out delivering a gift to welcome a neighbor's newborn, we were clearing the table after supper. "I don't know what you mean." "You've been awful quiet." I kept my attention on gathering dirty plates, which looked practically clean. Never wasting, we'd all eaten every scrap of our meal, from the liverwurst to the roggebrot. The rye bread still scented the air. "I'm tired is all." "Uh-huh." "I told you, it's nothing." "Yeah, and I call baloney." I rolled my eyes, annoyance climbing. "Just go do your homework. I'll finish this myself." I turned and carried the dishes to the sink, where the hand-crank water pump normally delighted me. Not then, for as I lowered the stack into the sudsy water, I felt the weight of Ari's gaze. He was analyzing me in silence. like he would the family's furnace or radio, or any other appliances he'd tinkered with until they worked, as if I were something broken to be fixed. Knock it off.
What? I'm not doing anything.
I know you're staring, and it's creepy.
All right. I'll close my eyes.
Above the sink, the orange sunset glowed too bright for Ari's reflection to appear in the window. I had to glance over my shoulder to affirm his mockery. He was as unshakable as a leg cramp and just as maddening. For crying out loud! Scram, will you? I twisted back, grabbed a rag, and scrubbed the top plate harder than needed. Soon he invaded my periphery, making the room impossibly confining. I was ready to tell him to go suck on a lemon until he said, "Really, Fen? What is it?" His ribbing was over. Tempered by his genuine concern, I relaxed my hold on the plate, surrendering it to the suds.
If some kid's done anything to hurt you, just you say so and I'll take care of that sap.
No doubt he meant it. The problem was, in this case, Ari was that sap. Fine, if you honestly want to know. I angled toward him. Today, when we were walking home from school, those obnoxious boys were teasing us and... He tilted his head as if taking stock of their comments. You told them I was disgusting. Ari blinked. He wasn't expecting to be the villain. But then comprehension rolled over his face with a hint of a smile.
Fen, I didn't say you were disgusting. Just us, together.
He was trying to make me feel better, but only caused me to feel awkward. Why couldn't I have let the issue lie?
Come on, he said. You know we're nothing like that.
He sounded so certain I'd agree, before a beat stretched between us.
Right?
Now he was concerned for a different reason. I sensed his instinct to back away, to slink out of our standard radius of comfort. At the same time, my thoughts flashed on a vision. The couple kissing at the bus depot, except it was me and Ari, his arms around me, his mouth on mine. The idea made me squirmy. He was right. Together, that wasn't who we were. Of course, I agreed. We're friends. My tone was adamant enough to drain the tension from his shoulders, if not fully from the air. So I did the first thing that popped to mind. I flailed the dish rag toward him, spraying soapy dishwater across his button-down shirt. At his jaw going lax, I burst into giggles that broke off when he lunged for the sink and threw suds at my face. I stood there, chin dripping. He snickered and clapped as if victory was his. It wasn't. I came back with a full scoop of water, and through our laughter the battle raged. We drenched our hair and clothes, the worn floorboards and floral wallpaper, until a pair of voices swung us toward the doorway. Whether his mother, beneath her scowl, shared any of her husband's betrayed amusement, I couldn't say. What I did know was that Ari and I were solely responsible for cleaning up, which we did in a hurry with stifled smiles. I knew this as well. More than anyone in my life, Ari had a knack for saving me from a foul mood. Not just over some nettling comment, but over the darkest of causes, like that of the coming winter. Mid-December, more precisely. It was the tail end of 1930, and our schoolmates were merrily counting down the weeks until Christmas. For me, the approaching holiday marked the second anniversary of a dark event, and my first Christmas without Papa. Carols, gifts, holiday sweets. They were all cruel reminders that only intensified my nightmares and revived my sense of solitude. On our walks and at home, Ari, too, became increasingly reserved. There was no reason to state why. Words couldn't reinvent the past. Rather, he found us another way to brave the present. A few days before Christmas, he dragged me out on an errand, which I took to be a task for his parents. Bundled up in the middle of town, we hopped off the streetcar.
Cover your eyes, he told me.
My eyes?
It's a surprise where we're going.
I thought you said...
Never spilled the details. Now go on. You can watch the ground if you want.
Ari, this is silly. Just tell me what you're up to.
What? You don't trust me?
A nonsensical question. I grumbled, wary of the unpredictable, yet admittedly tickled by his efforts. Once I'd tented my gloved hands around my eyes, he led me by the elbow over pavement strewn with snow. A motor car passed, rattling and slushing down the street. Strangers shuffled by, possibly gawking. My view of them was limited to their shopping bags and shoes.
Why can't I look?
I groaned.
Don't be a mule.
I hardly think I'm being...
He tugged my arm, pausing my steps.
2, please.
2 of what?
Not you.
Then, elsewhere,
Thanks.
And off we continued, entering a building with the warm whoosh of a door. A buttery smell intensified as we moved over carpet. In a second room, we sloped downward. Then he guided me to scuttle sideways and sit on a cushioned chair.
Ta-da!
He said from an adjacent seat.
Merry early Christmas.
As I lowered my hands, he beamed above his scarf, cheeks pinkish from the cold, anticipating my reaction. A picture show. Not a cheap Nickelodeon, but the Monarch. I'd seen photos of the place, the nicest cinema in town. Other kids had boasted about sneaking in through an alley door and up to the balcony to catch Charlie Chaplin flicks, and even a real talkie. Sometimes they goaded Ari to join, but he never agreed, saying it was no different from stealing.
But Ari, won't your folks mind?
I didn't mean to be a square. I just couldn't afford to jeopardize my standing.
Papa said it was okay if I saved up. Special occasion and all that.
I knew he'd been picking up jobs around town, more odds and ends than usual, yet not the driving reason why.
I had no inkling.
Don't worry.
He smiled a bit.
Only had to rob a couple banks.
In all seriousness, earning extra funds was a challenge even before the Depression. I should have told him how impressed I'd been, let alone for getting his parents' permission on the splurge. But I was too distracted by the enormous screen, its decor of burgundy curtains, the rows and rows of velvety chairs, the exit doors in front and back. Then the wall sconces dimmed. I reached for Ari's hand on the armrest, a reflex, just as a white beam shot through the air. From a clicking projector high in the back, an introduction flickered across the screen. A background tune played. Houdini in the Grim Game. I gasped and pointed.
Ari, look!
He gave me a knowing smirk. My mind swirled with questions, wondering how he'd heard about the show and what it was about, and did he already know if it was marvelous? But they never left my mouth. From the first reel to the next, every scene featuring the great Harry Houdini held me captive. The man was debonair in his suit, with slicked dark hair parted down the middle, identical to the photograph from his book. Except a photo come to life. There were no voices, only typed words for dialogue, but it didn't matter. I was riveted, literally on the edge of my seat. Working as a newspaper reporter, his character was jailed for a murder he didn't commit. When he broke out of his cell, it was to track down the true killers. Finishing the job required a series of astonishing escapes from chains, handcuffs, and a straitjacket, culminating with a spectacular aircraft collision. I'd long been aware Houdini died years ago from appendicitis, people said, spurred by a punch to the stomach, yet here he was, still eluding every trap possible, including the grave. By the film's end, the art of escape became more than a tool to rein in my fears and reduce my nightmares. It was an all-out obsession. Chapter 21. Although viewed as an oddity by the other schoolgirls, my career aspirations flourished. Throughout the rest of junior high, I studied countless piles of Houdini's publications, along with allusions from legends Howard Thurston and Maurice Raymond, and loads of others. And, naturally, I attended every pertinent show in the area I could afford: carnival acts, vaudeville shows, small-time varieties. Then, based on my notes and drawings, I'd create pseudo-reenactments at home, where Ari served as a mostly willing volunteer from my imaginary audience. Doubling as my assistant, on my cues of presto, he'd slip in and out of my makeshift enclosures. This included vanishing inside them, as such tasks remained impossible for me. Meanwhile, my sleights with rings, ropes, and kerchiefs became an absolute breeze. The fabulously fantastical Fenna, I called myself, sometimes swapping in fanciful or fabled depending on my mood. If not for its corniness, I'd have opted for fairy-like solely as a tribute. At a performance of the Nutcracker hosted by our local church, while Ari fought off yawns and Mrs. Janssen issued pinches to interrupt her husband's snores, I became wrapped with the sugar-plum fairy, her hand movements in particular. As if swaying underwater, they were practically hypnotic with a graceful calm I'd thereafter channel into my gestures in magic and illusion. Still, not until the summer following my freshman year did I dare a public debut. The local junkyard wasn't the most glamorous of settings, but it offered a mishmash of seats and a passable stage made of pallets. I advertised with flyers, which Hendrik Smith, the first boy I met in Amesboro, sweetly agreed to post in shop windows during his telegram rounds. Tickets were 3 cents each, effectively reducing Mrs. Janssen's gripes about our foolish wasting of time. By our third show, however, the amassing of threadbare kids and even whole families who'd come to watch from a distance caused us to reevaluate our price. Despite Roosevelt's New Deal, scores of folks were still facing hardships, and so we changed our fee to donations welcome. As expected, Mrs. Janssen fumed over each red cent that could have added to her son's savings, which was mainly accrued from his shifts at the auto factory on nights and weekends. She was well aware, as we all were, of his hopes to attend college in Grand Rapids and become an engineer. In truth, given his struggling in mathematics senior year, the end goal did start to appear overambitious. "Now who's the mule?" I mused, finding him at the kitchen table, dressed in clothes from the day prior. On the verge of dawn, I'd awoken thirsty. Or maybe I'd sensed he was still up and hunched over a textbook, grappling yet again with equations by lamplight. He shot me a peeved side glance for disrupting his concentration and returned to his paper, eyelids drooping. On a plate by his elbow sat a curry egg sandwich, dried and half-eaten. His mug of coffee scented the room, making me wonder how many cups he'd downed to last this long. "Really, though, Ari, you need your sleep." "What I need," he growled, "is to be left alone so I can figure this out." He erased his work with force, then snatched up his pencil and raked his hair with his free hand. I sighed. Calculations were my forte, from years of diagramming escapes and tricks. So, despite his standard aversion to help, wrapped in my robe, I joined him at the table. Well, technically the robe was Thea's, although, sadly, the way Mrs. Janssen tossed her daughter's periodic unopened letters into a drawer, dismissed like last week's funnies, implied I'd be borrowing the garment for quite a while. It also meant Thea wouldn't be here any time soon with sisterly advice. Namely, the kind that was tough but vital to hear. "Ari, I've been thinking." I aimed for a tactful approach. "You're whip-smart at so many things, and engineering is fine and good, but maybe you ought to go in another direction, one that doesn't rely so much on numbers." His pencil stopped. I couldn't decipher if he was pondering his math or my suggestion. I tried again. You know, with so many specialties out there.
The Midtown Hudson Tunnel.
I stared, puzzled. Then he raised his gaze to mine, no longer aggravated, still intent.
It's going to run 1.5 miles under the Hudson, connecting New York and New Jersey for cars to drive through. Under the river, Fen. That's why I can't do anything else. I have to be part of something as big as that. To do something that's special and lasting, something...
He was searching for the word. Magical? I suggested lightly.
He shook his head.
Purposeful, he finished. And then I understood. Chapter 22. During my latter years of high school, I had gone to dances with various fellows, even necked with a few. Yet the only boy I had mooned over was Hendrik, the boy who had grown more than pleasingly out of his lankiness and blunt features. Though we'd shared friendly flirtations in Latin class junior year and in physics as seniors, his high school courtship never strayed from Nina DeWitt. Shapely and pert, the Home Arts Society president would profusely fuss over him whenever he placed well at a track and field meet, which was often. Marriage between them seemed a given, until the September he and I crossed paths 2 years after graduation. On that muggy morning, I was working at a locksmith's shop for close to full wages, a respectable feat for anyone at the time, much less a girl, when he entered wearing a smart brown suit and brimmed hat. His briefcase, suffering a jammed lock, was easy as pie to fix, though my efforts did slow once I casually asked about Nina.
Actually, he said, we broke up, back in May.
Oh, gosh, I hadn't heard. I'm so sorry.
We just realized we wanted different things.
I nodded, extending a sympathetic look, my best effort at least.
At any rate, he said after a pause, I guess you were the right person.
It took me a second to respond. Pardon?
For the lock. He motioned toward the counter between us, where I'd finished repairing his briefcase without thinking.
Right, yes, the lock. I avoided his gaze, feeling my cheeks flush, and slid the case toward him.
He smiled before testing it. I'm impressed. You're really keen at this.
For a skill deemed unladylike, the comment was refreshing.
Let me guess. Training for all those future stage tours.
I was touched that he linked the two, and without a trace of mockery. Then again, as a kid, he did attend a good number of my shows, which dwindled only as Ari became busier with his studies at Calvin College. Supported by an on-campus job and an academic scholarship through a factory connection, he would earn his degree the coming June. I was dizzy to have ever doubted him. Anyhow, Houdini actually mastered locks, I replied, by working at a shop like this. That's where I got the idea for my earlier jobs, too.
Oh, such as?
Hendrik set his elbow on the counter, leaning a smidge closer, in no hurry at all. As I plundered my recollections, I worried I'd absorbed the shop's grease metallic scent and wished the space weren't so stuffy. I worked for a carpenter first. He hired me only for sweeping an inventory, but said I could learn more from being quiet and watching. Of course, I peppered him with so many questions he finally gave in and let me assist with the woodwork. I suppose I wasn't very good at the quiet part.
You don't say.
Hendrik's grin made me smile.
And then what?
And then, I hesitated, uncertain how he'd react. There was my job with a spiritualist. His hazel eyes went big, but in a captivated way. Mostly I helped with her seances, which I know sounds absurd, but it was really quite something. She'd pass along loving messages from her patrons, things they regretted not saying. I swear you could see their grief practically melt right off. I confess, I did come to suspect the use of gimmicks. A hidden floor pedal to tremble the table, a magnet that moved sand into messages, a candle wick rigged to self-extinguish.
Houdini would have lambasted each of these, having dedicated the later part of his life to exposing spiritualists as vulturous swindlers. Still, I'd like to think he'd have appreciated the pragmatic lessons to be learned on presentation and persuasion cued by people's tells. In any event, I'd have gladly kept the job longer, had it not come to a tragic end. How did it end? He was wary, as though wondering if we'd somehow summoned a demon. In a way, we did. Mrs. Janssen discovered she'd misunderstood the word spiritualist, that it didn't involve teachings about the Holy Spirit. She saw it as witchcraft and just about had a conniption. Hendrik took this in and burst into hearty laughter. I, too, could laugh about the situation now. It hadn't been quite as entertaining when every dime I'd earned from that job, including the portion I'd contributed to the family, as I always did, went into the collection basket at church. "I've definitely got to hear more about this," Hendrik said, easing to a smile. As I went to oblige, he added, "How about supper on Friday? You know, if you're game, with a little poking around, I bet I could even find a magician's show somewhere." An official date with Hendrik Smith. The idea was sumptuous all on its own. Topping it off with a sprinkling of magic? Nothing, I'd thought, could be dreamier. On the evening of the performance, Hendrik took me to a quaint Italian restaurant that smelled of stewed tomatoes and roasted garlic. With my hair in a painstakingly elegant twist, I wore my green scoop-necked dress, chosen to flatter my kohl-lined eyes and girdled figure. I'd packed my raspberry lipstick for touch-ups, as well as powder to fight any glistening from the heat. None of my preparations, though, aided my attempt to eat gracefully. Between careful nibbles of my red sauce linguine, which Hendrik had zealously ordered for us both, I listened to updates about his pals and family and his Midwest travels to sell his uncle's medical equipment to doctors. In turn, he learned of my promise to Mr. Janssen to wait until I was at least 21 before moving to a dazzling city like Chicago to find the perfect stage partner and work our way up to a big-time show. Getting a foot in the door might be tough, but I was determined. What I opted to leave out was that this gave Mrs. Janssen at least 3 long months to continue urging me to settle down with a suitable match. A futile effort with good intention. Sure, I was bound to marry someday, just not any time soon. According to my plan. "Chicago, huh?" Hendrik offered a crooked smile. "I'd better get busy finding you a reason to stay." Heat overtook my cheeks. I lowered my gaze and forced down more of my Chianti. Though Prohibition ended back in 33, indulging never personally held appeal, yet that evening, when Hendrik splurged on the wine, I tried for a sophisticated air. If nothing else, it helped tame my nerves as we sat close at the performance, full of enjoyable, if relatively basic, acts, and afterward when readying for our drive home. Parked on a side street behind the theater, we were seated snugly in his Model T when he asked permission for a kiss. A subtle waft of his aqua velva was even more intoxicating than the wine, the moment as exhilarating as 1,000 fantasies I'd had of this very scene. What followed strayed far from those visions. Hendrik's kisses were a bit more aggressive than expected. To be fair, we did flirt for years, and my attraction all evening had likely been overt. But that wasn't what startled me most. It was that the reality of the encounter felt starkly empty. Something had doused every spark within me, a frustrating and confusing thing, obviously also to Hendrik, who didn't take long to accept his cue to embark on our lengthy, awkward drive. Silently, I questioned what was wrong with me. I'd spent so much time longing for this handsome, athletic charmer who'd always been out of reach. Or had that unconsciously been the appeal?
Was that why any available fellows had failed to pique my interest? Maybe, in truth, I was broken after all. Chapter 23.
You're late.
I'd barely entered the house after leaving Hendrik, only to be greeted by Ari. Between the davenport and lamp-lit window, he stood in undershirt and trousers. Being home wasn't a surprise. He bussed back most weekends to work at the factory and help with perpetual house repairs. But typically he wouldn't hover like a sentry on post.
Last I checked, he said, you still have a curfew.
With his parents gone for the weekend to visit an ill friend, I hadn't fretted over running an hour behind. And now Ari was trying to amuse me by playing the strict parent. I wasn't in the mood. Ari, please don't. It's been a long night. I just want to go to bed. Grasping my purse with both hands, I turned for the hallway.
First, you'll tell me where the hell you've been.
His raised voice, underscored by his language, snapped me around to find his expression just as sharp. Good grief. He wasn't fooling. I was out. On a date. With Hendrik.
Yeah?
He said, impatient, closing in on me.
Saw your note. I want to know where.
Flustered, I tried to remember. I don't know. Just some restaurant.
And that's what took you all night.
The question was rhetorical, disbelieving. We had to drive back, from Brookfield. A slight slackening of his forehead told me the distance wasn't expected, allowing me a chance to regroup. We went down there for a show, and it didn't start till 9. Not that it was any of his business. I straightened. Since when did he become my keeper? It was a magic show, to be specific, and actually, it was the grandest time I've ever had. I added the jab, knowing that kind of activity was historically ours. When his jaw clenched, I felt a twinge of guilt before he gave me a once-over.
Well, that's pretty obvious from your breath. Never mind the looks of you.
He'd caught the wine. And, I imagined, a suggestive smearing of my lipstick. Blindly, I went to wipe it away, but he stepped forward, looming over me a full head taller.
If that bastard got fresh with you, pushed you to do anything, you'd tell me this minute.
His seething showed in the taut muscles of his neck and chest, both of which had broadened with age. It was then that the core of his mood emerged. He was being protective. Even so, that didn't give him the right to an interrogation. Overriding my undue shame, I jutted out my chin. Nothing happened that I didn't allow.
His eyes widened. What's that supposed to mean?
It means you're not my father, so stop pretending to be. He gave a nod, but not the agreeable sort.
You're right. And thank God he isn't here to see you acting like a tramp.
I sucked in a partial breath, pierced clean through by the accusation. And yet, like an arrow ablaze, his conjuring of Papa in such a way lit a powder keg within me. It erupted so fast and forcefully that I didn't register the raising of my hand until after I'd slapped his cheek. Slowly, he looked back at me. Through the moisture filling my eyes, I could see his own words sweeping through his head, clearing away the anger, leaving a path of regret.
Fen.
He reached out a tentative hand, yet I backed up, trembling. No, was all I could say before rushing off to the solitude of my room. A good half hour later, as I lay on my narrow bed with my face dried of tears, the kerosene lamp on my bureau flickered a low flame over the room. I'd kept the decor feminine but scant, never forgetting the space belonged to another. Just then, 2 sets of taps traveled through the wall beside me, signifying hi. Literally the word hi. Ari and I had been sharing the wall since junior high, ever since Mr. Janssen collected enough materials to enclose half the porch to build his son a real bedroom. Boys, too, eventually needed privacy. Around that time, Morse code on SOS cards from Navy-themed bubblegum packs had provided the two of us a creative way to chat on sleepless nights. We'd used taps for dots and sliding sounds for dashes. Although we rarely did this past our teens, the method was still ingrained. Except this time, I had no desire to respond. He continued regardless. I was worried and mean. I'm sorry. I didn't answer. I'm a heel. A strong reply in the affirmative was tempting, but so was subjecting him to silence. And chump. I still held out. And nincompoop. That one lured my smile. I pushed it down. Determined to stay cross, I sent back, yes. Several seconds passed before he added, but then nothing. I braced myself. If he thought he was justified in things he said, he was roundly mistaken. I insisted he finish. But what? But you're... I waited, hands balling. Still a bad magician. Thrown off course, I released a snip of laughter. I quickly sealed my lips, regretting he might have heard. More of his taps followed. Forgive me? At the mere question, a powerful combination of two simple words, the last of my resentment slipped from my grasp, elusive as silt through my fingers. Please. A meager yes would have sufficed. For anyone else who had said what he did, I wouldn't have conceded even that much. But this was Ari. I gave him my answer, begrudging though honest. Of course. To make full amends, Ari invited me on an outing. We were to meet after our work shifts the very next evening. He refused to disclose what big surprise he had in store, solid bait for any aspiring illusionist. How could I possibly resist a dangling of suspense? In hindsight, mind you, I should have stopped to think. I should have identified the true root of our quarrel. I should have recognized where it could lead. And I never should have gone. Chapter 24. When Ari guided me out of the taxicab and up to the ticket window, his secrecy became confounding. The evening excursion was hardly a rarity. We'd patronized the small, aged cinema quite a lot, not just for the low fare, but because it clung loyally to silent films despite talkies being all the rage. Per the marquee, its current showing of The Invader neglected to give much insight. I enjoyed Buster Keaton for certain, but not any more than a slew of other stars. Inside, only a handful of guests peppered the worn auditorium, typical this time of year. Lacking an air cooler, the place offered little relief from the stagnant heat and humidity. A bit sticky in my sundress, I settled in the seat next to Ari. He set aside his flat cap, then handed over our bag of popcorn and balanced a cup of lemonade on his knee. I glanced around, wondering what I was missing. So, you and Hendrik, he said tentatively, you're sweethearts now? This I wasn't prepared to answer. There was too much to explain, too much I still didn't understand. I simply shook my head. His brows dipped. Last night, though. I know how it must have looked after what I said, but no. I sighed. Trust me. He nodded that he did. Yet with his demeanor darkening, I hurried to thwart his next natural thought. I swear he didn't do anything wrong. It was nothing but a few kisses. He's a good egg, just not for me. Anxious to move on, to avoid dwelling, I jerked my chin toward the screen. Tell me, then. This is your big surprise? Expression easing, he reclined and shrugged a shoulder. Almost. Before I could probe, the lights dimmed and the projector beamed. Soon the film score played, a familiar tune, and the title screen appeared. Houdini in Haldane of the Secret Service. This couldn't be right. According to the Marquis, I turned to Ari, who was waiting with a conspiratorial smile.
I swung by on lunch break, he said quietly. Told the projectionist I was in the doghouse. He agreed to help for a little padding of his pocket.
That padding, I suspected, exceeded anything Ari ought to spare. But everything about the gesture was so personal and touching, I couldn't help but grin. The picture was an all-time favorite of mine. I must have dragged him to see it half a dozen times before its showings at theaters turned scarce. A few in the audience weren't as happy about the detour. Based on their grumbles, they preferred Buster Keaton. A crotchety man even pitched a handful of popcorn toward the projection window, calling the teenaged boy up there a bird brain, then stomped out in a huff. But the Houdini reel kept on spinning. I whispered to Ari, "Won't he get booted for this?"
Nah, his family owns the joint.
All the same, instinctively I sank low in my seat, blending in to deflect associated blame. A short-lived worry. In no time, the remaining attendees were caught up in the film. Really, how could they not be? Ari was watching then, too. I was about to interrupt to express how grateful I was, but of course, he already knew. And from that unspoken understanding, my date with Hendrik glared in contrast. Here I was in plain summer wear, hair casual to my shoulders and makeup untouched since morning, chomping on popcorn with no care about poise, for the person beside me had been there half my life. And not just in presence. More than anyone else, I could rely on him to save me from the clutches of darkness, whether with a reason to laugh or a lifeline of hope. He accepted me with quirks and all, respecting my opinions, of which Lord knew I had plenty. What was more, he'd always had such faith in me and my dreams that it didn't dawn on me to believe otherwise. On the armrest between us lay his forearm, bare up to the short sleeves of his collared shirt. Compelled, I placed my hand over his fingers, roughened from his factory work, angled to curl around mine. The comfort and strength from his hold, as dependable as ever, brought immeasurable calm. Then he glanced my way, and his smile widened with amusement. Revealing why, he released my hand and brushed something from my chin, a popcorn hull. I might have been embarrassed with any other fellow. Rather, I smiled back warmly. And in that instant, I felt something between us shift. As his thumb lingered on my face, all signs of levity left his features. His eyes gained an intensity that hitched my breath. We held that way for an interminable moment, a sudden and distinct sense of longing further thickening the air. At the sight of his parted lips, an overwhelming impulse drew me toward him. My heartbeat quickened as my mouth neared his, close enough to feel his breath. But then, without warning, he pulled his head back. Retracting his hand, he snapped his eyes toward the film. Jarred, baffled, I ebbed away from the armrest. Obviously, he regretted showing a blip of attraction, if that was even what it was. Akin to my episode with Hendrik, though reversed in roles, reality might have squashed Ari's interest. Or maybe none of it was mutual, outside of my imagination. After all, I'd leaned toward him, not the other way around. Wishing to crawl away, I sank as far as I could into the confines of my seat. A film that ordinarily went much too fast became the slowest ever played. And for the very first time, I watched Houdini without actually watching. Only the final frame brought welcome relief. Until the cab ride home, which, in comparison, made the return drive with Hendrik seem a cozy, effortless trek. After we entered the house, I tugged the chain on the standing lamp by the Davenport, solely to light the way to my room, not to pursue a strained discussion. When schoolboys used to razz us, Ari had made clear our relationship was nothing like that. And I'd agreed at the time. Since then, flocks of pretty gals had fawned over him in high school, though he'd always been too focused on studies and work and his future to pay them much mind. And now, I'd become one of those pitiable admirers.
Fen.
He removed his cap. It was his first utterance since we'd left the theater. Thanks for the date, I mumbled, then caught myself and stammered. For the outing. A fresh tide of embarrassment crested over me. Dropping my gaze, I headed for my bed, where I planned to remain until his departure for Grand Rapids. In 14 hours, roughly. A lifetime.
Fen,
he repeated, insistent. Nearly at my door, I slowed to a stop. The singular mercy of the evening was his parents' absence for another full day, sparing me from putting on a front for them, too. Pinning on a pleasant expression, I turned around as he approached.
At the show, he said, with what happened there with us, I want to explain.
I was about to feign ignorance when I recalled his overt rejection. All I could do now was patch the rip dividing us with rationale. Really, there's no need. You don't see me that way, and that's entirely fine. We're fine.
Please, just listen.
We'll talk during your next visit, all right? And by talk, of course, I meant sticking to any non-mortifying topic, further allayed by the passage of time. With a flash of a smile, I again tried to disappear into my room, but he halted me by grasping my hand. His tenacity was suddenly maddening. I whipped toward him. Ari, I already told you. All at once, his lips were on mine. I'd only just registered the kiss before it deepened. He tasted of lemon and sugar and smelled of the same, mixed faintly with summer sweat. Then his fingers were at the nape of my neck, in the thick of my hair. Heat roiled through my body. My arms responded by wrapping around him, drawing his chest to mine. I savored the muscles in his back, his shoulders. As if I were stricken by vertigo, the solidity of my world turned groundless and fluid. At the roving of his hands, down my sides and hips, a soft moan rose in my throat. Given all our years as friends, having stirrings of doubt would have been natural, even some level of awkwardness. But there was only escalated yearning, so strong it was palpable, as if something bound had been freed. After a time with my back pressed against my doorframe, he was kissing my neck when my fingers trailed the collar of his shirt and found the top button. Without thought, I released the binding and moved on to the next. Ari drew his head back, his breaths ragged. He watched me continue down the series of buttons and slip off his shirt. As I went to lift his undershirt, his stomach muscles tightened, but he stilled my hands.
Wait,
he said in a throaty whisper.
If you're not ready for any of this, it's okay.
The desire in his eyes was unmistakable, bordering on primal. And yet, at any point, he would stop at the smallest trace of my hesitation. I knew this with total certainty, and that fact only magnified my yearning to be closer. By way of an answer, I kept hold of one of his hands and led him through my room to the foot of the bed. He asked again if I was sure, searching my face for the truth. I'd never been surer of anything. For once again, it was just the two of us at night, existing in our own private world, where I needn't worry over perception or judgment, propriety or consequence. The entire universe became the room around us. Free to act on impulse, we soon lay together with clothes peeled away, skin on skin, vulnerable yet safe. His movements, while tender and cautious, almost overly so, filled me with a rush of foreign, indescribable sensations. And through the height of our intimacy, I came to realize what I should have long before then. The reason I'd shunned other boys was never about Hendrik, or about part of me being broken. It was always about Ari. Chapter 25. Crickets chirped outside the partially open window, their soothing tune riding the warm night air. In the shadows on a bed made for one, Ari lay behind me, curled on his side, propping his head with his hand. His other fingers grazed my upper back in slow, hypnotic loops and swirls. Even as I teetered on the groggy edge of sleep, I could sense his mental gears cranking. I teased with a groan. "Doesn't your brain ever turn off?" His caresses paused. No witty comeback. Instead, he slid his hand to my waist where the sheet draped us both. His heated breaths hovered at my ear, raising tiny hairs on my neck. "Marry me, Fen." The string of words drifted through me. The instant they took hold, my mind cleared with a jolt. Had I misheard? I twisted to view Ari by a wedge of lamplight from the doorway. The gleam in his eyes provided the answer. Fragments of a laugh tumbled out of me. "Ari, that's crazy." He raised up high on his elbow. "Why?" Because... Apparently, I needed to voice the obvious. "It's absurdly fast, for one. I mean, you and we only just..." "Met?" A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I'm being serious." "So am I." The passionate turn our night had taken, while surprising, felt like a wondrous and perfect next step. But marriage required consideration and planning, practicality. I moved to sit upright with the sheet to my chest. "You have college to finish," I reminded him. "And I will, in less than a year." His chest muscles shifted as he brushed a strand of hair from my shoulder, cluttering my focus. "That's dandy, for you. But I have plans too."
"Which is why," he contended, "after graduation, I say we start our lives in New York. Just picture it, Fen. Out east, I'll build the grandest tunnels and bridges the world's ever seen, and you'll break into the biz and become a huge star. Broadway must have the best stages anywhere, wouldn't you think?"
"Well, yeah, sure. Performing in New York would be splendid, eventually. But going there straight away seemed entirely overwhelming. I've always figured, though, on starting off in another city, someplace like..." I struggled to remember. "Chicago." He gave this some thought, a chance for me to ground myself, I hoped.
"All right," he said. "Chicago it is."
"Don't be silly. You can't make a decision that fast."
"I just did."
"But you shouldn't."
"Fen?" He sat up fully to face me, his tone firming. "Do you love me?"
I hedged, looking away, exasperated by the diversion. "It's not that simple." Gently, he cupped my cheek, guiding me back to him.
"Just answer me. Do you?"
Though it was a truth he already knew, I conceded. "Of course I do."
"Then everything else? They're details."
I sighed, still grappling with reservations. After a moment, he lowered his hand, and I watched his fingers link with mine.
"Tonight at the show," he said, "that was me being afraid. Afraid of changing what we've had. Afraid of losing you. I've felt like that for a while, but to finally be with you like this, it's worth all the risk."
His thumb caressed my palm, and I couldn't help softening. When I lifted my gaze to his, he went on.
"So you see, we can still do all the things we've ever dreamed about with our careers and big cities, but we'll do it together, someday even with a family of our own. I love you, Fen, more than anything, and I can make you happy if you let me."
He made it all sound so alluring, so plausible, easy even.
"Please," he said, "say yes."
My heart warmed at his sincerity, but even more at the sight and feel of our interwoven hands. They were a reminder of all we'd survived together, of the many ways our lives were inexplicably joined, and above all, of how much I never wanted that to end. Besides, given the night behind us, how could we ever go back? Swayed beyond doubt, I smiled and replied with a single life-altering word. Yes. Chapter 26. In the morning sunlight, I awoke to a note on the bedside table.
You were too peaceful to wake. Helping a factory pal lay a roof. We'll tell my parents over supper. Your loving husband-to-be.
I'd have relished the surreal, endearing sign-off if not for the mention of his parents. A half-panicked survey of the room assured me Ari's clothes were no longer strewn about. Then I recalled that the couple wouldn't be back until evening. Thank heavens. Still, how would they take the news? Their sustained introduction of me as Ari's friend affirmed they never viewed me as a daughter. Yet after they'd cared for me like family, any romance between Ari and me could strike them as wrong. And either way, his mother could easily rule me an inadequate match. At best, a distraction from his goals. She reliably did the same with any other girl who'd shown interest. Even after 7 years of my living with the woman, though sufficiently kind, she upheld a fair degree of distance. In fact, over the years, I'd overheard her cite an old Dutch saying, "Where two religions share a pillow, the devil sleeps between." Despite all our praying and church-going together, perhaps his parents still saw me as far too different. And Papa, would he have felt the same? The daunting possibilities mounted until I rolled onto my side, and from my pillow, I caught a scent. Closing my eyes, I breathed Ari in, and with him a wave of tranquility. I could feel him curled up behind me, could hear him whispering that he loved me and that if I loved him, the rest were merely details. At the thought, everything but the promise of him and us fell away. Practically floating, I ventured out of the house mid-morning to buy ingredients for supper. A traditional Dutch meal for Ari's parents just might cushion the shock of our announcement. And anyway, it couldn't hurt. In line at the market, as I waited to give the shopkeeper a list of items to fetch from the stockroom, visceral flashes of the prior night swept through me. I fought off a grin, conscious of the ladies chatting before me in the queue. I hoped they wouldn't notice the telling flush of my face. Not that it arose from shame, as being with Ari felt the opposite of sinful. It was from giddiness, sheer bliss. A frivolity I was about to regret. For it made me careless in that moment. I discerned this later upon reflection. If I'd been more vigilant, I could have prepared for the significance of the sounds to come. The squeaking of a stroller being wheeled into the store, the grunts of frustration from inside the carriage, a woman's assurances about getting home soon. None of these on their own were out of the ordinary, certainly not while at a market. But my circumstances had changed. My perspective shifted to that of a soon-to-be wife. If I'd been clear-headed, I would have recognized this and shielded myself before the infant unleashed a tearful wail. It was the sort of cry that these days caused me but mild agitation from a time-worn scratching at the door of my memories. Yet when the woman, now behind me, drew the baby to her shoulder and rocked and patted its tiny body, the door within me swung open, pulling me back to the aftermath of the stampede, to a lifeless mother being prayed over, her infant bawling inconsolably. Now, sweetheart," the woman in the market soothed. "Mama is here. Everything will be all right." It was a comfort every child needed, even deserved to hear, though such words from my lips would carry no truth. I knew firsthand how fast a kid of any age could wind up alone, dumped in an orphanage like tainted goods in a junkyard. For me to be personally responsible for an injustice within that realm was unthinkable. By the time the woman calmed her baby, a painful clarity had speared me to the core. I would never be her. I could never be a mother. That reality, I supposed, had long been lurking at the borders of my mind. Unconscious denial had allowed me to avoid picturing myself as a spinster, but now, at a crossroads, forced to make a choice, the idea of marrying and becoming a parent conjured angst to the point of nausea. Someday, Ari had said, we'd have a family of our own. He wanted to be a father. All these years, that much was a given, and rightly so. He'd be extraordinary. Not only would he be a kind-hearted provider, same as Mr. Janssen, but also a fierce protector hell-bent on keeping his little ones safe. At least he'd try, like so many men in Eden Springs. Like even the father who bore a mountainous build yet collapsed under the weight of that tiny coffin, broken by the loss of 3 children not even he could save. If I told Ari where I stood, I knew he'd understand. He would insist it didn't matter, that he'd need only me to be happy. And he would be lying. I registered very little of the walk home, just that I carried none of the items from the list crumpled in my hand. When I entered my room, the choice before me, the right choice, hit hard as a slap. All around me, the memory of Ari's touches, his words in the shadows, infused every inch of space. I'd told him I loved him because I did. So much so the thought of life without him caused a searing pang in my chest. But he deserved more, which was why I needed to leave. I couldn't wait. If he walked in right then, I'd lose my already tenuous will. In a sudden frenzy, I rushed to the storage closet and grabbed a large travel bag. Through split-second decisions, practicality rivaling sentiment, I packed my personal belongings and stage supplies. For now, Papa's boots would stay, but his pocket watch would come. My large magic rings wouldn't fit, but trick cuffs and card decks would. I moved on to my nightstand drawer and stopped. Emotions swelled unexpectedly from the jumble beneath my fingers. A swatch of brown yarn from Mrs. Janssen's knitting lessons. The Christmas ornament I'd made with a shell and ribbons, which I had hung on a tree Ari cut down. A pocketbook of constellations that, compliments of Mr. Janssen, had kicked off my astronomy-loving phase. Altogether, they formed a collage of memories, reflecting the life here I had built, one I longed to continue, with Ari most of all. Maybe he was right about any issues being details. Then again, even Hendrik and Nita DeWitt, the most idyllic of couples, parted ways for simply wanting different things. Such things, after all, could mean everything. At my desk, I snatched a pencil and 2 sheets of stationery. On the first, I told Mr. and Mrs. Janssen how tremendously I appreciated all their years of generosity, how an unforeseen stage opportunity had called me away, but I'd soon send an update. Eyes clouding, I proceeded to the second sheet. I clutched the pencil, desperate to explain, horrified by the assumptions Ari could otherwise make. But logic stepped in. It argued that my saying too much could lure him to find me, and once back in his arms, my resistance would falter. For his sake alone, I forced my hand to scribe the meager truth I could manage. My dearest Ari, I pray one day you'll forgive me. Forever, Fen. In his bedroom, converted from a porch, I placed the message on his pillow. I recalled the mornings I'd wake him from oversleeping, how he'd look up at me with bleary eyes. My heart seized at the vision. Shoving it away, I weighed down the folded note with a cherished token. It was the wooden train that had first brought us together. A gift that truly belonged to him. Tears spilled over as I stood in the entry. Arm draped with my coat, my personal funds tucked behind the lining. I gripped the handle of my hastily stuffed bag. This time, unable to mouth goodbye, I slipped out the door and into another life. 1943. Chapter 27. Late February, 1943, London, England. Much like my move from Amesborough, impulsive yet necessary, my stay in London has been everything and nothing as I expected. Upon my arrival, I was briefly assigned to a typing pool, perhaps giving the War Office a chance to check my background for any criminal or unpatriotic leanings. Thereafter, utilizing my unique and innovative skills, as Christopher Hutton put it, I've indeed been tasked with helping save Allied lives in a secretive manner. As his assistant at Section 9 of Military Intelligence, or MI9, I'm to design escape and evasion gadgets for our airmen, POWs, and others covertly fighting for the cause. Regrettably, my success in doing so has been sorely lacking. More and more, I have to remind myself how, 4 years ago, my initial months in Chicago were nearly as challenging. In the work arena, the trials and obstacles had similarly taken me by surprise. That isn't to say I'd envisioned stage careers back then being handed out on street corners like dailies from paper boys. I'd known times were still rough for many. But the insulation of my Dutch community had left me naive about just how many doors would be slammed in my face. Theaters, magic societies, variety agencies. I knocked on them all, even willing to start as a backstage maid if need be. The sole offer I received was for a lewd role in burlesque. I confess the despicable option did tempt me as I lay in my cold, grimy tenement, fretting over funds, unable to sleep for the police sirens, passing drunkards, and tenants bellowing through walls as thin as those back in the copper country. Curled up in a musty blanket, I would think of Ari and weep until drifting off. It was after such a night that I stood outside Union Station, performing sleights of hand to 4 or 5 onlookers for pocket change, when a pale, heavy-set cop descended. The hard bill of his hat shaded his eyes. In lieu of ordering me to clear out, as he'd done on 2 prior instances, in a faint brogue, he declared my arrest, claiming I'd been warned. More passers-by stopped as he went to the trouble of applying handcuffs. A grandstanding move, it seemed. When he bent to gather my prop bag, a woman gasped, and several men chuckled. It took the officer a moment to realize I'd slipped free and was dangling the bindings on a finger. Confused and flustered, he reclaimed his shackles, or rather those that appeared to be his. Already I'd swapped them with a trick set from a hidden pocket of my black magician's coat. My brazenness might have owed mainly to sleep deprivation, or to the overall feeling that I had little to lose, but I presented my wrists in a fashion bordering a dare. By then, a growing crowd had encircled us. The officer reattached the cuffs, detectably self-conscious over his folly, and took care to cinch them tighter. Not that it mattered to my efforts, for as he turned for my bag, even more easily I maneuvered out again. Spectators laughed, their faces alight. Between hatted heads, kids stretched for a peek. When I offered back the restraints, the cop didn't hesitate in reaching to snatch them away, only to have them vanish mid-swipe. His gaze dropped reflexively, scanning the pavement. More watchers, more giggles, a smattering of applause. We were a Charlie Chaplin act, a Laurel and Hardy show. The officer, having caught on, searched my sleeves, then my visible exterior pocket, and out came the trick cuffs. Glowering, he went to clamp them back on me, unaware I'd flicked a lever rendering them unlockable. The crowd's laughter from his subsequent attempts warmed me to the core. It seemed a lifetime since I'd reaped such joys. But a flash in the cop's eyes and the reddening of his neck, bright as rising lava, said he'd had enough. The prospect of a paddy wagon reined in my senses. I snapped toward the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to this fine sport of an officer who, unbeknownst to you all, had generously agreed to assist with my act purely for your viewing pleasure." The policeman startled slightly, and a burst of clapping flowed his way. I'd lobbed an easy out for us both. Yet I could see his deliberating, a pendulum swinging between duty and pride. I was bracing for the worst when he tipped his hat cordially toward the crowd. A show within a show. As the viewers dispersed, many tossing coins into my top hat on the ground, the officer whispered hotly near my ear, "I catch you around here again, and your next stage'll be the cell." I nodded with a tight smile. Once he strode away, I exhaled with relief. Only after everyone was gone did I notice a curious contribution to my hat. It was the business card from a dime museum with a note scrawled on the back. "Come tomorrow." The exchange with the officer turned out to be a plain piece of luck. Beyond the retention of my freedom, it led me to a job, albeit meager paying, then to a partnership with the museum's unpolished yet charming contortionist, from which together we paved a path of opportunities. Until that path diverged. I've thought of Charles often these past 5 months. Early on, while visiting the likes of Buckingham Palace, Kensington Gardens, and the Tower of London, I imagined the wisecracks he would make about Rapunzel being handy or King Henry needing more hobbies, topped off with royal puns. And I'd miss the friendship we once had. I do wonder how he's faring. Most often, I envision him up on a stage, wowing audiences with our reliable acts, maybe a couple fresh ones, all aided by some peppy new assistant. And yes, I've questioned my choice to part ways. First, during my ship voyage arranged by Hutton, which required zigzagging the Atlantic to avoid German U-boats, and later while hunkered down in myriad air raid shelters, during which explosions from anti-aircraft shells and the Luftwaffe's incendiaries, thankfully, have been infrequent. Cellars will never earn my fondness, nor will crowded stairwells, like those descending into the underground railway stations all around London, providing safe havens and practical transportation when needed. Nonetheless, from repetition and necessity, I've learned to endure them. Conditioned by the blare of air raid alerts, my brain has come to accept that survival relies on going below ground, not staying above. It does help that throughout the sirens, Britons largely stay calm and orderly when filing into those shelters, and despite their tired faces and daily drab attire, many bring along the cheer of games, books, and biscuits. Even tea, naturally. Proof that any circumstance can quickly become one's norm. Further evidence abounds now as I ride a red double-decker bus through the city, past Hyde Park toward headquarters. A pair of schoolgirls with peppermint sticks settled into their seats. Not all children have been sent off to the safety of the countryside. One totes her books, the other a brown box for a gas mask. Across the aisle, a wizened man holds a sack from the market, a routine activity that lies in sharp contrast to the black band on his upper sleeve signifying mourning. I turn to my window, past the mesh, protection against blasts. Amorous couples at a theater leave a Casablanca showing, just next door to buildings reduced to rubble. Beside sandbags near Woolworths, a cluster of ladies yammer the Monday afternoon away, distracted but briefly by a telegram delivery boy zipping past on a motorcycle, no doubt carrying another dreaded notice. After 4 years of war, to these people, the sound of that motor is as usual as the screaming and whistling of bombs, the sirens of fire trucks racing toward flames. It's all a way of life, including endless queues and ration books, and always doing one's part. Should you forget that last bit for a second, a plethora of posters will be swift to remind you. They're as ubiquitous as servicemen. Same as back home, with outfits that sound like high-fashion ensembles, Austin Reed uniforms, Sam Brown belts, Wellington boots. I know them inside and out at this point. on account of my work with MI9. If there's a fresh, effective way to hide an escape and evasion tool in those garments, my job is to find it. Long before I arrived, in the vein of my handcuffs ploy, Hutton, or Major Hutton officially, found heaps of crafty ways for airmen downed in enemy zones to elude detainment. Tiny compasses screwed into buttons, buckles, and collar studs. Silk maps sewn into jackets and stuffed into hollow heels. Thin, flexible geely saws threaded into shoelaces whose metal tips were magnetized to point north when swung on a thread. He designed enough devices to fill a catalog he presented to U.S. intelligence, familiarizing his efforts to those like Ari. But several dozen gadgets have since been blown, discovered by German guards at POW camps scattered across Western Europe, most of which Hitler still holds with his vicious iron claws. Each minute of our work, then, is a race against captivity, the stakes being the survival of servicemen, and the outcome of the war. Considered valuable assets, Allied POWs are duty-bound to escape, obviously to provide intel and rejoin the fight, but also to drain enemy manpower and resources. Thus, in all my free waking moments, I sketch vigorously in notepads to improve past inventions, my signature skill. That is, when I'm not an errand girl, which is more than half the time lately, delivering sensitive memos, gathering samples, dropping off prototypes. I needn't look farther than the boxes on my lap, piled chest high, to recall the peculiarity and secrecy of my job. Granted, only the airman's footwear I designed, innovative, adaptable, and extensively rigged, has earned notable success. The rest of my achievements largely amount to a host of minor modifications. Still, I assure myself that ample opportunities remain thanks to Hutton's imaginative doing. As tampering with Red Cross packages would violate the Geneva Convention, we've endeavored to create fictional charities. Their shell addresses, borrowed from buildings destroyed in the Blitz, are printed on fancy letterhead with names like the Authors Society and the Travelers Association. A daring name, that one. Then into relief parcels we pack clothing, hygienic items, and pastimes that German guards welcome, believing the activities will pacify their prisoners and distract them from plotting. Ironically so. Not all our shipped items are loaded, of course. Gadgets are strategically sprinkled here and there, like salt in the dough, Papa would say, and encoded letters from behind the wire inform our department of what's been requested, received, and uncovered. That's how I learned, for instance, the fate of the gramophone records I devised. In a previous version, false identity cards and travel documents were embedded between the disc's two sides. Alternately, they held foreign currency for train passes and bribes. My version boasted an expanded cavity, though equally stealth, that could hold all those items plus a tissue-thin map. Unfortunately, after my boxful arrived at a camp, a postal room POW dropped the package. A disc cracked open, exposing the contraband. Gramophone records were thereby added to the Germans' watch list, and Operation Smash Hit, a name we thought clever, met the doom of its name. Other times my ideas have been ruled out due to materials running low, or they posed too great a risk, as occurred a month ago. Inspired by quick changes for the stage, I'd used my sewing skills to make a British uniform reversible into a German's. But any fabric we could obtain, it was decided, wouldn't pass muster up close, and could cause friendly fire from a distance. Just as disappointing, though more maddening, was being beaten to the punch, and by a fellow magician at that. Though British illusionist Jasper Maskelyne is in North Africa leading the camouflage experimental section, supposedly hiding whole ships and convoys, with mirrors and painted canvases, I presume, his designs find their way into production at MI9. Among our competing proposals have been double-layered playing cards that split when soaked in liquid, revealing a giant map when laid out as a whole deck. Edging me out, Jasper perfected them first. Still, I plod on. What else would I do? After transferring buses, I re-enter the town of Beaconsfield, where my department is headquartered. The driver swerves through another dizzying roundabout, and my unplanned parcel rattles a reminder that soon enough I'll prove to everyone that my coming here wasn't a misguided error on both my part and Hutton's. Fortifying my resolve, I recall his words from this morning. At the inn I've made my current home, his telephoned message was delivered to my room. Meet at office late afternoon for new development regarding scheme. Hutton's suspicion of wiretaps has become so heightened, I'm surprised by any reference to our work, even if vague. All the same, from his mention of a new development, I suddenly feel certain that good news awaits. That one of my shelved ideas is about to see daylight. That demonstrating my value, I've at last created something that truly makes a difference. Chapter 28. As per usual this time of day, intelligence activity is a bustle at Wilton Park Estate. Requisitioned by MI9, the sprawling property hosts a 2-century-old Palladian mansion known as the White House, and a collection of Nissen huts, all used for work even more hush-hush than mine. There's speculation of a camouflaged bunker as well, rumored to hold enemy POWs, even high-ranking Nazis, for interrogation. On the property's edge, amid the contrasting serenity of towering trees and rolling parkland, I enter Camp 20. The prefabricated building is where I report regularly to Hutton. Being 20-odd miles clear of what he calls the blinkered pen-pushers of Parliament, we're permitted the latitude needed to creatively aid not only escapers and evaders, but resistance groups throughout Europe. In the entry, service members are sprinkled about, including 2 from the ATS, the Auxiliary Territory Service, being the women's branch of the British Army. Assigned to Hutton's team, his so-called lovelies assist with our packing, shopkeeping, and what minimal accounting is possible with our boss, all while keeping up with the latest gossip. Spotting me in passing, they pause their animated chat. The smiles they impart reflect the common treatment I'm afforded, courteous yet rigid. I return the greeting in kind as I continue on my way. As an American and an odd gadget girl, perhaps, again, I'm an outsider. Down a corridor, the ringing of phones and the clacking of unseen typewriters bounce off the white bricked walls. About to cross my path is Lenora Walsh, one of Hutton's military drivers. A few years my junior, she's willowy in her shapeless British uniform with a billed cap over cropped reddish hair. Though her large eyes and rounded nose comprise a friendly face, she too maintains guarded formality. "Good afternoon, Miss Vos." "Private Walsh," I reply pleasantly as she slows to a stop. "It appears you might be in need of assistance." A bit dazed from my bus ride, my mind scrabbles for reference. "With your parcels?" She gestures, a reminder of the stack filling my arms. "Yes, right. Those parcels." I shake my head with a quick laugh that brings out her smile, refreshingly genuine if brief. "They're really not heavy, so no trouble, but thank you." Men's chuckles drift from a nearby meeting room, denoting sociable relief from grimmer topics. In that instant, paired with the levity in Private Walsh's eyes, I too find myself yearning for a chat. I could finally learn about her life beyond her duties. Maybe she'd even be game for an outing. While I've no interest in an underground dance hall crammed with hot-to-trot servicemen, catching a film would be far more enjoyable with a companion, as it used to be back home. I go to suggest as much, yet I'm too late. Already she's moving past me. And all the better. I'm here to work, not for leisure. I march toward Hutton's office in my low-heeled pumps, as plain and practical as my daily dresses. From his half-open door, the room ever resembles a den hit by hefty gusts of wind.
Files, documents, maps, and books, several splayed open, form a haphazard maze. Adjacent to a window with a courtyard view, Hutton is seated at his desk. Considering how often he's on the go, it's remarkable to find him planted in one spot. Not to say he's lazing about. Rather, he's hunched over a mess of paperwork, showcasing the thinning of his dark hair. Being temperamentally opposed to orthodox methods, as he puts it, he wears not a uniform but a disheveled suit while puffing intently on a cigarette, likely his 20th of the day. I knock. At his lack of response, I try again, louder, jolting him. He appears disoriented, face drawn and eyes perpetually tired behind his glasses, until homing in on my face. "Miss Vos, yes, come in." He flitters his hand, seeming impatient, but it's merely the pace of his work style. The longer the war stretches, the more ramped his vibration. I've barely passed his oversized toy table, where an array of combs, toothbrushes, and fountain pens lay dismantled for rigging, when his gaze latches onto my top box. At roughly 1 square foot and half that in height, it's the smaller of my 2 deliveries, and the sole one wrapped. On cream paper set off with black twine, it's addressed to Carl Howard, a code name used for shipping with initials deliberately matching Hutton's. "I see it's arrived. Brilliant." He discards his cigarette in an ashtray next to his half-filled teacup. Rising, he accepts the package that clinks when tilted. But instead of tearing it open, he looks quizzically at the larger box, which I rest on the corner of his desk. "Are those the new samples from Gillette?" "Not yet. They'll be ready tomorrow." The magnetized razors, implanted in military shaving kits to work as compasses, ought to dodge detection from enemy guards, for a time. "These here," I correct proudly, "are a little something I stumbled upon at King's Cross." He watches as I unfurl the flaps, revealing a medley of strangers' personal belongings. Wrist and pocket watches, an empty billfold, solitary gloves, cosmetic mirrors and lipstick tubes, a lady's scarf and such. I'd spied the box full while picking up his parcel at the lost items department at the London railway terminal, the destination we use for confidential shipments. Nowadays, Hutton has nearly every package routed there, if not retrieved personally. "They're from left luggage," I explain. "They've been there for more than a month, so considered abandoned. I figured the next time Wing Commander Moretti needs tricked-out accessories, they'll already look worn." Hutton looks pleased, nodding briskly. "A clever idea, Miss Vos." He understands my reasoning, of course. The Wing Commander, a fatherly type with Italian roots, nicknamed Gramps by his aircrew for his wreath of dark hair and ripe age of 42, often skirts protocol to obtain our sample gadgets for passengers, agents, presumably, of his nightly ferrying drops. "I presume they were free of charge," Hutton says. "Completely. I simply told the clerk they'd be used for the war effort. From the Official Secrets Act I signed upon first arriving at Wilton Park, I knew not to expound unless necessary and with permission. He handed them straight over. Both his sons are in the army, he said, so he was terribly keen to help." Hutton nods again, but with a dimming expression. Only then do I recall the parallels, with his own son in the Australian Army and another in the Royal Navy, both back in action after recovering from wounds. I assume there was a wife at some point, but have refrained from probing, leaving the past where it belongs. I divert to alleviate the mood. "Sir, from your message this morning, I believe you had news of a development?" Oh, yes." His demeanor doesn't lighten. If anything, it gains additional weight, appearing to add a slight quiver to his hand as he gestures. "Please, have a seat." As he resettles behind his desk, the prospect of my celebration slipping away, I lower onto a ladder-backed chair across from him. "Is everything all right, Major?" A rather sticky problem has arisen, I'm afraid, as pertains to the boots. The boots? Why, our Hutton flying boots. I knew what he meant, naturally. I just didn't expect them to be an issue. After all, the airman's footwear had endured extensive scrutiny before distribution, by Hutton included, as a pilot of the Great War. Although they were awarded his name, a decision unworthy of protest, as I'd incorporated several elements he previously crafted, and besides, I was long accustomed to working behind the scenes, I was unabashedly proud of the result, particularly when they were approved for the entire Royal Air Force, the heavy bomber crews taking priority. The RAF's original boots, you see, bore padding that was troublesome in both wet and hot weather. Worst of all, they were conspicuous for evading capture. And so I transformed a comfortable business shoe into an airman's boot, armed with hidden compartments, saw-encased shoelaces, and a cloth loop concealing a razor, for a key purpose. When needed, the tiny blade slices away the ankle-high webbing, detaching the fur-lined leggings to create a waistcoat, and presto, civilian shoes that blend right in. They were splendidly cunning, many said, practical, life-saving. Sir, I don't understand. Whatever has gone wrong with them? By all reports, they are simply not withstanding the cold properly. That can't be. The base of the shoe keeps plenty warm. It is the webbing, I dare say. On the lengthy flights at high altitudes, the freezing air is seeping right through. Most of the heavy bomber crews evidently have reverted to their old regulation boots. My instinctive thought, the easiest fix, is to replace the problematic material. Except it's not that easy. Webbing is fundamental to the entire effect. Okay then, I say, striving to seem unfazed. I'll hop to and solve it. I'll call on the factory today. Such labors, he interjects, would be for naught. I realize this is a fine smack in the eye. You will no doubt recall, however, the angry screed from a brass hat in the Air Ministry, how we had encroached on his ruddy territory. Colonel Crockett is therefore plainly of the opinion that we not take up the matter. Crockett, as the head of MI9 and a decorated war hero who served with the Royal Scots, is a shrewd organizer with no respect for red tape, and thus ascribes to leniency, which is to say, his order for us to move on means precisely that. But then I remember. The boots we've sent out. There are already 5,000 pairs. What will they do with them all? Don't bother your head, Miss Vos. They might yet be of use to crews of the smaller aircraft. One never knows. Must keep a stiff upper lip, eh? If they plan to dispose of them, he might not tell me. Where my knowledge isn't required, he often keeps dealings to himself. Though further deflated, I nod and smile. Sure enough, I'll whip up something far better. That's the spirit. He smiles back, although I sense his disappointment is equal to mine. Likely greater. His namesake boots have been a bragging point for months. Sure, in all fairness, if anyone should have caught their flaw early on, why not one of the many pilots and RAF brass who examined and tested them out? Still, I'm agitated I didn't fully factor in conditions of which I was aware. Wing Commander Moretti has even jokingly asked if I could devise a portable potbelly stove for his nighttime missions, claiming the flights were cold enough to freeze a can of soup. A stove. For soup. My thoughts gradually shift, moving on, as is sensible to do. Even hours later, in the quiet of my room, Moretti's words loop in my head. Combined with a sliver of my past, one bordering on blasphemy by Mrs. Janssen's standards, an idea develops. I envision a device that's not just innovative, but immeasurably useful. For airmen, for operatives, for the resistance. Maybe even for civilians suffering in the crossfire. But first, I require a vital ingredient.
while keeping heedful of its risks. Chapter 29. Despite my limited time in a spiritualist's employ, assisting with setups and cleanups, and as a participant when needed for a seance circle, I'd learned quite a lot. That included a stern lesson from Madame Esme that now both inspires and worries me. "This is not to be careless with," warned the turban-clad woman after I stumbled upon her bag of a chalky substance. Quicklime. The smallest addition of water can scorch your precious skin. Therein lay the secret to her illusion, I realized, of warming a glass orb to signal the presence of ghosts. I'm counting on that ability again. Not pertaining to the ghosts, mind you, but as an effective source of heat. By lamplight at the desk in my room, I prepare to test my latest prototype. Mimicking the telescopic design of the milk can escape, a soup can has been sealed in a larger tin. In the gap between them sits a measured amount of quicklime and at the base, a compartment of water, potentially creating a self-heating meal. It's taken me several days to determine the ideal size and type of cans, plus the proportions of the contents. Luckily, Hutton managed to acquire plenty of quicklime for my attempts. Not a shock, I suppose. He possesses an exceptional ability to pull strings. Even my extended stay here at the George, a lovely old coaching inn located in Beaconsfield and just a half-mile from Wilton Park, is by his arrangement. I grip my bradawl, essentially a screwdriver with a pointed tip. Should this fail to work, I have a second sample to try, but no more. Any additions will take days to receive. The manager of a local cannery already granted me a favor by producing these so soon. "Let's make them count," I say, hopeful. Near the bottom of the tin, I poke 2 holes to puncture the water stall, keeping the quicklime safely contained. If my design holds up, I flip the gadget over and cautiously leave it on my desk. There's a trickling sound, but no visible leak. A good sign. Then comes hissing. The formation of calcium hydroxide. My internal clock ticks away the seconds. 5, 10, 15. I recall my script from the stage. Belief, perseverance, imagination. Sadly, that combination hasn't yet been enough for me to outdo Hutton's former right-hand man. When transferred overseas, the charming, energetic, quick-minded Peter Baker left an impossibly high bar, according to the Major's grating reminders. "Young Baker did this. Young Baker did that. And oh, another grand bit regarding young Baker." Plus the military's bureaucratic hurdles, often more so for women, haven't helped my cause. Gauging progress, I grasp the tin. I detect the water bubbling, the container growing warmer. That's it. Keep going. Self-heating soup would be a feat in and of itself, but to achieve it in under a minute would be doubly impressive. 40, 45, 50. Though it might be too soon, I crank open the tin and inner can. Steam rises, a promising sight. The scent of pea soup offers only slight reprieve from the inn's vegetable stew, meatless and bland, served almost nightly. I stir the soup with a spoon and take a sip. The temperature is perfect. I've done it. The announcement is wasted on an empty room. I yearn for someone to share it with, and not just anyone. I think of all the evenings I watched Ari fiddling with contraptions or studying how to engineer marvels from scratch, many concurrently practical and extraordinary. I smile and wonder if he'd be proud. Then, realizing I'll never know, I feel a squeeze in my chest. I try to purge him from my mind, to retain the joy of my achievement, but memories clamor to the surface. To drown them out, I move to my nightstand and turn on the wireless.
Another BBC News report on the Berlin bombing raid. Fine news, to be sure. Though, in this moment, I'd much favor a comedic program like It's That Man Again. Even the daily recipe show with tips for reconstituting powdered eggs would do. I click off the radio. Wilton Park is generally accessible at all hours, given the urgency of assignments. In Hutton's office, I could fetch gadgets from the work-in-progress table and find distraction in tinkering. Beyond my blackout curtains, there's no sound of rain. So I throw on my shoes and coat and hustle toward the lobby with flashlight in hand. Blue cellophane keeps the bulb within nighttime regulations. Once outside on Wickham End, I savor the cool, crisp air that smells of damp meadow. I'm still all alone, but my breaths come easier. Aided by the moon's glow from a largely clear sky, I tread past inns, pubs, and shops closed for the night. Stars shine brighter due to the blackout, their patterns all the more pronounced. Andromeda, Cassiopeia, Cepheus. When Mr. Janssen gave me a constellation book all those years ago, I became determined to check off as many shapes as I could spy, because why do anything halfway? Every Friday evening for months, I dragged Ari to lie with me in a field. We'd gab and laugh, while doggedly searching for, oh, enough. These thoughts weren't supposed to stalk me to the other side of the world. I concentrate on my steps through a roundabout and plod along a tree-lined stretch. Irksomely, I fidget with the metal token on my necklace until recalling its purpose. The engraved identity disc, though not required for civilians, was something I first obtained at Hutton's urging. It's a reminder of the fate that threatens even those out here in the country. Before long, I note my surroundings. Somehow I already passed through the second intersection, a joining of 5 roads, where I should have gone northeast to reach the estate entrance. Instead, I took a soft right and will now have to double back. I curse my distractedness as much as the scarcity of signposts. Throughout England, many markers were removed to confuse any German troops that might parachute in. The sheer prospect encourages me to hurry back to my route. But the sound of low voices stops me. From my right, murmurs drift from a side street shielded by trees. I extinguish my flashlight. It's outlandish to think the area has been invaded. Still, curiosity and imagination lure me to peek, just to be sure. My vision strains through the moonlit air. Past a thick tangle of branches, I make out 2 shadowed men in fedoras and long coats. One of the fellows holds a blue-tinted flashlight which he suddenly aims in my direction. I go still as stone, save for my racing pulse. Does he see me? Sense that I'm here? After a moment, he twists back and passes along a package. Everything about this feels questionable, covert. More garbled conversation follows. Then he picks up the handled bag at his feet, and the other man climbs into his motor car and starts the engine. The headlamps, fitted with slotted masks, softly shine. I duck deeper into the greenery. Nerves prickle my skin as the vehicle rolls up. It barely pauses before turning right and rumbling off. The motor wanes, but footsteps grow closer. I hold my breath and peer through squinted eyes. Just a few yards from me, the fellow walks by with his flashlight directed at the ground. He's proceeding the way I came. It's then that I glimpse his face. I know that nose, those specs, that stature and gait. Hutton's. A small burst of relief sweeps through me. I'm tempted to jump up and share my foolishness, but then I reassess. What was he doing out here? It's no secret he works 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, to the point of obsession. But why meet on a side street in the dark of night, and this close to headquarters just to hand over what? The size and wrappings,
light paper with twine from what I could see, have all the makings of a box I know. The parcel from the station. In fact, I've brought him several just like it, though have yet to witness a single one opened. I rise with caution. Ensuring a furtive gap, I trail him toward the intersection, where he veers in the direction of Wilton Park. But as I come around the corner, it seems he up and vanished. I continue toward the entrance, and still he's not there. Not on the street, not at the gate. When I arrive at his office, I discover it vacant. Likewise, the last package I delivered is nowhere to be found. Chapter 30. Crooked. That's how numerous senior officers spanning almost every service branch view Hutton. I hadn't been working at MI9 a week before he informed me of this in a tone more boastful than offended. Apparently, his tendency to discard regulations and protocols ruffles the feathers of some, while a few have even denounced his initiative to use the guise of charities to send rigged packages to POWs, calling it ungentlemanly and a scoundrel's form of cheating. Personally, I've considered the latter opinion ridiculous and his bureaucratic infractions worthwhile. And yet, in his office come morning, I can't help but review what I know of the man and his trickery. As we stand at the toy table, he punctures one of my prototype tins and keeps time on his wristwatch. I could outright ask about his curious meeting, aware my impressions are likely absurd, but not without divulging my surveillance from the bushes. Instead, throughout the cans, trickling, hissing, and bubbling, I steal glances at his desk. No new questionable parcels, just a pile of folders and manila envelopes holding varied documents. On the floor by his chair, his worn leather briefcase bulges with sample materials and notepads of ideas. If I leafed through the pages, dug through the bag, would I find anything fishy? Well, well, would you look here? Hutton is admiring the soup's steam, having opened the outer and inner cans. He sips a spoonful, narrowing my attention to something sensible and known, and his face radiates with delight. A bang-up job. Superb. I can't help but smile. Although I expected him to approve, his validating words reinforce not only my pride, but more important, our collective mission. I should like an additional dozen, he declares, by this afternoon. As in hours from now. Major, I'll gladly put the order right in, but the cannery manager did say it will be days yet before they're able to make more. Days? No. He waggles the spoon. That won't do. I shall handle the cannery, and you will plan to retrieve them the moment they are produced. Agreed? I've barely had time to answer when he sets down the can and charges on. Now, once they are in your possession, you march that's half of them, straight over to the RAF Quartermaster's Department, with detailed instructions for use. Mark them addressed to these particular chaps. He's spouting this while jostling over to his desk, where he drops onto his chair and swaps the spoon for a pencil to scribble on a scrap of paper. If anyone gives you what for, merely relate that I insisted they try the gadget immediately and contact me to discuss. The spares can be locked up here in our pending cupboard. Have you got all that? When he holds out the note, I hurry over to accept. Yes, sir, I say as my brain scrambles to keep up. Brilliant. I do believe, Miss Vos, we will strike lucky on this. Brightly, he swipes the burning cigarette from his ashtray and takes a puff. But before I even tuck the paper into my coat pocket, his focus shifts to his paperwork. Our meeting is over. A celebration short-lived. I start for the doorway, digesting his directives until, off in the corner, an assortment of cloth maps, the boxes holding them specifically, revives a vision of his nighttime rendezvous. How nice it would be to move forward without a trace of misgivings, to put any silly notions to rest. Boosted by our exchange and with a subtle approach dawning, I turn back. "Sir, I've been meaning to ask." He hums an acknowledgement. "The last parcel I retrieved from the station, is there anything in it I should take care of?" He peers over the rims of his glasses.
The parcel?" He says this as if attempting to remember.
"From King's Cross. I assume it was samples of some kind?"
"Ah, yes. That is all sorted, but thank you for inquiring." He flits his hand. "There is no time to waste on those cans."
I nod and comply by taking my leave. As I tread out of the building, a weight descends in my gut. Only partially from his ambiguity and haste in sending me away. Mostly, in the midst of his answering, it was the downward flick of his gaze, confirming he has something to hide. Chapter 31. Analyzing and solving. These skills have long been my specialties, as much on stage as in life. A means to achieve order in chaos. Perhaps that's been another draw to my watching more spy and detective films than I'd care to admit. There's satisfaction to be found in the promised resolution of a riddle, from cobbling pieces together through intuition and sleuthing. I suppose this is what brings me out tonight. But not the only reason. If Hutton's actions are indeed nefarious, I need to know. Lives could be at stake. Not to mention the fate of my own, should my close association be tied to any illicit affairs. Incidents from my orphanage days of being wrongly accused and penalized had taught me not to rely on innocence for vindication. Hidden by trees surrounding headquarters, I wait with a view of the entrance. Hutton's meetings were scheduled until 9. By now, it must be 9:45. A droplet, fallen from an overhead branch, causes me to flinch as it slides past my coat collar. From an earlier drizzle, dampness lingers in the air, along with doubts over my judgment. After all these months of our working together, could I have really missed the signs? At last he emerges. Alone, hat tipped low. No parcel but his briefcase hangs from one hand and a suitcase from the other, along with a regulation flashlight that he then clicks on. I don't dare move. When he continues around the building, away from the vehicle pool, my suspicions escalate. Again, I trail him at a distance. His winding path lasts a good 1/4 of a mile before it leads into a field. The space is several acres in size, as best as I can tell by the glow of the moon. To prevent detection, I keep tight to a long, straggling hedge lining the property. He traipses onward through a meadow that appears desolate save for a tree. A giant oak, I'd guess. Where is he going, and why? A dip in the soil causes me to stumble. Suppressing a gasp, I catch myself on a rock. It's weather-beaten and lodged in the dirt. A quick scan reveals other stones varying in height and shape, all sprinkled among clustered weeds. By the time I look up, Hutton is gone, vanished once more. But that isn't what unsettles me most. It's my realization that the stones below me bear inscriptions, barely legible names and dates. I'm standing in a graveyard. Chapter 32. For the next 4 days, through my errands and appointments and sketching, I debate my options. Hutton is out of the office, traveling as he often does to meet with suppliers and manufacturers around England and as far away as Scotland. Or so he says. I no longer know what to think. Who takes a leisurely stroll through a cemetery, let alone at night and with luggage in tow, only to disappear? Assuming he's not practicing the occult, whatever was he doing? Of all the places to find privacy for a meeting,
A graveyard at night would certainly be among them. Through a new lens, I consider his paranoia-tinged warnings over phone lines being tapped, his frequent insistence that nothing of importance is accomplished through letters. Have his precautions been truly for the Allies? The lock on the file cabinet in his office would be easy enough to pick. If caught perusing classified documents, however, I could wind up accused of spying. How would that be for irony? I could always voice my concerns to Colonel Crockett, but in addition to having to admit to stalking my supervisor, I've yet to witness anything that can't be denied or explained away. My strongest argument is a hunch that something is off. If I'm wrong, there would assuredly be repercussions. I don't need to serve in the military to know that falsely accusing a high-ranked officer of what? Espionage? Treason? Would bring my role here to an end. In a blink, I could find myself back on a ship, dodging German wolf packs while headed for the States, where nothing awaits my return. No show or partner, no home, no purpose. Before daring to raise any issues, I'll watch and listen. I need to be sure.
Urgent matter. Report to HQ.
Early Wednesday morning, I both welcome and dread Hutton's phone message passed under my door at the inn, for it occurs to me he might be aware of my following him, on either or both occasions. I stow the possibility, hurry to dress, and venture to headquarters. The building is relatively subdued at this hour, unless compared to Hutton's office, which I find silent and vacant. Framed by the window, sun seeps through the March clouds, casting light through the room. On the desk sits his briefcase. Protruding from the top are a host of folders and notepads. Within arm's reach. Offering, if not begging, to be viewed. I glance at the door, half shut behind me. My pulse thrums as I weigh my choices. My fingers can't resist grazing the bag's unfastened buckle. A peek at the contents could solidify reasons to speak to the colonel, or, better yet, provide a rational explanation. Still, would the invasion of privacy be justified?
Cecil,
a man calls. I whip toward Hutton's voice, echoing from the corridor, but my fingers snag on the briefcase, its handle. The bag tips, spilling half the contents onto the floor. Blast it! I clamp my jaw, just as a second voice arises. Hutton is chatting with Crockett's chief of staff, intensifying my predicament but giving me a chance to recover if I rush. I scramble to stuff the notepads into the bag, then move on to collecting the scattered papers. I'm attempting to straighten them in their folders, when snippets of typed words leap out. Dutch girl. Troublesome. Urgent solution needed. It's a letter signed by Hutton, stamped top secret. My insides coil, tight as a bound wire, as I go to read the full page through. But the men are bidding goodbye. I shove the papers and folders back into the briefcase I've reset on his desk and step back.
Oh, jolly good. You've arrived.
I pin on a smile before angling toward Hutton, who swiftly adds,
We must be on our way.
He strides past me towards his coat tree in the corner as I steady my thoughts, at a loss over where he'd be taking me. Our way where?
A Dastrel house, he proclaims. It appears our luck is in with the ministry. The head of purchasing wants us to look in immediately regarding the self-heating soup.
I'm relieved slightly until I spare a glance at the briefcase. One of the folders is now blatantly cockeyed. As Hutton retrieves and slips on his overcoat, I lean back casually against his desk to block his line of sight. I take it he liked the gadget, I say.
I am most certain he will, once he knows what it is.
I'm not sure I understand. This is the truth, but also a prompt to keep him occupied.
Among the samples we sent, not a solitary one was so much as acknowledged by those blooming clots. Hence,
I submitted one of the cans in a form that could not be easily overlooked."
"Oh, how is that?"
He pauses from donning his brimmed hat, looking prideful.
"In the wee hours, a monstrous 6-foot crate, boldly marked Personal, was delivered to Air Commodore Wright's office. In that crate, I had suspended a single can labeled Danger, and wouldn't you know it, his call for a presentation arrived without delay."
My eyes widen, not falsely at the vision. Yet I think to reply,
"My goodness, that's grand. You're right, we ought to be going."
In a zealous motion, I jab my elbow into his bag, just enough to knock it onto its side and prevent suspicion over the folder.
"Sorry about that," I cringe. "How clumsy."
He waves this away kindly, but then dashes over to grab the briefcase. And we're off. Chapter 33. With both of Hutton's drivers out on supply runs, he borrows an Austin utility truck known as a Tilly to deliver us to the ministry himself. During the half-hour jaunt, or double that, it's hard to gauge from his frenzied weaving around cars, I attempt to study him while mulling over his memo. Sure, he could be troubled by another Dutch girl, though, in all honesty, what are the odds? Once we've arrived in the waiting area, I sit facing the Air Commodore's closed door. Its obscure window prevents any glimpse of what awaits inside. Out here, and pried open, the crate Hutton sent takes up a hefty portion of the room. A thin rope, frayed from being cut, hangs in the box. As I learned on the drive, when Hutton received our summons, he was at least gracious enough to inform the clerk over the phone that the tin wasn't, in fact, dangerous. Why we're still being welcomed to present the gadget is a mystery. Or maybe we're not. Hutton paces the carpet while puffing on his cigarette. His trembling hand trails ash over the carpeted floor. He looks especially tired and racked from stress. Previously, I would have presumed them effects of running ragged for MI9. Now I fear it's more. Perhaps I've become one of his worries, an issue requiring an urgent solution. A firing or reassignment. Or could it be more sinister? The office door swings open, giving way to a handsome British private, tall as a lamppost and nearly as slender.
"Major Hutton, the Air Commodore will see both of you now."
I rise as Hutton starts forward, but then he glances at his cigarette and frantically surveys the area. The private pipes in.
"May I take that for you, sir?"
"Thank you, Private." Hutton hands off the pluming stub. As we file past, the private slides me a flirtatious smile until spotting the RAF pin on my coat lapel. Obtained as a favor through Wing Commander Moretti, the sweetheart wings that symbolize a courtship dependably prove a deterring ruse. A savor of time and effort for all involved. The door shuts behind us with a rattle. Planted in his desk chair, an officer with dark bushy eyebrows sports a scowl that appears to be his resting face. He demands without preamble, "And just what the devil is this?" One of my self-heating cans, labeled Danger, is unmistakably the subject. It stands at the center of his desk, a walnut furnishing that's polished to a shine and as meticulously tidy as the rest of the room. No doubt the potted fern in the corner receives a daily dusting. Before I can reply, Hutton dives in with a flourish.
"Sir, the device before you,"
he sets down his briefcase to gesture emphatically,
"will prove revolutionary for our bomber crews, keeping them warm and nourished for those night sorties to Hamburg. In doing so, it would be quite the morale booster, and that is to say nothing of its inexpensive cost, efficiency, and ease of use."
Suddenly I recall Hutton's background in the film industry, aptly as a publicity director. I almost expect him to burst out with claims of the gadget's ability to launder clothes and mix gin tonics, all while a musical score plays in the background.
Far into the pitch, there's a tilt to the Air Commodore's head, his fingers steepled atop his desk. His interest betrays his unmoved expression.
"Well," he says once Hutton breaks for a breath, "do you intend to simply talk about your invention or demonstrate it?"
Hutton beams,
not bothering to correct that the credit should be mine. He turns to me. "Miss Vos."
My budding offense shrinks away. All at once, I'm back on stage, an assistant taking my cue from the showman. I smile reflexively and whisk a bradawl from my coat pocket, which I thankfully remembered to bring along. As you'll witness, sir, I gracefully approach the officer like hundreds of theater volunteers prior. 2 small punctures and a flip of the can are all it takes for a quick hot meal. I'm picking up the can when Hutton taps me.
"On second thought, why don't we let the Air Commodore give it a go? He will thereby personally experience its simplicity of operation, a keen benefit for any airman at the controls."
The man grunts his compliance and stands with hand extended. I waver for a moment, ever averse to uncontrolled factors in a trick. I have to remind myself that I won't be in every cockpit, that this is precisely how the can is meant to be used. After I pass over the bradawl, the officer tentatively pokes holes in the tin where indicated, then flips it and sets it down. And we wait. First comes the trickling that leads to gentle hissing, all as expected. But in seconds, an unusual fizzing becomes a gurgle. The noise strikes me as a warning. The tin is quaking now. It's getting too hot. Something is wrong, crucially, and I realize the thing just might explode. I grab Hutton's sleeve. "Get back!" I flail a hand toward the Air Commodore. "Now!" Startled, he retreats as we do, an instant before a reverberating blast. We all drop to the floor. With the ferocity of a volcano, scalding liquid flies in every direction, over the bookcase and chairs, the carpeted floor. And not just liquid, but flames. The heated waves of red and orange are crackling and spreading. The door swings open. It's the lean private.
"Blimey, it's a fire! A fire!"
My body jerks at the shouts, a reflex from entrenched memories of a near-identical alert. Except this fire is real. Then come more faces and voices. A team of clerks are hoisting extinguishers and stirrup pumps. Water and chemicals are sprayed every which way until the flames are entirely doused, returning us to safety. I register the stench as I come to my feet. A nauseating mix of scorched peas, chemicals, and singed carpet assails the smoky air. The potted fern, drooped and pitiful, no longer requires a daily dusting. My mind races to pinpoint the cause of the mishap. Either the cannery manager erred by adding too much quicklime, or the substance is just that volatile. The Air Commodore moves slowly through the room. He pauses at his once elegant and glossy desk, now among the charred casualties. His gaze stalls on me and Hutton, turning sharp as a spear. Not needing to be told, we see ourselves out. Chapter 34. Visions of the morning's disaster are replaying in my mind when a voice cuts in. "Miss Vos!" The private's tone suggests she's repeating herself. Beneath the brim of her cap, Lenora Walsh shoots me a quizzical look from the driver's seat of the truck, while steering us carefully down a cobblestone street in the darkness. Our partially masked headlamps are only so helpful. "Pardon me?" I said, "Is there something troubling you?" Has it been that obvious? I prop up a smile. "Not at all." From the slight gravel in my voice, I realize it's the first I've spoken since leaving headquarters at least an hour ago. In London's East End awaits a large quantity of... I've forgotten. Oh, yes, men's grooming supplies. Where to retrieve them from a warehouse once I confirm they've been properly rigged.
I'm just a bit tired. She's unconvinced by my answer. I detect it in her eyes before they reaffix on the road, but she doesn't prod further. Then again, there's probably no need. After my afternoon of warning the half-dozen recipients of the cans I'd proudly distributed, word of my colossal failure has surely reached the ATS lovelies, and they're not exactly ones to keep opinions of others to themselves. Come to think of it, that does make me wonder. If the two ever observed a questionable act, even by a higher rank, would they let it be known? Similarly, would Private Walsh? As Hutton's driver, she's witnessed many of the man's excursions firsthand. If I'm ever to probe, this is my chance. My role at MI9 could fast be coming to an end. Private Walsh, I've been meaning to ask you, I begin casually, about your work with Major Hutton. Has anything about him struck you as odd? Her lips tighten, but not quick enough to contain a snip of a laugh. I laugh a little myself, odd being an understatement. I'll take that as a yes. I sense her guard lower a notch before she offers, From the start, Colonel Crockett did give me a fair heeding that the Major was rather mad and of my need to humour him. A savvy answer. She suggested her own opinion without actually giving it. Gracious, I wish I'd received the same advice. When she smirks, I ask, Anything else? She ponders. The day I introduced myself, the Major informed me that if he's ever in uniform, which he hoped to God wouldn't be often, that he might fling me up a salute, but I'd be forbidden from reciprocating. Forbidden? Why? He claims it's undignified, unnatural, and unwomanly. She rolls her eyes, emphasizing the absurdity of what might well have been intended as his show of reverence for femininity. Likewise, he makes no secret of my driving skills taxing his nerves, saying nothing of Private Leary, who drives like a bloody maniac. She appears to catch herself and awkwardly murmurs, Excuse the moaning. Nonsense. I rather enjoy this peek at Lenore's moxie. At the same time, I struggle to reconcile my recruitment by Hutton, when so many in his position would have opted to hire yet another man. Is it possible he was intrigued less by my abilities, which, granted, lately have been underwhelming, than the presumption that as a woman I'd be usefully inattentive, unlike his beloved Peter Baker? Of course, if Hutton now wishes for my removal, his case could be easily made. Here we are, Lenore declares abruptly. She parks us in an open spot along the curb. Rather than tiptoeing around my concerns, perhaps I should just voice them. But she's climbing out of the truck and clicking on her blued flashlight. I can wait for our drive back. In the cold, dank air, I join her in crossing the vacant street. Thankfully, she knows the area. Given the damage of buildings and the protective boards over windows, let alone the blackout, it's especially challenging to find any location. I recall we're near the docks. I think of the peninsula of my childhood and visiting the shore with Papa. A wistful warmth runs through me, interrupted by a siren that slices the night. An air raid. I inhale sharply and my muscles tense. Lenora looks around, orienting herself, then speaks over the alert. There's a shelter close by, at Bethnal Green. She points behind us. It's a tube station that way. Follow me. We turn and I aim for calm while keeping stride beside her. The siren rises and falls as we pass one block after the other. Residents of varied ages are emerging from their flats like sheep in a storm headed for shelter. Their collective casualness, many toting bundled bedding, affirms this is standard routine. After all, the alerts are timed to give ample notice, and the majority nowadays are strictly precautionary. I'm antsy regardless. How much farther? Not far, Lenore says. Wait until you see it. The war broke out before the tracks could be laid. It's like an entire village beneath the city. There are thousands of bunks, a library, a theater. My one time there, a couple even had a wedding ceremony. I can't imagine ever being that comfortable about an air raid, or an underground station, or being anywhere that deep in the earth. But the promise of so much space does slightly reduce my worry. Around a corner, we proceed onto a street clogged with more figures. Patrons are pouring from a cinema and 2 adjacent pubs. An older gentleman off to the side, in the uniform of an air raid warden, waves everyone along. "Keep moving now! Keep moving!" After another few blocks, the rhythmic wail of the siren ends. But until the solid all-clear signal, a potential threat remains, evidenced by a searchlight illuminating the sky. Lenora cranes her neck for a view of the street. There it is. I stretch upward while walking and look between heads. The station's stairwell entry awaits on a corner flanked by clusters of trees. As usual, I breathe to loosen the anxiety knotted in my chest. In and out, in and out. Once I'm safely down the stairs, all will be fine. Before then, through the inevitable clustering of bodies, I'll focus on placing one steady foot after the other. The conversations around me swirl with leisure. More folks are carrying bundles. Few faces bear concern. Children ride piggyback or cling to hands. Babies are carried in woolen blankets. A metallic screech turns my head. It's the brakes of a bus coming to a stop. 2 other buses sit idling nearby. Passengers from each are disembarking, further swelling the crowd. I breathe deeper, gearing up, summoning Papa's voice. "It is okay, Scotch. It is okay." We slow to a crawl as those up ahead funnel down the stairwell. I stay close to Lenora and use my opposite elbow to buffer against strangers. A peculiar whistle and whirring pull my attention. I follow the crowd and looking up. "What is that?" people are saying. "What could it be?" Londoners well know the sounds of their anti-aircraft guns, and certainly the enemy's weapons. Even I sense that what we're hearing resembles neither of these. Before I can contemplate alternatives, a booming roar that verges on deafening ignites a collision of shouts. "It's a bomb! Run! Hurry! Go down!" All at once, the world devolves into a throng of jostling and yelling and shoving. Loud pinging noises suggest metal casings crashing into the ground. My heart is hammering, my throat cinching. I'm being moved forward, the ground wet and slick. The mob is heaving itself toward the narrow entry. Then a man's bellow, "Back up! Back up!" The command is gruff, authoritative, seeming to come from the outer right fringe, but the crowd is still advancing. "Turn around," the voice says. "Someone's fallen." The words latch onto my brain, uncaging a memory, and instantly I'm back in the assembly hall. The flood is again dragging me to the waterfall's edge to plunge me into a sea of bodies and death and darkness. A grip is on my arm, only this time it's Lenora, not Ari. I want to shut my eyes and fold into myself, make the scene disappear. But no. This can't happen. Not again. I scour for my voice and manage to shout, "Go back! Everyone, go back!" Faces jerk toward me, but the crowd's panic dominates. People are pushing harder, the pressure growing. I twist toward Lenora, whose willowy form is being swallowed up. I grasp her hand. We've got to get out," I say. A mix of fright and confusion fills her eyes. "Hold on tight," I tell her, and she nods. We embark on muscling our way toward the side. When I repeat the order to go back, more folks respond, the rest desperate for shelter. For every 2 steps Lenora and I achieve, we're shoved back 1. Still, we press against the current, unrelenting, our hands clutched together so firmly my bones threaten to snap. For an instant, the surrounding pressure gives. I eke out more steps with Lenora until there's an opening, and we charge straight for it. Breaking free, I suck in gulps of air. Someone hollers about taking cover across the way, and Lenora tugs me to hurry with her. Under high railway arches, meager protection, but it's something, we join amassing stragglers. We did it. We made it out. A surge of relief rushes through me. Only then do Lenora and I release our grip. The baffling noises have stopped. No sign of smoke or damage. No silhouettes of distant aircraft. No engines to be heard. I'm not alone in noticing. A spread of murmurings dissipate fears as more and more from the crowd flee to our space, including children and babies. Thank God. But then shouts grow from the direction of the tube entry. "Make way! Make way!" What's left there of the swarm hustles to clear a path. Gasps ripple through the air. Sudden and ominous, they curl my stomach even before I track the cause. From the stairwell, a fellow carries a limp form. As he places the woman on the pavement, another body is brought out. An elderly man. A young nurse rushes to kneel and check for a pulse. Evidently, finding none, she moves on to the next. Already a third lifeless figure has been added, this one a child. Then comes another and another. They show no sign of slowing. Every inch of me quakes. My mind is spinning, a tornado telling me to run, and in a blur, I'm doing just that. Away from the crowd, the ghastly scene. I hear my name faintly, but don't stop until a wave of nausea rolls through me. I bend over to retch, though only dry heaves rack my body. A hand is rubbing my back. Lenora stands at my side. Once my gut begins to settle, she says something about returning to the truck when it's safe and taking me home. I need no other encouragement. I long for nothing greater than to be rid of this place. By the time we reach the George, I realize to precisely what extent. As soon as arrangements can be made and logistics permit, I'll be leaving England for good. Chapter 35. A meal from the prior evening sits cold on my desk. It's the latest delivery by the inn's cook, whose concerns over my seclusion are gaining hints of doubt. My claims of battling a seasonal cold must stretch plausibility with each passing day, going on a week. Owing to her Irish superstitions, she probably wonders if I've fallen victim to a curse. It doesn't help that I'm directly beneath her room, treating her to outbursts from my resurrected nightmares, this time with the fresh nuances of German bombs raining down as I'm trapped in a tube stairwell, still, of course, in a pile of bodies. Blackout curtains scramble my days and nights as I fend off visions, old and new, of limp figures and empty eyes. By lamplight, I spend my waking hours skimming a book or half listening to programs on the wireless. Music while you work, the radio doctor, the glums. News broadcasts have captured more of my interest as I seek to evade shame over relinquishing my duties at MI9. The tide of the war is turning, they've said. While bombing raids pummeled Germany, Hitler's loss of Stalingrad has delivered him a mighty blow on the Eastern Front. Even our forces in North Africa, by tightening their hold on Tunisia, are nearing the end of a stalemate with the Axis on the run. And all without a scrap of my help. Fine, yes, there's the rest of Europe to consider. But how much difference have I truly made? I'm a cog in a massive machine, sure to be replaced the minute I set sail, if not sooner. To that end, I'm listening now for the latest updates while curled up in bed. Presented by Lord Haw-Haw, the Nazi propaganda reports naturally exaggerate Allied defeats, yet still help gauge the state of the seas.
In an escalating battle of the Atlantic, Allied merchant ships are being sunk by the dozens, he boasts. I cringe over the perishing of more lives, and selfishly over fears that prevent me from scheduling my departure. As if the prospect of sleeping in the belly of a ship wasn't daunting enough, it now verges on debilitating. By coming to England, I was proudly embodying my father's bravery, my mother's adventurous spirit. How disappointed they must be, looking down on me here, stuck between worlds, imprisoned by my thoughts, including what just led me to that East End tragedy. After the bombing of Berlin, German retaliation was logical. With dock areas being a common target, I should have seen it coming. The air raid, at least. In that way, I'd become too comfortable, a recurring weakness. A gentle knock sounds on the door. My twin-bell alarm clock informs me it's 8:20. Monday's breakfast delivery a smidge early. I answer from my pillow. Not hungry, but thank you. Another knock follows, galling me, rightfully or not. I'm about to assert a reply when the caller announces, Miss Vos, it's me, Private Walsh. Internally, I sink. Hutton must have sent her to fetch me, as I scarcely glanced at his phone message from yesterday. Frankly, given my debacle at the ministry, I'm surprised he would bother. The letter of resignation I left in his office days earlier gifted him an easy out. As for his questionable behavior, whether I'll report it and how, I haven't the mindset to decide. Miss Vos! I'm tempted to remain silent, but all things considered, I ought to say goodbye. On my feet, I make my way to the door. Opening it, I recall I'm in my nightclothes and thus gather the collar. Good morning, she says, tentative. I merely repeat her greeting. The normalcy of her appearance magnifies the lack in mine, causing me a resentful twinge. I do apologize for the intrusion, but I've come regarding Major Hutton. Yes, I understand, and I promise I'll ring him back at HQ. After a shake of her head, she pauses. That's when I notice the foreboding in her eyes. The Major has been admitted to Woodside Officers' Hospital. I'm afraid there's been... She measures how to finish. An incident. Chapter 36. The drive passes wordlessly. Lenora steers the truck through the drizzling grayness, making no utterance about the ghastliness of our last outing. She could well know by now how many lives were lost, how many were children, whether the peculiar bombs also caused any casualties. But what good would come from sharing such things? Certainly none from hearing them. I fidget with the identity disc that hangs along my collar. For our daunting return to London, I donned my dress and coat with no more thought than the hat over my hastily pinned hair. Through the passenger window, I survey the canopy of clouds. Dread over another air raid looms, rivaling my apprehension over what awaits at the hospital. Hutton has requested my presence there. That he's suffered a nervous breakdown is all Lenora has told me. It's enough, however, to gouge my conscience. While my resigning is surely but a minor contribution, I can't say the same of our soup mishap. Besides, his increasingly erratic pace, punctuated by his hand tremors, should have caused me some alarm. To be fair, distinguishing the signs from an eccentric is no simple chore, and this still doesn't explain his nighttime excursions, nor passing a package in a manner that... I squash the rest. The riddle is no longer mine to solve. Moreover, what harm could the man do now? As treatment for his condition, he could be sedated or even restrained. Verifying as much will render the mystery moot. Either way, I don't plan to stay long. In the military institution,
formerly St. Luke's Woodside Hospital for Functional Nervous Disorders, a nurse leads me toward Hutton's room. Down the sterile white corridor, my shoes clack on the runway of tiles. Disinfectant permeates the air. I assured Lenora I'd return by bus, releasing her to other tasks. Part of me wishes I hadn't sent her off so soon. The nurse, being called to assist with a patient's outburst, directs me to continue the last few yards. I slow at the half-open door, where I'm greeted by the familiar smell of cigarette smoke. Seated in bed, unrestrained and propped against a pillow, Hutton appears to be scribbling on paper. My footfalls draw his eyes.
"At last! Miss Vos, please come in."
His lucid state knocks me for a loop. It strikes as particularly incongruent in light of his appearance. With a hospital gown in place of his tweed suit, his face unshaven and hair unkempt. I venture into the room, a limited space with a curtained window. "How are you feeling, sir?"
His hand shoos away the question as a tired one. "Fine, just fine."
His impatience is ever present.
"Of greater concern is how to proceed. Whilst the length of my stay is pending, there is still much work to be done."
"But shouldn't you be resting?"
"After 4 days here, mucking about, I am going positively stale."
He grumbles as if cooped up for 40.
"Now," he says, "if we are to win this war, I shall require your assistance with our schemes moving forward. More than usual, I might add."
I realize then that my letter never reached him, or his memory has lapsed since. I need to break the news, but how? Doing so here and now feels cruel, yet stringing him along under a false pretense would be no kinder, and that's to say nothing of my own precarious state. Replacing me is only sensible, above all, for those in jeopardy we're meant to help. He pauses to point to a chair not far from his bed.
"Please sit. Sit."
I remain standing. "Sir, I feel terrible if my recent failures added to your predicament in any way," I begin.
"What? Oh my, don't be silly."
While I appreciate his assurance, I forge on before losing my nerve. Having said that, I've come to believe my efforts are no longer worthwhile at MI9. A mere week ago, he'd have likely celebrated the announcement. Now that he requires more assistance, I brace for a spate of frustration or a disappointment, even a guilt-laden appeal. Instead, he reclines against his pillow with a contemplative nod.
"I imagine this pertains to the misfortune at the Tube."
I should have figured he learned of it. Lenora is liable to have shared if asked about my absence.
"I dare say," he murmurs as if musing aloud. "That must have been especially distressing in view of your childhood experience."
Startled, I blink at him. "How could you know of—" As my words trail off, he says,
"From the vetting for your clearance, Miss Vos. We do deal in intelligence, after all."
He offers an amused smile that I don't reciprocate. I begrudge how much he knows of my past, how much he's known all along without letting on. He appears to detect this and levels his tone.
"Rest content. I have it on very good authority that what happened at Bethnal Green shan't be repeated."
A ridiculous assertion. Not masking my view, I laugh under my breath. There is no way you or anyone else can possibly ensure that.
"Quite the reverse," he states.
Then he glances at the door as if to confirm privacy. His paranoid sensibilities now allude to more than eccentricity.
"I divulge this in the strictest of confidence," he continues with a rueful air. "Prior to my episode, I inquired as to what transpired at the shelter, given a lack of news reports on the matter. Parliament felt a media blackout was best, for morale, as it were, on account that the Jerrys weren't to blame. Sadly, it was our own anti-aircraft munitions that inspired the panic."
Right off, I find this difficult to believe. The East Enders, of all people,
know the sounds of their ack-acks. My mind can still hear the strange whistling and whirring. The thunderous noise and clattering of shell casings were surely the product of German innovation, a weapon we'd yet to encounter. I'm sorry, but no, that can't be right. What we heard was distinctly different.
Indeed, it was a new type of rocket, fired for the first time. In an unannounced test, they were launched from Victoria Park, a half-mile from the shelter. With the ghastly effects that resulted, I assure you those guns shall be swiftly relocated, if not retired.
I'm about to debate him further when I recall the night's absence of decimation. No visible explosions, no buildings torn to rubble, no signs of any aircraft. And it all fits. Hutton shared his insight as a comfort and cause for me to stay. Rather, it delivers a fresh wave of nausea and an even greater reason to leave. For once again, a massive tragedy has proven utterly, horrifically senseless. No more dithering over my traveling home. As I said, I manage, I've made my decision. I plan to depart as soon as possible. But I do thank you for the opportunity. Unwavering, I start away.
Miss Vos! I'm nearly to the door when he says in a rush, You cannot just leave the country. It will not be permitted.
My steps slow despite my yearning to run. Is he lying to keep me here? Or is it the truth? I pivot back to decipher which.
As yours is a reserved occupation, he explains calmly, it is the British government's prerogative to bar your departure.
There is no suggestion of falseness in his voice nor his face. Though flailing inside, I summon a semblance of defiance. Then I'll simply spend the rest of the war in my room, and we'll see how helpful your government finds that.
Or, he says, I could put in a persuasive word to aid your case.
I wait as I sense there's more.
In exchange for a small favor.
I straighten. Only for the prospect of escaping this island do I ask, what is it you want?
My briefcase. I left it behind unwittingly, just a short hop from headquarters.
When he requests nothing else, I peer at him, dubious. If that's all you want, why not just send for it? Then I recall its contents. The ominous memo about the Dutch girl, the many other documents I haven't viewed.
Well, you see, the errand is confidential in nature due to its rather unorthodox destination.
Before he can finish, my memory of such a place creeps back, one linked to Hutton in the most cryptic of ways. And already I know, even if to my detriment, I won't bring myself to decline. Chapter 37. The tube calamity has decidedly reinforced my aversion to graveyards. Nevertheless, I find myself retreading a winding path from Wilton Park, headed for a cemetery. At least this time it's by daylight, being roughly 10:30. A break in the rain allows for an easier trek over slightly muddied ground. As I follow the familiar hedges that straggle along a field, a muffled rumbling halts me. My heartbeat skitters as I look and listen, until I recognize an RAF Spitfire flying between clouds. I blow out a breath, reminded of my goal to leave this life behind. In a rectangular patch of land a couple acres in size, I warily pass the smattering of tombstones. Their aged inscriptions and surrounding weeds suggest a disused place of rest, not lessening its eeriness. I continue briskly to reach the meadow in which Hutton disappeared, and now I know exactly where. A dozen yards from the last set of gravestones stands the same huge oak tree I recall. Its abundant spread of branches provides a strategic cover that beckoned first Hutton and now me to its base. There, purposefully facing the cemetery and disguised as a burial vault entrance, await stone steps that descend to a door.
Camouflaged by turf at ground level, the structure's roof blends impressively with nature. I try the handle and confirm what Hutton suspected, that based on the last of his recollections from several nights ago, he'd managed to lock the door before walking toward headquarters. Along the way, he apparently found himself out of sorts, his path unrecognizable. Guards found him near the mansion, pacing and carrying on. I retrieved from my coat pocket the key he lent me. After peeking behind me for anyone in the vicinity, I unlock and open the door. The interior leaves me slack-jawed. The spacious bunker, a good 12 by 20 feet, boasts all the features of a household den: a wooden floor and rug, a desk and chair, an oil lamp and heater. On the wall of bookshelves sit hundreds of gadgets. With Ari's penchant for tinkering as a kid, he'd be on cloud 9. Most of the toys are a mix of active and blown inventions, the rest evident prototypes in varied stages of development. There are tricked-out dartboards, baseball bats, and badminton rackets, gramophones, lighters, and spools of thread. When Hutton directed me here, he described it as a vault-like storage room, painting a very different scene. He'd had the place built, he said, to keep his devices from the sticky fingers of servicemen who treated his office as a help-yourself, no-pay gadget shop to amuse their family and friends. Gazing in awe, I have to remind myself what led me here. These items no longer pertain to my life. Disquieted by the room's underground location and solitary exit, I gear up to seek out Hutton's briefcase. Within seconds, I locate his bag behind the desk. My mission is explicit, and yet I can't resist. I forego debating and delve inside, only to find it holds no documents, just sketches and diagrams of gadgets. In my periphery, my sights catch on a diversion. 3 parcels stacked in the corner bear an appearance I recognize: cream paper, black twine, matching the package handed off by Hutton. Though his graveyard activities are now clear, his nighttime meeting remains a mystery. In my final effort for MI9, I take the liberty of stealing a look. What I discover results in more questions than answers. Chapter 38. It's late afternoon by the time I return to the hospital with Hutton's briefcase, ending my obligation, if not my curiosity. Splendid. Well done. He accepts the delivery while seated in bed, eyes alight behind his glasses. I locked up, of course, and put the key in your bag. This doesn't stop him from diving into the contents, surely for peace of mind. Sir, if I may, I have something to ask. As do I, Miss Vos. He continues to rummage. Are you aware of the reason I was selected specifically to lead the gadget section? The detour gives me pause. Your prior service as a pilot? Ah, here we are. Out of the briefcase, he pulls not a key but a billfold, from which he displays a piece of paper folded down several times. This, he answers his own query, all due to this very page. Given his mental incident, he could well be holding a sheet of doodles and gibberish for all I know. Smoothing it out, he explains, amidst my interview at the War Office, I made mention of my early aspirations for the stage. Having piqued the officer's interest, I presented a memento normally carried in my possession. He passes it over and watches me expectantly. On the creased, well-worn sheet is a standard typewritten note. That much a relief, dated April 29th, 1913. I get no farther than the recipient's name before my eyes snap up. It's addressed to Harry Houdini. A small, prideful smile plays on Hutton's lips. You wrote this? Did you know each other? He flits a hand toward the missive. Read on, he says, and so I do. In the letter, Hutton proposes that his company construct, in full view of an audience, a sturdy crate to be nailed and roped shut with Houdini inside, dared to escape without demolishing the box. But the 6 handwritten words at the bottom of the page are the most astounding. The above challenge has been accepted. I stare back at Hutton. You and he. You actually did this? Threading his hands on his blanketed lap, he reclines. After a performance in Birmingham, Houdini offered £100 to any producer of a wooden box from which he would be incapable of escaping. I was in the employ of my uncle's timber mill at the time. Assembling the packing case on stage, I believed, would eliminate any opportunity for the showman's trickery. At the cliff-hanging quiet, I urge, and? Did he make it out? Hutton replies with a nod, revealing his own defeat. Yet I can't help but grin. Precisely how this was done, he says, confounded me for years. That is, until Houdini revealed his method in private following a show at the Holborn Empire. You see, he bribed our top carpenter £3 to use almost entirely short nails and to hammer them in such a way that enabled an end piece of the box to pivot. Unaware, I watched with the rest of the theatre as Houdini was handcuffed and bound in a sack. Once he was secured in the box that was nailed shut and wrapped with rope, a curtain barred our view. Minutes later he emerged to a jubilant audience, free of his bindings and without disturbing a single knot on the crate. As I visualize the escape, each calculated step an earned reaction, an old longing for the stage flutters through me. The trick was ruddy clever, Hutton concludes. Although, I must say, scarcely his most daring. Well, no, of course not. The performer's published accounts are imprinted forever in my mind. That would be his legendary act, the Upside Down, or when he hung from a crane in a straitjacket. Better yet, his being buried alive, or being sealed into an airtight box and tossed into the bay. Hutton raised his forefinger, and still there exists one greater, a trick for which he shall never be lauded properly. My intrigue is baited. Yet just then, a man's voice drifts from the hallway. The patient, shuffling past with a nurse, babbles while gesticulating. It's a glaring reminder to keep Hutton's assertions in perspective, particularly with his tone turning conspiratorial. He leans toward me. I trust you to envisage, in the days leading to our last sparring with the Jerrys, the benefits afforded a performer of such esteem. Why, he could tour throughout Europe, hauling trunks and supplies, not only free of suspicion, but invited to entertain the most powerful leaders in the grandest palaces, even celebrated for breaking out of their most secure prisons. A celebrity of the like might well accrue some juicy tidbits to share. Would you not agree? I study Hutton's face, seeking signs of deception or delusion. He appears genuine and clear-headed. You're suggesting Houdini was a spy against the Germans? I would make no such claim, he insists, sitting back. In the way of officialdom. I stand there dumbfounded. The theory, while outlandish, is actually so logical it defies dispute. So now you see, Miss Vos, the importance I have placed on furthering the critical work of a man no longer able. I would hope you feel the same. The dual reference to Houdini and himself isn't missed on me. In recalling the East End disaster, however, neither is my want for safety, for normalcy. Besides, didn't he recently label me troublesome? But, sir, you really don't need my help. I think that's become evident to us both. As it so happens, he says with a slight hitch before going on, Colonel Crockett has informed me that, whilst he will do what he can, given word that I have cracked up, it appears I won't be welcomed back. At least for some time. Oh, Oh, I see. The possibility hadn't dawned on me, but falls within reason, considering the gravity of our work and its classified nature. Combined with the adversaries he's accrued among the brass hats in every branch, an exception is unlikely. I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Major.
No need to be, he replies. Should we continue our efforts together?
Pardon?
I shall merely move my schemes to the background, behind the curtain, so to speak, as you assume the public role on our behalf.
You're talking about a charade.
You once supplied a similar system to your stage work.
Yes, I suppose, although...
Then I don't foresee an issue.
Unless we wind up caught. Fans of magic expect to be fooled. The same can't be said of superiors in military intelligence.
In which case, he counters with a trace of impatience, I vow to assume full responsibility. Furthermore, unless a security risk, there is no regulation restricting you from gathering outside ideas.
Running low on arguments, I scrounge for another and note our surroundings. Surely you ought to be resting instead. Taking some time.
I'll rest, he snaps, when this bloody war is over.
At my flinch, he pulls back. The frustration coloring his face just as soon pales.
My apologies.
I accept easily with a nod. Expelling a sigh, he relaxes his hands on his lap.
With every passing day, ever more of our devices are blown. Our lads behind the wire, the underground operatives, they are all dependent upon our work.
He meets my eyes.
The more success they achieve, Miss Vos, the higher chance my boys make it home.
His sons. Goodness. He speaks so rarely of his personal life that I'd nearly forgotten. I understand, I say, though falsely. I can only attempt to fathom the constant everyday worries of a parent, let alone during wartime. Even so, the thought of his secret shelves of gadgets brings me back to my initial question. To even contemplate his proposal, I need the whole picture. Your parcels in the bunker, the cases of jam and marmalade. I saw you at night giving some away. Why? He lifts a brow, surprised, then answers sheepishly,
goods for trading.
Trading for what?
Priority. For iron, silk, a great many other materials we have required from our suppliers.
Like my tins from the cannery, I mentally add. Greasing the wheels, I translate, and he agrees. Again, he appears sincere, but I retain my guard. If that's all it was, why not just tell me? Sudden indignance pinches his voice.
The business of compromising ethics is not suitable for a fine lady.
I barely contain a snort. Our endeavors pertain to war, not tea with high society. But then he does tend toward the dramatic. And the bunker? Which of my ethics would that have jeopardized? He mulls over the challenge.
I suppose, he says, I had grown accustomed to my privacy.
Truthfully, to that much I can relate. Major Hutton, a stout nurse barks from the doorway. It is time for your bath. She sends a glower toward me, an order to exit, just as Hutton touches my coat sleeve.
Ponder my offer, Miss Vos. Please.
His hand quivers, making me question the hazards of him continuing work in any capacity. And yet, he at least deserves a modicum of consideration. I will. Chapter 39. In the lounge bar of the George, I wait on the bench along the wall, my mind swimming. Upon my return, the inn's cook, cheery over my moving about, insisted on whipping me up a Spam sandwich. Only then did I realize I'd gone the day without eating. But then, who could blame me? Presuming the claim of his spy work is true, Houdini raised the act of misdirection to an astonishing level. Now even more I understand Hutton's obsessive drive. as well as his impetus to recruit me. My own crate trick in New York must have struck him as nostalgic. Perhaps my patter about Houdini even seemed a sign. My belly growls, interrupting the thought. While embarrassingly loud, the sound is drowned out by girls' giggles. As my only company in the room, the manager's daughter and her 2 friends, all around 8 or 9 years old, are playing a board game on the floor. A fire crackles in the hearth, scenting the air. One of the girls flaunts a card that gets her out of jail free. I smile wistfully, wishing the release of Allied prisoners could be just as easy. "Pamela?" a woman calls from the next room. The manager's daughter sits up. "Yes, Mum. Time to feed the animals, love." The girls squeal. Scrambling from the room, they divvy up assignments for the inn's cat, dogs, and pigeons. Left to the quiet, I gaze at the abandoned Monopoly game. How differently I've come to view such pastimes, now as delivery mechanisms for war. Dominoes, cribbage boards, chessmen. All those and more have been exposed. German guards are growing ever wise to game sets capable of hiding escape aids, leaving scant new options. Most are too small or thin to rig, like Monopoly, for instance. There is no compartment to be squeezed into its tiny houses and hotels, its trinkets and slender board. Or is there? Houdini thrived on defying the impossible. While varied in forms, I've been doing the same since childhood, often for survival. In this instant, I consider a potential reason my life has been repeatedly spared. Could it be to attain justice for the victims of a cruel and callous enemy? As a young girl, I had no power to retaliate against the anti-union murderer who yelled fire, or the crooked sheriff and his vicious deputies, or the company management that would have sooner let us starve than pay miners like Papa a decent wage. Maybe I still don't. But I have a chance now, if even in a small way, to strike back at Hitler for all the horrors he's wrought on the world and families and countless innocent lives. The revelation draws me to kneel beside the game. Hoping the girls are forgiving, I slide the pieces off to examine the cardboard base. No thicker than 1/4 inch. It couldn't conceal any bulky tools. Yet slim ones just might go undetected if cut precisely into the liner. I run my fingernail along the edge of the playing spaces, most named after London's sights and streets. The paper face could be removed, potentially intact, if steamed with care. But how to reattach it after? No chance rubber cement would dry smoothly enough to pass camp inspections. It would have to be engineered from scratch. That's when I note the maker's name on the box. The company is not only familiar, but trusted. A printer of playbills and other amusements, John Waddington Limited already produces our tricked-out cards, as well as color silk maps. The ideal kind, incidentally, to implant in the board since the fabric is thin, compactable, and safe from rustling. I consider Hutton's unconventional methods, and I don't bother to call for an appointment. First thing in the morning, I jump on a train headed toward the manufacturer's headquarters in Leeds. Thanks to the company director's recognition of my name from previous shipments, I spend the afternoon in a private room with a skilled engineer, experimenting with boards and decals and an array of escape aids. I apply knowledge from my old carpentry job, commanding a variety of tools with a steady hand for a smooth and seamless result. By nightfall, we fashion a Monopoly set no different from any other wartime edition of the game, save for its embedded silk map, mini compass, and 2 files sharp enough to saw through wire. I deliberate over involving Hutton, for fear of contributing to his stress. But denying the man a clear-cut purpose would surely be worse. For my spirits, too, evidently. When I present him with my sample the next day, spreading it over the foot of his bed, he emits delight, but above all, relief. He views the prototype as a sign I'm committing to his plan. And he's right. What he doesn't know is that my latest nightmares, more a motivator now than a burden, solidified my choice. The enemy has never been clearer, nor has my desire to help defeat them. As for equipping the game, Hutton says, shifting quickly to the practical, might I propose a minor improvement? I brace against my pride. After all my hours and effort invested, it's hard to imagine an option I haven't explored. Certainly. I should think an innocuous tag to denote the particular map sealed in each board would prove useful. This would ensure the games are directed to camps in their correlating regions. I sweep a look over the center of the board, its contents inaccessible for our double-checking, and humility slides in. He has a fine point. Borrowing his pencil and pad, I take a seat and we develop a plan. A tiny dot on free parking indicates the inclusion of a France-Germany map. One on Marylebone Station signifies a map of Italy, and so forth. Then, to safeguard the loaded games from falling into the factory's ordinary stock, I suggest a seemingly errant period on the box outer label. Also, he interjects, mid-puff on his cigarette, we must include money. Funds being handy for bribes, food, and train passes, that's actually an addition I had already entertained. I do wish we could. There's just no room for another false pocket. No, not in the board. We'll swap out the bound stacks of play money for genuine currency, Reichsmarks or Lire, in accordance with the intended camp. In a rush, my concerns over his judgment return. I lower the notepad to my lap. I'm not confident that's the best idea, having the real funds so visible. It's a softened statement of the obvious, but he retorts as if I'm the foolish one. Naturally, we'll place a few bills of play money on the top and bottom of the stacks to help disguise them. Yes, but if the board is searched close enough, a camp guard is sure to discover the money. Hutton winks. That, my girl, is correct. Oh, heavens. His mental faculties are impaired after all. Guards are but human, he continues, strained by war and desperation for family. Temptation to pocket those funds shall be irresistible. And if that guard fancies another delivery of its kind, I realize aloud he won't report it to the watch list. Hutton smirks. Righto. He takes another quick puff. Now, before presenting this to Crockett, you will need to compose a memo stamped secret and send it straight away to Norman Watson at Waddington's. Pencil back on the notepad, I scrambled to keep up. Request a sum of 3 games with these exact specifications, one each to include the following pictures: an emerald, a double eagle, and a Dutch girl. I transcribe the instructions, unquestioning, until the last words sink in. Dutch girl? Oh, yes. Pictures being maps, of course. Each reference is code for a respective region. I shall teach you my terms for all of them. Reflecting on his earlier memo about an urgent solution needed for a troublesome Dutch girl, referring not to me but a map, I can't help but burst into laughter. While Hutton surveys me peculiarly, I resolve to explain in full, recognizing that we would both do well to trust each other more. The following Monday, on the cusp of evening, the verdict is in. After thrilling over the Monopoly ploy, soon to expand to Ludo, then Snakes and Ladders, Colonel Crockett remarks on having foreseen the Major's need for a respite, and sealed by Hutton's recommendation, he cautiously hands me the reins in the gadget arena. A temporary solution, he says, a seeming disclaimer. In time, I'll convince him the more apt term is permanent. For the duration of the war, that is. Regardless, it's a grand reward. Almost as satisfying are the expressions from the ATS lovelies when told the news. Despite the added burden of responsibility, I practically float out of headquarters. The flaps of my unbuttoned coat could well be wings. I swoop past fellow staff while toting Hutton's briefcase, ours now, really. The piney scent from surrounding trees travels on a crisp spring breeze as I turn for the bunker. I travel no more than a few strides before a word pierces the air, powerful as a bullet. Paired with the voice, the lone syllable cuts through my core, stopping me cold. Fen. Chapter 40. Over the course of my 6 months at Wilton Park, the potential of this very scenario hasn't eluded me. A dappling of American soldiers from MISX, our U.S. counterpart, often frequents our headquarters. At times, a resemblance in one of their profiles or in a raspy American accent has steeled me for a confrontation with my past. I thought, now that it's real, now that Ari is closing the few yards between us, nothing within me feels solid. My bones are candles too long in the sun. My brain is sludge, thick and muddled. Fen, he repeats. You all right? He touches my elbow as if to ensure stability. His look of concern only adds to my confusion. Yes, I'm fine. Just surprised. Pull it together already. Eyeing me from under the brim of his peaked service cap, he nods. But then he glances over his shoulder before tipping his head in that direction. There's a bench I saw over by those trees. Why don't we go sit? I manage to agree, but as I take a step, he halts me. Here, let me get that. The briefcase, I realize, barely dangles in my grip. I let go of the handle and gather myself enough to proceed on my own. My feet guide me past a scattering of service members and around the side of the building to a simple metal bench. Above the treetops, a vibrant blend of orange and yellow saturates the sky, magnifying the surrealness of the scene. Ari sets down my briefcase and invites me to settle first. The coolness of the seat seeps through my pencil skirt, helping to sober my senses and clear a path for my thoughts. He joins me on the bench, allowing what little gap is possible. When he removes his cap, his military cut appears a tad longer than I envisioned. The rest of him no less broad or handsome in his olive-drab uniform. Could this encounter actually be happenstance? I hope it's okay, he says, that I came looking for you. Almost 5 years apart, and he can answer my questions without being asked. As comforting as it is unnerving. Absolutely. It's grand to see you. I attempt to smile, not meeting his eyes, dodging the spotlight. You're here to meet with intelligence, I'm guessing? That's right. So, you're stationed in London now? Nah, I'm not staying. Then, no need for you to fret. I didn't mean to suggest. No, I know you didn't. An awkwardness so foreign between us wedges in. He picks at his hat resting on his knee. Just meant I'm flying out tomorrow. First thing. Tomorrow, I say. Going back so soon? He hesitates, perhaps not wanting to admit how many days he's been in the area, putting off this visit, likely debating whether to come. There's loads of work to be done. You know how it is. Of course. I've scarcely registered his presence, much less his departure. You look well, Fenna. Reflexively, I reply, so do you. After a beat, he says more pointedly, what I mean is, you look beautiful. The full workday has surely faded my makeup and loosed strands from my twist. Still, the sincerity in his tone pulls my gaze to his. What I find there
in the familiar depth of his slate-blue eyes is something I failed to fathom just how much I've missed. A sense of home, rooted in history, in shared memories since childhood, from the one person in the world who knows me better than anyone else ever did or could. The feeling rings especially true in the muted evening light. As if by magic, it softens his features, and our years apart disappear. All at once, we're in my old room, his arms around me, his body curled with mine. It was a night of intimacy and discovery and passion. Before he must have come home, eager to share our news, only to find my note. The guttural sound of propellers, a typical RAF hurricane in passing, grounds me in reality, where at last I can set things right. Ari, I begin, daring to turn to him fully. I push past the emotion gathering in my throat. About what happened. Why I left.
Please don't.
Firm, not a request. A moment later, his voice eases.
It was ages ago. We wanted different things. I get that now.
There's more to it than that. Although, whittling it down to the barest essence, he's not wrong. Respecting his wishes the very least I can do, I give a nod. His willingness to speak to me at all is a blessing. He sheds a breath.
So, this job with Major Hutton. I'm glad it panned out.
The diversion is plain, but it does bring forth a question. How did you know where I was? And about my work?
My folks, partly. They reached out, worried, a few days after you rang me. Combined with what you said, it added up.
I should have figured. I phoned them before shipping out and have sent a couple letters since, disclosing what I'm able. I'm guessing your mother said the same to you as she did to me, that I'm completely out of my tree for accepting the job.
She did,
he admits. I can't help but smile, and his eyes gain a glimmer. The warmth in them is just enough to melt a layer of tension. He adds,
Things are going well, then?
They are. I consider my day a welcome contrast to recent weeks. Particularly well, actually. Not to say I haven't had my fair share of foul-ups. He nods along, then asks,
You mean like the flaming pea soup?
I stare at him, befuddled. But how? How'd you hear? Imagining just how far word has spread, I sink into the bench, a flush heating my neck. Never mind, I don't want to know. His lips curve upward, almost a grin.
Not to worry. The razzing isn't about you, just the officer at the ministry. Scuttlebutt has it he's a pompous heel.
I relax only a fraction. Honest?
Honest to goodness, he says. Moretti tells me you've been doing a real keen job, what with your contraptions and special inks and all that.
Moretti? As in the wing commander? Ari winces and falls mute. The mention apparently unintended. Even more reason to arch my brow and wait, unblinking despite the breeze. He relents while glancing away.
Every so often, the fella makes it across the pond, ferrying Brit bigwigs. So we pal around some. Then, back in the fall, I offered him a heap of lucky strikes for keeping an eye on the new American gal working with Hutton. A real sport, he insisted on doing it for nothing.
Wait, I jump in. That's why he pays me visits? Not to bum gadgets for his passengers?
Oh, I don't know. I'd wager it's both.
I shake my head, taking this in. Moretti's fatherly manner now seems more targeted than habitual. You're saying, all this time, you've been keeping tabs on me? It's not an accusation or even teasing. It's a comforting revelation, an awareness that I was never as alone here as I thought.
Just doing my duty. He shrugs lightly. Pop's orders.
A plausible enough reason. But there's a flash of care in his eyes that affirms his motives go deeper. With his hand lying mere inches away, I have an urge to reach over and grab hold. Right then, he raises his fingers as if sharing the impulse, only to curl them inward. "Anyhow," he says, "I should let you get back. Must be about supper time." Panic grips my gut, a merciless ringing. He can't leave, not yet. "We could eat together," I say, "here in the officers' mess, or at the lounge of my inn, or anywhere else, if you'd prefer something other than stew." I smile, hopeful. "Your pick, and no fuss from me." He contemplates and murmurs, "That sounds nice." The tension in me loosens as he angles toward me, until I register the graveness in his face. "But I can't." My heart plunges, dropped through a trap door I believed was boarded up for good. "How silly of me," I say casually. "You have an early flight." He offers a tender smile, playing along. "Yeah, I ought to hit the sack." With that, he rises with hat in hand. Then he picks up my briefcase, and against a sudden weight of dread, I follow him to stand. As we reverse our path in silence, I catch a glint from a pin on his lapel, a gold sphinx, the insignia of U.S. military intelligence. That's when I recall my own lapel pin, tacked to my coat. Oh no. The sweetheart wings. He might have spotted them and mistook their meaning. But how would I even bring them up to clarify? Then again, would it change our situation for the better? If anything, perhaps he'll feel entirely freed for another girl, if he doesn't already. I'm tempted to probe, but knowing what he deserves and hearing the details are two different things. "I nearly forgot," he says, setting down my bag. I faintly realize we're at our starting point, the area now clear of others. From a pocket of his coat, he produces an object that fills his palm. A toy wooden train. Our train. "This belongs to you." He holds it out for me to take. I'm astounded he brought it all this way. At least this confirms that his coming to see me wasn't an afterthought. Still, I decline. It was a gift. Remember? "I was grateful to have it," he replies softly, "but it was never really mine." He secures the train in my palm, and I realize then what he came for. Closure. I struggle to hold back a spring of tears as he peers into my eyes. "I'm proud of you, Fen. I truly am." His voice reflects an effort to keep level. "And in case you ever have doubts about us, I need you to know that you made the right choice." Leaning in, he cups my face and places a lingering kiss on my cheek. My skin hums at the feel of his hand, his lips, a reminder of what we once had. The reality of losing him, yet again, strikes with torrential force. I'll tell him I made a mistake, that we could go home together if he'll have me, that we can make it work for us both, despite knowing that much is a lie. "Goodbye, Fen," he whispers near my ear. The warmth of his breath brushes my skin. Then he pulls away and leaves without looking back. Chapter 41. Over the many days, then weeks that follow, my most reliable salve proves the same as ever, including for my nightmares. Work. I throw myself into designing inventions with gusto. To prevent suspicion over our partnership, Hutton writes letters to key MI9 staff and our top suppliers, bemoaning his dispirited state and imprisonment. In truth, his sporadic jitters have yet to fully subside, leaving him tolerant of his hospital stay and conveniently able to meet. And since his eccentricities have long been viewed as madness by many in the military, keeping him here for observation has likely been encouraged. Together on a vengeful quest, our ideas flow faster than ever. In the end, My shelved proposal for reversible uniforms wasn't an all-out waste. As an offshoot, we craft a woolen blanket that, when dipped in water, bears the sewing pattern of a civilian suit. This leads us to employing sock suspenders and identity discs to carry small cutters from chainsaw blades. We even pad the lining of heated gloves with banknotes. Phony gold teeth and men's large rings are fitted with compasses. Cigarette holders transform into telescopes. Lipstick tubes become flashlights. And a set of baseballs, each stealthily tagged with a single stitch out of place, smuggle the parts for a working radio. We discover inspiration, too, in my old stage tricks. A mere cigarette spark turns a square of gun cotton to ashes, destroying a map instantly if caught. And my recipe for invisible ink gains new purpose, with adjustments. To view words hidden on a handkerchief, I experiment with a variety of reagent solutions, staying cognizant of ingredients most accessible to downed or captured airmen. I find ammonia to be a fine choice. Yet leave it to a man, Hutton in this case, to point out that urine would work just as well. Not the most pleasant alternative, but undeniably more convenient. Drawing on my childhood, we even rig smoking pipes and flasks, both being winks to Papa, and on the ribbons of packages, we use Morse code in a printed pattern of flowers and leaves. That one, naturally, pulls my thoughts to Ari, but I refuse to dwell. Of course, my working with Hutton isn't always a breeze, although we've traded enough personal tales to be on a first-name basis, at least on his side, preferring to be called Cluddy while finding it improper to address me as anything but Miss Vos. My hard-headed independence clashes at times with his conventional if evolving views of female roles and capabilities. More than once a nurse has shushed our bickering over opinions on a design before we've inevitably found ways to compromise. In the aftermath of those quibbles, I think of Charles. I reflect, not proudly, on the countless times I brushed off his input. And now that I'm the showman on stage, accepting the entirety of credit, I finally sense how he must have felt, a nagging falsity amid the praise. Even in this moment, despite the sunny morning that defies the late April showers, this feeling persists. For as I approach the entrance of headquarters, Lenora stops to offer her congratulations. "I hear many of your gadgets were just placed in the bulletin," she says, referring to the official training pamphlet. I hold my briefcase handle snugly and keep my response genial but vague. "I'm just glad they're being put to good use." She seems to be gauging her next words before two Canadian soldiers exit the building. Weaving around us, they suspend their chat to send flirtatious once-overs, adding to my discomfort. I'm about to excuse myself for a summons from Colonel Crockett when Lenora resumes. "I hope, Miss Vos, you don't mind my saying so, but for a time it appeared you wouldn't be staying. I'm delighted you did." The remark is surprising, her tone genuine. "Thank you, I appreciate that." Only half in jest, I admit. "You're giving me hope that others in my department will eventually come around." "Oh, I'm certain they will. After all, you've long proven—" She self-censors too late. "Proven? That you're no Mrs. Boat." Not understanding, I shake my head. Then Lenora cracks a smile, as if there's no harm in sharing. Major Hutton had entrusted Mrs. Boat with the early escape tins, assembling them, that is. As a civilian, she was so pleased to be asked that she transformed the whole of her house, in a village not far from here, into a one-person factory. Familiar with the pocket-sized kit and how meticulously the dozens of survival aids needed to be packed inside, I can only guess how this applies to me. I take it her finished products were less than stellar. On the contrary. I narrow my eyes. Being fond of stout at her local pub, she formed an unfortunate habit of broadcasting details of her tasks.
She was out doing just that when Private Leary had to climb through her window so the Major and I could help load her supplies onto our trucks. With her neighbours curiously watching, it made quite the spectacle. Envisioning the farcical scene, I struggle for a moment to identify the relevance. So, the standoffish treatment I've gotten, it's been for fear that I'm another civilian broad of Hutton's who can't keep a secret. At the affirming scrunch of Lenora's face, I muse with a grin, and all these months I assumed it was mostly just for being American. She considers this and lifts a shoulder in her baggy uniform. Perhaps a spot of that, too. When my laugh slips out, she joins in with a soft giggle, though her gaze just as soon dims. I encourage her gently. If there's something more, feel free to say so. She nods. It's only that I never expressed my appreciation and how deeply I'm indebted to you for saving my life outside the shelter. I bristle slightly, not at the sentiment, but the topic. We English won't speak of such events. We're taught the stiff upper lip, you see. It's only logical that the deaths we witnessed would have affected her, too, but hearing it verbalized brings me a dose of unexpected comfort. There's no need to thank me, I tell her. It's clear we were there for each other. Her eyes lighten, a look of gratitude filling them, and she nods again. With a bolstering breath, she says, Now then, I oughtn't to hold you up longer, Miss Vos. Please, it's Fenna. Only if I'm Lenora, she says with warm sincerity, and I agree. As she starts to pivot away, I blurt out, Lenora, would you be up for an outing sometime? Whatever chums here do for fun? She smiles, face aglow in the sunlight. How about a Saturday? A matinee? No need to check my calendar. We're settling details when the business of scheduling reminds me, Geez, my meeting with Crockett. I'd nearly forgotten why I'm here. Oh my, off you go. She cheerily ushers me off toward the Colonel's office, where, oddly, as I'm precisely on time, the welcome that awaits me glares in contrast. Chapter 42. Seated at the desk in his office, a reasonably spacious room with tidy stacks of files and a European map pinned to the wall, Colonel Crockett invites me in with a rigid wave. I'm well accustomed to his Royal Scots uniform, replete with tartan trousers, combat decorations, and the Scottish bonnet set on his desk, but not the lack of his trademarked wit and agreeable nature. Have a seat, Miss Vos. Over the echo of a phone ringing across the hall, I ask, Is there a problem, sir? His mustache, suavely groomed with a split down the middle, twitches. He gestures toward the twin visitors' chairs across from him. Please. His intensity leads me to the only probability I can surmise. He knows about Hutton. Our charade. All it would have taken was a single supplier, or a nurse more likely, to wise up and sound an alert. There's a chance it's something else entirely, but treading now toward my seat, I'm daunted by the end of a career that feels just beginning, ironically after having to be coerced into staying. In all honesty, given the Colonel's distaste for regulations, his recent comments in passing have resembled verbal winks. I do wonder how old Clutty is doing. Convey my regards, should you happen to see the chap. Perhaps I misjudged. I set my briefcase aside and lower onto a chair, prepared to accept sole responsibility, not only for the sake of Hutton's recovery, but because the decision to go forward was ultimately mine. A noise from behind turns me. A blocky man in a smart black suit has shut the door, muffling the usual goings-on at headquarters. Was he in the room when I entered, observing? Good of you to come, Miss Vos. A low timbre threads his English accent. My gaze follows as he crosses the room.
From his slicked, wavy hair to his thick eyebrows and cleft chin, he could pass as Humphrey Bogart's brother. He settles before me, against a corner of the colonel's desk, and folds his arms with authority. I should like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Curious over the man's identity and position, I glance at the colonel, who only nudges me on with a stolid nod. I reply to Bogart, Of course, sir. Your association with MI9 began in September. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I will kindly remind you that at such time you signed the Official Secrets Act, with full understanding of the consequences of any violation. He waits, despite not posing a question. Is it possible the office gals have flagged me as another loose-lipped Mrs. Boat? I answer with a growing confidence. I remember that well. And since joining MI9, I assure you, I haven't related a whit of information to anyone who wasn't specifically approved by the department, being vendors and the like. Even then, I divulged the bare minimum. Then it hits me. Hutton might no longer be considered within the realm of my oath. Could I actually face imprisonment for our continued collaboration? My nerves stir as Bogart states, Let's turn the clock back for a moment, shall we? He taps his chin twice with a stubby finger. He's well versed in sustaining a placid face. But so am I, thankfully. The evening Major Hutton first approached you in New York, did you ring U.S. Lieutenant Ari Janssen about the encounter? Internally, I flinch. Then I note that as part of my vetting, my bills and records must have been examined. I did phone him. Yes. Crockett sits forward slightly. It was strictly to ask for any general insight about the Major. Seeing as Ari, Lieutenant Janssen, serves in intelligence and the two might have crossed paths. Deducing what's sure to be the next query, I add. He said he'd heard Major Hutton was eccentric and resourceful, I think. And that was that. Bogart asks, I presume he encouraged you to accept the position. Actually, no, I never mentioned the offer. It's a bit rewarding to have knowledge this man doesn't have. The colonel interjects. Yet he knew to locate you here on the premises just weeks ago. As quick as that, I've lost the upper hand. The idea of a staff member observing our reunion through a window unnerves me further. I imagine the lieutenant simply asked around to find me. Come to think of it, Commander Moretti likely directed him to Wilton Park. But no reason to pull the airman into the mix. I add, Ari and I hadn't communicated since the one telephone exchange, but his parents are aware I'm in England to help with the war in some manner. I've corresponded with the couple to put them at ease, always keeping my information vague. You see, I grew up in their home since childhood. Yes, Bogart says, we're aware. I conceal the gritting of my teeth as he resumes the lead. So, when the two of you last met, you never disclosed details pertinent to your work here. I believe we've covered this, I want to say, but think better of it, as the colonel sits back, steepling his fingers over his middle. I'm reminded of the Air Commodore who ruminated in a similar way right before his pristine office went up in flames. A story, in fact, that Ari and I touched upon. But even on that, I didn't expound. I regard Bogart with conviction. No, sir, I didn't. Nothing about quantities or locations of shipments. Perhaps agreeing to gift him one of your clever devices. Agreeing. The choice of word clings in my ear. Agreeing, not offering. Bogart is implying I was asked. What exactly is he after? Miss. Absolutely not. I take security very seriously. I hold Bogart's gaze. After a moment,
He nods, then pushes on. Do you recollect, at any point, your work papers being out of your possession? I'm about to say no again when I register the technical truth, as well as the chances that Bogart already knows the answer. As a trusted old friend, Ari was kind enough to carry my briefcase for me, but very shortly, and at no time did I reveal its contents, confidential or otherwise. You're certain? Unmistakably. Bogart gives another tap to his chin. Did the lieutenant request anything more of you? Anything at all? This line of inquiry, I realize, is less about me than Ari. Whatever could he have done to warrant the scrutiny, particularly in the measly few days he was in England? Granted, I recall he did make requests. For me not to speak of the past, to move on without regret. But those aren't what this is about. I'm afraid I'm unsure what you mean, sir. Did he pass you any documents, for instance? A message to forward? I resist a smirk at what he's inferring. Gracious, no. Nothing like that. But then a memory slams back. His returning of the toy train. It's the object we'd used historically as a courier for the passage of notes. Over my urge to redirect, I manage casualness. Do you mind if I ask the reason for my interrogation? Oh, miss, this is no interrogation. We are only clarifying. I smile dryly and recognize that if I'm to uncover the core of the matter, I need to be bold, within acceptable limits. 100 theater hecklers have taught me how to reassume control through a gentle, even humble tone. Sir, as an American, please forgive me if I'm out of line by saying so, but if I've learned anything from my duties here, it's that the war clock is always ticking, and surely neither of you gentlemen would be wasting your time on a meeting of this sort if it weren't vital. Although Bogart's face remains stoic, his eyes betray his surprise in where I'm taking this. Even the colonel's brow arches a smidge. I must think, then, that the less ambiguous your questions, the faster I might help you unwind this mystery. And trust me, sirs, I want nothing more. Mind you, with the well-established understanding that I'm duty-bound to keep in confidence anything you see fit to share. Bogart shifts his square jaw and studies me. Then the two exchange looks, considerations passing between them. When Bogart lowers his arms and fully stands, I expect him to escort me out. But he slips his hands into his trouser pockets and sends a nod to the colonel, who returns his steadied gaze to mine. In conjunction with our forces, Crockett says, accepting the handoff, Lieutenant Janssen was assigned a special mission. As such, he was dropped into occupied territory to aid a resistance cell. My solace from not being dismissed lasts only until I absorb the words, finding nonsense in them. Ari? Parachuted into Europe? That can't be right. He was just here several weeks ago, and he's back safely in the States. The claim is scarcely out of my mouth when I note that I have no proof of where he is at all. The notion that England was but a stopover leaves me grasping. You're certain we're referring to the same Ari Janssen? Crockett's tone suggests indulgence. Quite positive. The uniqueness of Ari's name does make a mix-up improbable, but his role in intelligence, at least to my mind, was supposed to keep him far from the thick of things. Where exactly was this mission? The sole element of relevance is that the cell's hideout was blown, Crockett says, sidestepping my question. Most succeeded in fleeing, although barely and not without a fight. One not as fortunate was killed. He allows me a chance to process, and through the dread of it, the purpose of this meeting strikes with a wallop. And what? You think Ari is responsible for this? The morning of the raid, Lieutenant Janssen was scheduled to meet with the group. He was the only person who failed to appear and has been out of contact since.
I might have laughed at the insinuation if not for my spike of fear. They're saying he's missing. That Ari's missing. I worked to keep my voice level. Obviously, something's happened to him and he needs your help. How in the blazes has this not occurred to these men? He could have been detained, or he... I can't verbalize the rest. Can hardly think it.
Indeed, Crockett says. That was the original assumption. He has, however, been seen since then, alive and well.
Alive and well? Oh, thank God. Relief pours through me. Only from the remnants of my defenses do I discern the simplest explanation. Well, then, that's it. He must have been tipped off. He just couldn't warn others in time. No question he would have done so if he could.
A distinct possibility, Crockett agrees, if not for our contact's report. It seems Lieutenant Janssen has been spotted on several occasions in town, but slipped away when approached. Moreover, even through separate channels, he has made no effort to communicate.
I open my mouth to counter with explanations, but come up with nothing rational. I can't deny that as a whole the circumstances don't compute.
Ms. Vos, Bogart pipes in. Is there anything the lieutenant mentioned that might be telling? Any indication why he would betray his country?
I shake my head, perplexed at first, then adamant. No, there's nothing. He wouldn't do what you're saying. He just couldn't. Bogart releases a hitched breath, as if rationing out his impatience.
Miss Vos,
he says. The pity in his tone is as comforting as a screech.
To be assigned to intelligence, your friend put forth a great deal of effort to transfer out of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. His skill sets in engineering, as you're surely aware, are in exceptionally high demand. Did he ever share his impetus for the change?
My mind grapples for reasons, any slivers of justification. He's skilled with languages and Morse code, way back from his childhood. He likes to help people, to solve riddles. Recognizing the weakness of my points, I contend as if stating a biblical truth. Working in intelligence was always perfectly fitting. Bogart goes quiet, unswayed. 2 knocks interrupt, and Crockett calls out a grudging, "Yes." The door opens and Lenora appears. "I beg your pardon, Colonel, but it's time we depart for your meeting."
"Yes, thank you."
He turns to Bogart.
"Shall we resume this later?"
The response comes swiftly.
"I've heard enough at present."
With that, both fellows rise, towering over me. "Wait," I implore, rushing to stand, desperate to make a stronger case. "The Ari Janssen I know could not have done this. I've known him practically my entire life, better than anyone. I guarantee it's a misunderstanding." Crockett shoots a glance past me.
"Private, kindly wait in the truck."
"Yes, sir," Lenora replies. When the door shuts, I'm still scant on the purpose of Ari's actions. Alleged ones, at that, though at least hopeful over continuing to be heard, to explore sensible scenarios.
"Miss Vos, we appreciate your time,"
the colonel says. Then he motions toward the door, commanding me to exit. Chapter 43. My scheduled tasks for the morning will have to wait. I race back to the inn and tug my curtains closed, perhaps an overly cautious move being on the 2nd floor, but my thoughts are as orderly as a hurricane. By lamplight, from my bureau drawer, I root out the wooden train, which I buried beneath my winter wear to elude the reach of my thoughts. An effort that clearly failed. I perch on the edge of my bed and will myself to steady. The toy's compartment could just as likely be empty. Upon reflection, it seems foolish to have not checked earlier. But more than ever, I was anxious to move past the things in life I couldn't change, or at the very least, shouldn't. Finally, I detach the cab and look. What I find prompts an instant tremor in my hands. A piece of white paper folded down to a 1-inch square. I set the 2 train pieces on my lap. Slowly, I unfold the pages. At a mere glance, I recognize the handwriting, the words, because they're mine. My dearest Ari, I pray one day you'll forgive me, forever, Fen. Confounded, I flip the note over. There's nothing on the back, save for a grid of creases, blank like a clean slate, an act of closure. That was, after all, the purpose of his visit. But then, snippets of our conversation echo in my mind. His admission of assigning a pal to look after me. His merciful assurances to lessen my regrets. The solemn finality of his goodbye. Too closely now they resemble offerings from a deathbed. Did he never plan to return? Criminy, this is silly. My imagination is getting away from me. Even so, his reported actions leave me at a loss, starting with his lie about intending to fly home. Or maybe I assumed as much and he just didn't correct me, particularly with classified orders. But orders to go where? Holland springs to mind, and not only due to his language skills. As of late, Moretti's gadget requests for his passengers, namely postcards and loaded matchbooks and such, printed with Dutch names for hotels or cafes, a clever touch to help agents blend, have indicated frequent drops into the country. Still, that doesn't explain Ari's transfer from the Corps of Engineers. While his German-related dialect would have made him appealing to intelligence, what had attracted him? More important, what if he's hunted down before voluntarily coming forward? Would his captors act in haste before hearing him out? What if they don't believe him? Desperate to stop the spiraling questions for which I have no answers, I squeeze my eyes shut. Guilt still finds me. 5 years ago, if only I'd let our friendship be, Ari would have doubtfully have rushed off to enlist. Sure, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, he'd have joined up. But his promotions would have come later, reducing his connections, perhaps resulting in a transfer denied and an assignment elsewhere. Cursing a history I can't reverse, I ball my hands on my lap until something pokes my wrist. A corner edge of the train. I grasp its base. As I'd done on so many nights at the orphanage, my thumb finds a home in the grooves. With the train in one hand and farewell note in the other, the two objects symbolically span my relationship with Ari, a reminder of how well I know him. The real him. In that instant, I draw certainty. No matter the accusations or how incriminating the appearance, I know in the depths of my heart that he's innocent. The thought brings an old image to mind. A film. Seared into my memory, The Grim Game was our first picture show together. Up on the silver screen, Houdini, as a reporter wrongly imprisoned for a murder, embarked on a harrowing quest to clear his name and secure his freedom. Almost eerily, the story resembles Ari's predicament. Except this is actual life. And the risks are higher, the costs graver. After Hitler invaded the Netherlands following the Rotterdam Blitz, even Queen Wilhelmina found it necessary to retreat to London with her government in exile. On Radio Oranje, a BBC program named for her monarchy, she broadcasts messages to her citizens who tune in secretly on their radios. She can do little more than offer encouragement as the enemy clamps down, the effect of a clear miscalculation. Not illogically, the Nazis initially figured that, as the Germans' Aryan cousins, most Dutch would be lured willingly into the Reich. But those hopes are withering. Just recently, the slaying of a Nazi collaborator, a high-ranking Dutch official, triggered a succession of German reprisals. Reported among them was the summary execution of 50 imprisoned Allied operatives and raids to seek out more. To prevent meeting a similar fate, Ari needs to make it out of there, and soon. Were our roles reversed, no doubt he'd dive straight in to help. But how? I skim through our past, times we inherently worked hand in hand. Inspired by that very first film, we performed at the local junkyard for a pocketful of pennies. We played our parts and commanded attention. We made things vanish, then reappear. Suddenly, I see that the goal of pulling off the seemingly impossible remains the same, and so then is my solution. Chapter 44. Entering the hospital room, I'm relieved to find Hutton alone. Rumored to be fit any day for discharge, he's at the window in a robe belted over his pajamas, studying the near cloudless sky while puffing on a cigarette. I've grown as accustomed to smoke from his Pall Malls as to the scent of disinfectant here, and barely detect either. The second I close the door, I launch in without preamble. I'm in need of your help, Clutty. It's an urgent personal matter. He turns, peering through his glasses. Before I can come to my senses, I expound while moving toward him. The issue pertains to a dear friend in U.S. intelligence. This morning, you see, I was questioned regarding suspicions over your lieutenant friend. This halts me, despite having considered the possibility of Hutton's awareness. They spoke with you. About me. Quite so. And you told them that I would entrust you with my life, as I believe that has already proven a fine bet. I ease with an exhale. Thank you for that. He waves the sentiment away, shifting on his slippered feet. Now then, this chum of yours, I reckon you view his guilt as unlikely. There's skepticism in Hutton's voice. Not just unlikely. He's absolutely incapable of what they're suggesting. Pointedly, I add, and I know this because I've entrusted him with my life, far more than once. At Hutton's pondering, no doubt wrangling with the accounts he's been told, I recall the rationales I assembled on the bus ride over. I confess Ari's actions do appear questionable. But what if his assigned contacts are compromised, keeping him away for safety, or any number of reasons? If you remember, I had just as much suspicion over your secretiveness, which in hindsight seems laughable. I'm only asking before someone does anything rash, that he, too, be given an opportunity to explain. As Hutton takes a drag on the last of his cigarette, silence drifts through the smoke-hazed air. He twists to dispose of the stub in a cup on the windowsill. When he angles back, it's with an amenable expression. How, precisely, would you like me to assist? The offer brings relief, though short-lived. I'm fully aware my plan is logical only if one overlooks its odds, perils, and general absurdity. Then again, the same could be said of war overall. And for that matter, about any trick that teeters between life and death. Moreover, having racked my mind, I see no other acceptable choice. I begin by acknowledging, although you're not with MI9 at the moment, your connections still exist and your input plainly carries weight, with Crockett at the very least. You wish me to speak with the Colonel? To voice an appeal? No. Well, yes. But not just about Ari's innocence. My determination solidifying, I take a step forward. His repeated sightings indicate he's staying in the vicinity for a reason, and I'd wager there are more clues I haven't yet heard. Adopting Hutton's style of Hollywood salesmanship, I lead up to the reveal with a desired conclusion. In light of all this, I have an idea that can ensure his safety and also lead us to the truth. A strategy in which every party benefits. He looks intrigued, if cautious. as he often does when I propose innovative schemes. This one, by far, being my most audacious. I'll draw Ari out of hiding and back into contact, I tell him, by going in as bait. Chapter 45. At first impression, the ploy seems stark raving madness, to me included. Yet death-defying schemes and orchestrated acts that surpass the imagination are how I've made my living. Plus, the potential negatives are irrefutably meager, at least for the Special Operations Executive. From the snippets I've collected over my many months with MI9, the SOE, also known as Churchill's Secret Army, is an intrepid, somewhat slapdash branch of spies and saboteurs who regularly support resistance cells. Presuming Ari was dropped into the Netherlands, the organization's Dutch unit, N section, is likely tangled up in the mess, and perhaps open to a creative solution with little downside. According to suspicions, Ari knows he's being sought after, hence, even if he and I wound up in cahoots, we'd surely be taken down by one side or the other. And the limited scope of my wartime work would hardly make me a jackpot find for the Germans, nor a major loss for the Allies. As for my inclusion, if Ari indeed believes his contacts are compromised, who better to guide him out? And before that, to cite him in a crowd or assess where he's most apt to go. What other Dutch speaker with my skill sets could be spared in such short order? My main arguments boil down to these, and I hold to them staunchly. While it takes a tide of persuasion to get Hutton on board, Crockett requires a tsunami, and even then he agrees solely to give his consideration. But it's a vital step. I couldn't, after all, just march over to N Section's office, wherever that is, assuming one even exists, given their covert nature. Only after the colonel confers with varied authorities, apart from the major and on both sides of the pond, does he summon me back to his office first thing the next morning, thank heavens, to relate his approval. Mind you, with explicit conditions. Straight away, you will attend condensed training sessions and debriefings in preparation for your departure. The tempo of his speech matches his steps as he paces between his desk and the chair in which I'm seated. In addition, you shall adhere strictly to instructions and divulge no details of your mission, under threat of imprisonment for treason. I nod, unfazed, having already taken similar oaths. And my departure is when, sir? On a night coming shortly, via a flight already scheduled. By that, do you mean? When appropriate, you will be notified of the essentials. He states with only a slight pause in his stride. The deliberate ambiguity swells my impatience. Specifics and careful planning have long been the crux of my careers, my life, and now, above all, Ari's well-being. Still, to prevent the colonel from changing his mind, I refrain from badgering. As you can very well fathom, he said, particularly in a heavily occupied area, the risks and stakes shall be great. The same must be said of the consequences, should the mission go awry. He stopped sharply with a pointed look. Do you find these circumstances entirely acceptable, Miss Vos? Translation. If nabbed by the Gestapo, the German secret state police, am I prepared to be cut loose? The notion brings a lump to my throat. Forcing a swallow, I jut out my chin. Fully, sir. Disappointment seems to darken his eyes, as if part of him hoped I'd reconsider, as if he's acquiescing against his better judgment, perhaps under orders from above. Then he crosses his arms over his uniformed chest, his posture as sturdy as his tone. Lastly, and not negotiable, you will be escorted by a seasoned agent whose separate assignment shares the vicinity of your destination. Also fluent in Dutch, he is well versed in navigating Holland. Thus, rendezvousing with a contact, he'll acquire more details and areas to target.
integrating your insight, of course. He shall then observe covertly whilst you attempt to lure out the lieutenant.
So, my deduction was right. Ari is indeed in the Netherlands.
But I know nothing more. Furthermore, at the close of your allotted time, whether or not you succeed, you shall be handed off to a courier to guide you along an escape line, which, I must warn you, carries its own set of taxing risks.
If he's trying to scare me off, it's going to take more than that. Colonel, I venture, could you just tell me how long I'll be given once I arrive?
A strident ring breaks in. He turns to the candlestick telephone on his desk and lifts the receiver and mouthpiece into place. Colonel Crockett. Inside me, pressure compounds from all that's still unknown. I'm a balloon untethered, lacking an anchoring string to keep me from drifting away, from bursting. Most certainly, he says. However, wait one moment to put him through. He muffles the receiver against his chest. That will be all, Miss Vos. I straighten in my seat.
First, my question, sir, about my timeline in Holland. Aware I'm bordering persistent and obstinate, I hasten to add, please.
He huffs a breath, deliberating, before the creases in his forehead soften. I want you returned to safety in minimal time. Not accounting for return travel from the continent, you will have a week for your mission.
Already I feel the ticking of the clock. Colonel, respectfully, with settling in and snooping about, just getting the lay of the land in a foreign area, 7 days is scarcely anything.
On the contrary, it already surpasses my level of comfort. I shall remind you, the territory is highly dangerous, and this is not your field of expertise.
But, sir,
the alternative, Miss Vos, is not to go at all.
His gaze, solid if not steely, makes clear what I've assessed from day one. He's not the bluffing type. I gather myself and rise from my chair. A week will do, sir. Chapter 46. Once more, I begin a new life. In preparation, when asked about my parents' Dutch roots, I'm embarrassed to confess I know next to nothing. Papa must have mentioned their village or province at some point, but he was never one for nostalgia, and in my youth, I didn't think to prod or commit such things to memory. Now it's a regret that leaves me further unmoored. But no matter. I'm quickly reinvented. Normally, a drop into occupied Europe requires weeks, if not months, of training. But nothing about our situation is normal. Wait that long and any chance of locating Ari will be gone. That this plan is actually going forward indicates how I'm being viewed. Uniquely skilled, yet expendable. A gamble worth the risk. In 3 long, crammed days, I become an artist's assistant named Ida Hoffman, complete with a Dutch identity card and passport. My Dutch speech is ruled passable, thanks to years of interactions with neighbors in Amesboro, some of them fresh immigrants, many of them elders set in their ways. Ironically, my dialect gained from the Janssens is deemed slightly stronger than that from Papa, causing me another twinge of remorse. To cover my bases and any flaws in my accent, I transform into a native of the Groningen province, now living in Elspeth, a village in the province of Gelderland, with a full family tree and history. Absorbing these details is a cinch after years of memorizing scripts and acting a role. The information is drilled into me regardless, along with knowledge of daily life to avoid standing out, rationing, customs, transportation, even walking. The British habit of first looking right when crossing the street, a fatal tell in Holland, is one I've mastered since moving to England and must swiftly break. To buffer me against any other distinct norms I could miss, I am to play a visitor of Utrecht, my destination city, meeting a dear relative on holiday. As for physical training, I'm permitted to bypass lessons I could literally teach, from escapes and evasions to gadgets and maps. Among the more helpful sessions involve defensive maneuvers and parachute drops. Simulations, that is. Strapped to wires in an airplane hangar, and once from a hot air balloon, I practice jumps with eager recruits from an unnamed section. I do realize, of course, that my trepidation over a plane ride shouldn't drastically outweigh that of a subsequent leap and plummet through the sky. Nevertheless, focusing on the latter helps sustain my fortitude, as does avoiding related reminders. Like the unsettling one before me. Massive on the screen at a cinema in London, a newsreel is showcasing a British bomber. "And look here," the male narrator exclaims. "These brave lads of Tiger Squadron prepare for their voyage on a mighty Lancaster. Oh my, it appears they have created a special gift for their journey." The grinning airmen pose with an enormous bomb painted with a message, "Easter egg for Hitler." Less than a dozen hours from my own flight, it's surreal to be enjoying the leisure of a matinee. Truth be told, I'd forgotten all about our Saturday plans until Lenora arrived at the George in her civvies with a coat over her skirt and blouse. After my final briefing at headquarters, I was storing my unneeded belongings with the inn manager, who seemed accustomed to Wilton Park guests popping in and out. Despite being packed and ready for my mission, I had half a mind to cancel on Lenora until she dangled a suggestion. "I fancied we might see Springtime in the Rockies, played at Piccadilly Circus. The musical comedy, you know, with Betty Grable and John Payne." Compared to an afternoon holed up in my room, cursing the torturous wait, the diversion held appeal. I just hadn't factored in the preceding wartime updates, scenes that suddenly strike me as a warning, not to turn back, but to brace for failure. After all, scores of our sophisticated planes and inscribed arsenals still haven't secured total victory. How will my abilities alone fare against the Nazis? My gaze retreats to my lap. These past few days, with my attention narrow and driven, I've managed to skirt thoughts of being captured by the enemy. But now, under a projector's beam, reminiscent of countless picture shows Ari and I shared, with our laughing, discussing, debating, I'm cornered by my fears, none greater than of not finding him in time. "Fenna," the whisper drifts from Lenora, "are you all right?" I lift my eyes to her concerned expression. Before I can answer, flickers from the screen hook me back to Nazi soldiers parading in goose step, the road lined with flag-waving Germans. "I'm dandy," I reply lightly while craving a reprieve. Moviegoers in a myriad of uniforms dabble every row. I just need to use the loo. The instant she nods, I slip out of my aisle seat and stride toward the lobby. In the lounge area of the lavatory, a space wallpapered in pink fleur-de-lis and gratefully vacant, I stand before the vanity mirror. I take a series of soothing breaths, inhaling traces of lingering perfume. In the mirror's reflection, Lenora steps through the door. She hovers several feet behind, surely perplexed. My distracted reserve, fun as a bump on a log, has no doubt been wearing. I tell myself to pep up. I'll attribute blame to the stress of work, which, technically, isn't false. But as I pivot to face her, given the potential perils of my mission, namely that I might never come back, I'm seized by a desire to be as candid as allowed. "I'm sorry, Lenora. There are just some things happening. It's quite fine." She tenders a faint smile as I continue. "It involves someone I care about deeply. A person caught up in this mess of a war, and I'm desperately fretful and anxious to help." I'm tiptoeing through a minefield of oaths and secrets, wishing I could say more. Appearing to comprehend this, she goes to speak. But then she hesitates and peeks into the lavatory as if to confirm we're alone. That's when I noticed that really, she's been as quiet as I have since we departed Beaconsfield on the bus. What is it, Lenora? She angles back to me but doesn't meet my eyes. At times, as a driver, I am privy to fairly sensitive conversations. In the Colonel's office the other day, you talked of a certain lieutenant's quandary. She'd caught the tail end of my argument, I recall. For her to bring this up would seem an intrusion of privacy for most English women. Paired with her caution and mood, I realize you've overheard something else. About my friend Ari. Her silence only confirms this. Lenora? What did you hear? One of her hands begins kneading the other. I was in the truck this morning, awaiting the Colonel. He was approaching when a suited gentleman engaged him in a rather tense discussion. Now, I've no inkling of details. She inserts either a defense or disclaimer. I only know, however you're involved, your purpose isn't as you think. I shake my head, trying to decipher. What does that mean? Her continued hedging is plain and justifiable, but so is the reason she's inclined to relay anything. It's less likely for our friendship, frankly, in the early stages, than out of a compulsion to repay a perceived debt. In usual circumstances, I'd insist again that we're square over the air raid. Instead, I strain to withhold my frustration. I beg of you, Lenora, it's critical that I know, for Ari's safety and mine. What did they say? Her hands go still, fingers clasped together as she ekes out her answer. Reports indicate that your friend's actions are more problematic than you may know. When you make contact, if you do, your assigned agent is not tasked with guiding him in. My bafflement over the implication is brief, overridden by a revelation so horrifying that my stomach lurches even before she finishes. The order, she says, is to take him out. Chapter 47. Panic surrounds the outskirts of my mind, walled off by a single fact. I have time. I've got several hours yet before my night drop, to think, to plead, to negotiate. Although, what trust would I have in any assurances I might garner? At a briefing just this morning, Bogart, not his real name, but that's who he is to me, reiterated that all would go as arranged. I want so much to believe Lenora misheard. Yet she's fiercely convinced she didn't. And the potential risks from discounting her claims are 1,000 times greater than accepting them as truth. On our return bus ride, having skipped out on the picture show, I'm festering with anger at Bogart and Crockett and whoever else chose to twist my role so deceitfully, repulsively. Was this the only reason they'd accepted my proposal? At the very least, I deserve an explanation of what firmed their misguided conclusion. But I can't worry about that now. I have to stay clear-headed enough to make my own plan. Because whatever they think Ari's done, based on the details they shared or more, he needs a chance to present the truth. The pure truth, not filtered and distorted through another's mouth out of ignorance or idiocy, or malice. What will you do? Lenora is finally able to ask once we disembark in Beaconsfield, no longer hindered by the presence of passengers. In the bus's wake, petrol fumes pervade the afternoon air as I scrounge for an answer. Quite honestly, I haven't a clue yet. She's quick to reply. You'll figure something out. You will. While I've sworn to keep her disclosure in confidence, the possibility that she's jeopardized her career isn't lost on me. Thank you, Lenora, for telling me. She offers a heartfelt look. Godspeed, Fenna. As we go our separate ways, I think back to my old standby lesson, how I need only belief imagination, and perseverance to solve any given problem. Now, more than ever, I hope that holds true. Chapter 48. The place was designed by an illusionist. That's according to the serviceman who chauffeured me here. And a tenable theory, shielded by trees north of London, Tempsford, I gather, the moonlit airfield with its crisscrossing runways masquerades as an expansive farm. Fleets of aircraft are tucked away somewhere in the darkness. Clusters of remarkably disguised buildings give no indication of the equipment and munitions surely stocked to the rafters. The farmhouse, too, is well utilized, hosting pre-flight receptions, like the one I completed upon arriving. On a sofa chair in the sitting room, a smidge past 10, I now wait alone. Beyond the blacked-out window, a buzzing noise grows. I envision a Lysander charging along a runway and up into the blackened sky, just as my own plane shortly will be. I busy myself to mute the thought. On the lap of my travel pants, I root through my unbuckled satchel, triple-checking items in both the main and hidden compartments. Among them are a nightgown and a few interchangeable outfits, a select handful of well-disguised gadgets, 2 forms of relevant maps, and added just tonight, Dutch wartime guilders for food and accommodations, a worn ration card, and all my round-trip paperwork and passes needed for a holiday getaway with my cousin. That reason being fictional, of course. Same for the cousin. How strange to at last venture to my parents' homeland, where any actual familial ties were severed before my birth. Even Papa's talk of the old country was so rare and removed, the place seemed barely to exist. I can only pray that my ancestral journey isn't meant to end there.
I dare say the hour is upon us,
the suited man declares, entering the room. I know him strictly by his cover name of Bram. He's the one, my escort. Fair-skinned, his hair the color of mud, he gestures toward the entry.
Shall we?
Already my performance has begun. Smiling, I rise with my bag and coat. Gladly. When we first met tonight, I took fast note of his solid frame and the scar at his temple, yet his lack of otherwise sinister bearing. An encouraging surprise. My mind pounced on the possibility that Lenora was mistaken, or maybe the higher-ups had reversed course since she'd heard. However, as Bram informed me of the last details for my role, his eyes revealed a truth, an internal callousness I'd encountered many times since childhood, from the mines and orphanage to the tenements and tough Chicago streets. He's a survivor willing to do whatever is needed to reach his goal. I follow him to a lamp-lit barn to complete our being kitted out, as they say. Already tonight in a nearby Romney hut, military staff gave each of our garments a final inspection, even turning out our pockets. A British train stub or receipt could prove deadly. All my clothing, on my body and packed for the trip, are well-worn and authentically Dutch. Pristine hems and fabric might raise suspicion. A foreign collar and buttons could prompt my arrest. We now meet up with the 2 male agents joining our trip. Like Bram, they appear to be in their 20s. Both have light hair, their features pleasant but nondescript. A factor, I would guess, in why they were chosen. Staff members proceed to bandage our ankles and insert rubber cushions in our shoes for a safer landing. They then fit us with camouflage coveralls, baggy enough to accommodate civilian clothing. Even a baby grand, a fellow jokes. One of the agents, incredibly, has jammed a whole briefcase into his suit jacket. We're further layered with matching foam helmets, long leather gauntlet gloves, and canvas overboots that cover our shoes. Last of all come the parachute packs. Snug in our harnesses,
We're bundled so comically, I might have laughed if not for the reality of our journey. Our dispatcher, a British jump master, has just completed testing our release mechanisms several times each, when an airman peeks into the barn, a member of the so-called Moon Squadron. "Righto, Joes. This way to your chariots." A Joe is how they refer to agents, which, of course, I am not. I'm cheese in a trap, a worm on a hook. But no need to clarify. In a jiff, we're funneled toward a pair of idling motor cars, their blackout regulation headlamps aglow. My vision races to adjust to the moonlight. I trail Bram toward the closest vehicle, both of us carrying travel bags soon to be strapped to our legs. I'm nearly at the car door the airman has opened for me when, several yards beyond the hood, a passing figure slows. Blocky in his bomber jacket and peaked cap, he angles toward us and halts. It seems odd for him to stare. Departing agents, I'm told, are largely kept isolated here as a security precaution. Then I see his eyes. Beams from the headlamps glint softly off his gaze, aimed directly at me. It's Wing Commander Moretti, clearly stupefied by my presence, let alone my jump gear, I realize. I'd wanted to avoid this run-in, not only since his fatherly manner would almost guarantee he'd worry, but because no one else needs to be bothered, particularly over a mission I can't divulge. For Ari's folks, I scribed a note, to be mailed by Hutton if I don't return. Suddenly I regret not doing the same for Moretti. All these months of his friendly chats and gadget requests, he's looked out for me. As a favor to Ari, but still. I should have expressed my thanks and shared, ambiguously, that it was my turn to serve as a guardian. But it's too late to explain, and others are present. I sneak a small wave before clambering into one of the motor cars with my bulky pack. The instant I shut the door, we're swept away like thieves on the lam, and a stunned Moretti dissolves in the distance. Our jump group is delivered to a heavy bomber painted with layered circles that, for my taste, too narrowly resembles a bullseye. Up close, the 4-engine Halifax, modified for drops, looks positively monstrous. Multiple turrets armed with protruding machine guns make it all the more formidable. Safer, I tell myself. A crewman directs us up to the entry on the side of the fuselage. Our dispatcher climbs the drop ladder to continue preparations. Bram gestures to me. After you. I need a moment to bolster my will. You go on ahead. I fake a need to adjust my jumpsuit. He takes a breath, saying nothing more. He knows the flight is my first. Reluctance can't be unusual. One by one, the agents climb inside with the assistance of an airman. When I can no longer delay, I edge forward with lungs tightening and hazard an ascent. Halfway up the ladder, I'm able to view the illuminated, cavernous interior. A moderate relief. I've taken refuge in air raid shelters smaller than this. What's more, working in Hutton's bunker has further expanded my tolerance for such a space. Although, not while thousands of feet off the ground. Having second thoughts, love? Bram's voice tips toward concern. Surely it's not all selfless. My fear and inexperience could cause him grave consequences as they could me. A whisper of temptation says I can bow out. I can retreat to the barn, give back my supplies. With or without me, the group will proceed. But then, so will Bram's mission. Stifling my angst, harboring my disdain, I resume my climb and get ready for takeoff. Chapter 49. Flying unescorted and without exterior lights, the pilot periodically changes altitude. I persist in clutching my seat, positioned along a curved wall of the hull,
where air from every crevice of the bomber unites in a barrage of wind. For well over an hour, a red interior light has glowed eerily like a warning. I breathe rhythmically to the tunes in my head. The White Cliffs of Dover, That Old Black Magic, Serenade in Blue. Anything to distract me from the shaking and rattling that with every passing mile brings us closer to occupied territory. If we make it that far. The dispatcher, with his sharp features yet easy manner, sits nearby sipping from a thermos. Hot tea. He offered me some, casual as can be while we cross the channel through a brief but grueling hail of gunfire. A German welcome party, he called it. I hum another song. Don't get around much anymore. If my jaw wasn't clenched, I might smirk at the irony. All the while, my assigned plan circles in the back of my mind, with personal modifications. As it is, our group is to rest at a safe house not far from our drop site. Come morning, as the nameless agents go their separate routes, I'm to sit and wait for Bram's noon return from his meeting with another contact. For a separate mission, he's said. Then we're to bus westward to the city of Utrecht, where a newsstand vendor possesses the latest clues for finding Ari. Of course, I have every intention of reporting to that stand, just not with Bram. Once I slip away to grab the earlier bus, based on the pocket schedule I was issued, I'll have a 2-hour lead to track down Ari first. I'd prefer days to hours, but it's something, and so far the best I've got. Outside of a weapon, that is, which I pray I won't need for anything beyond the practical. Stored in the smallest of my jumpsuit pockets, my folding knife is sharp enough to free me of my parachute if tangled in a tree. I suspect the other operatives were assigned weapons of their own. Unlike me, Bram was also given a spade with a removable handle for burying our gear. Similarly, when we were issued special pills tonight, I received only 2 of the 3 types he received. Supplies were mistakenly short of the white ones, I was told. The knockout drops would put a person to sleep for a solid 6 hours. Could someone suspect I might use one on Bram? The red light now shifts to amber. My pulse skips a beat. The dispatcher half cups his mouth with his free hand. Over target in 10 minutes. He projects over the engine's roar, then sets aside his thermos as the agents swing into motion. Evidence they've all done this before. Our packs and straps are rechecked. There are no reserves, after all. And we each hook onto a static line to ready our chutes for self-deployment. Where the ball turret originally lay, the dispatcher unseals the floor hatch dubbed the Joe hole. Cold, deafening air blasts through. Action station number 1. My nerves heighten to an all-new level as I follow the men's lead in queuing up. The first agent sits on the floor, and despite the airstream, hooks his leg over the rim of the short cylindrical opening. The second agent lowers behind him, prepared to scoot forward, followed by Bram, then me. With trembling hands, I confirm my satchel is secured to my leg. Meanwhile, the dispatcher positions a large metal capsule near the edge to be dropped with its own chute. No doubt the container is chock full of weapons and tools requested by the resistance, or even by the operatives here. Perhaps it holds the very gun meant to take out... "Remember now," Bram hollers to me. "I'll be down before you, so I can assist if you had any trouble with the landing." I nod, a stiff motion. Through each bump and drop, every fiber in my body tenses. It's nearly showtime on the largest stage imaginable, with limited planning, countless variables, and a mass of uncontrollable parts. I recall the trainer's instructions, directed at the women as we learned to jump. "Keep your knees and feet together, just like your mother's taught you." The remark had received a mix of giggles and rolled eyes, my reaction being the latter. Now I'm grateful for the memorable phrase. as well as for the promise of soon being on the ground, released from this enclosure. The notion brings me a trace of comfort until the plane banks left. I feel it descend to avoid anti-aircraft detection and flak, to as low as 400 feet if matching our pre-flight rundown. The trade-off is our closer proximity to German eyes and ACACs, perhaps electric pylons and unseen mountainsides. Stay calm, stay calm.
Running in,
the dispatcher warns. I swallow hard. We're closing in on the drop zone. The engines throttle back and the aircraft shudders. We're slowing down, in contrast to my insides, which are roiling. I visualize my drills in the hangar, my jumps straight down with chin tucked, my perfect landing from the hot air balloon.
You are quite a natural,
I was told. And now I am squeezing from the remark every ounce of confidence I can muster. At a low altitude, there will be no room for error. The light goes green. On cue, the dispatcher shoves the capsule through the opening.
Go, go,
he shouts. The agents rush to follow, one after the other, including Bram, who leaves me with a semi-salute that says, "See you on the ground." To ensure we'll land reasonably close, on my rear, I scurry into place as quick as I'm able in my bundled suit, only to gaze down into an abyss. Don't think, just drop. But then the plane jerks hard, throwing me sideways across the floor. On reflex, I grab a metal bar attached to the wall. Possibilities ricochet in my head. We've clipped a tree, lost an engine, been sprayed by bullets. I look to the dispatcher. Knocked to his knees against the wall, he clambers to right himself as the Halifax levels off, engines still roaring. No explosions, no shooting.
Turbulence,
he yells, an explanation. Frantically, he waves me toward the hole, urging me to hurry and catch up.
Go now, go!
Though disoriented, driven by a spike of adrenaline, I do as he says, and I jump. Chapter 50. An icy grip snatches the air from my lungs. Slung through the sky, I lose all sense of reality. Then, with a clap of thunder, the world snaps back. My chute released by the ripcord, I'm yanked fiercely upward, a puppet on strings. My harness straps cinch around my chest and thighs. A loud rustling fills my ears, wind flapping fabric. Above me, the nylon parachute is an instant blossom, and I'm floating. Only from the fading sounds of a bomber's engines do I recall precisely where I am, what I'm doing, and with whom. I quickly survey the area below, tucking my chin, my mind clearing. Moonlight casts the earth into a surprisingly detailed sketch. Tree lines thickened by undergrowth separate fields and meadows. A couple lone barns denote scatterings of farmland. Amid a pasture, the capsule's chute is strewn on the ground. Vertically staggered, the silhouettes of the agents' parachutes, each in turn, are about to touch down. From the delay in my drop, it appears I'll end up in a pasture quite a distance away. I'll have no immediate help from Bram. I concentrate on the mechanics of my landing. All too soon, the earth rises up. I meet it hard with my feet, collapsing to my thigh and hip to distribute the impact. Following my training skills, I scramble to stand and immediately work to reel in my parachute, still partially inflated. The consequent noises make me cringe, but they're better than being sighted by Nazis. Once out of my harness, I assess my surroundings. All is still and quiet but for a breeze rustling the fields. With landscape features obscuring the agents, a question forms. What if I don't wait to sneak away? Already separated from Bram, I could embark on my head start now. Except, no. There isn't a bus until morning. The whole point of my scheme is to find answers and, together with Ari,
decide the next move, but before I'm ruled an enemy, perhaps even a second target. Best to keep to my plan. I detach my satchel and sling it across my torso. Taking my bundled parachute to bury it with the others, I start my trek to reunite with the group. With every few strides, I glance around, hyper-alert. Even the sense of dirt and meadow are intensified. After I walk what seems 100 yards, a fuzzy halo of light emerges up ahead, from beyond a wall of blackberry bushes, paired with a man's voice. I stop. Seasoned agents wouldn't dare use a flashlight or speak above a whisper, would they? Or are they just so confident the vicinity is clear? Crouched down, I creep toward the side edge of the thicket. When I stretch for a peek, I shudder at the origin of the beams. Roughly 30 yards away, 2 sets of partially obscured headlamps shine dimly on the agents. The 3 men are facing the vehicles, still in their coveralls. With their hands behind their heads, they're being forced to kneel by rifle-wielding soldiers in bell-shaped helmets. German troops. Oh, God in heaven. No, no, no. I jerk my body out of view, though for the life of me I can't steer my eyes away. An officer, distinctive in his peaked hat, walks toward them with an awkward gait. He halts before the middle captive, Bram, and speaks, indecipherable from a distance. Did the Germans spot our low-flying plane and radio ahead to track us? The officer gives a wave of his pistol, a signal. A soldier marches over. Beside Bram, he raises his rifle high and at an angle, then swings the butt of it toward the agent's head. Surely this all occurs rapidly, but in that instant, fear slows all movement in my mind's eye. In detail, I see Bram shift out of the weapon's path and jab his elbow into the soldier's groin. As the man contracts, Bram immediately grabs hold of the rifle, as if his instigation was deliberate, strategic. Then a blast rings out. Yet the spray of blood emerges from Bram, a bullet having tunneled through his skull. The officer shot first. Bram's body crumples, just as a neighboring agent lunges for the pistol. The officer's extended arm leaves it vulnerable. The 2 fight for control, a struggle that ends with another blast of a gun, this time from a soldier's rifle, and the agent collapses. There are barking sounds, muffled by the screaming inside me. Outwardly, I'm frozen. My limbs are anvils, which is fine, just fine. As the scene can't be real. It's a film on a screen. I'm watching from the safety of a theater. Shortly, we'll have an intermission and a change of reels. Herr Hauptsturmführer! The officer, a captain with the SS, I believe, responds by turning to the approaching caller, a broad soldier lugging a large cylindrical object. It's the capsule with parachute dragging. Behind him, another soldier escorts a German shepherd snarling on a leash. As the officer confers, a moment of collected distraction, the 3rd agent sneaks to his feet. He dashes furtively toward the shadows until the dog erupts with ferocious barks. The soldier who'd been guarding the agent turns. Halt! Let loose, the canine charges after the runner. It leaps at the man's back, toppling him. Rifles are taking aim, but the captain orders not to shoot. This is their last detained operative. And certainly they could use his information. But then the dog yelps and goes limp. A blade glints in the agent's hand. When he again scuttles into a sprint, defying more orders to halt, 2 shots meet his back. He arches from their impact before sprawling on the ground. The captain pulled the trigger. Still, he bellows in frustration. He marches over and uses his pistol to smack the face of the negligent guard, hard enough to crack a jaw. Then he turns to his troops. Finde den Vierten!
His German words filter in pieces through my brain. Their translation shakes me from my trance. Find the fourth. Could they have seen me jump? Mistaken the capsule's chute to be mine? Terror bolts through me. I need to move. Legs, you need to move now. Sucha, he adds. And all 5 soldiers disperse to search in various directions, weapons ready. Managing to back away, I begin to reverse my path. My parachute. I'd forgotten it's still in my arms. Silently in the darkness, my pace gains momentum before a shallow ditch causes me a light stumble. I spare a glance over my shoulder. Glows of flashlights are encroaching on the bushes. The growling of waking engines indicates the vehicles will be facilitating the hunt. A long dirt road runs parallel to my left, so I cut right and race toward the nearest cluster of trees. The leaf-filled branches might be structured well enough to hide me. I round the undergrowth to the back side of the cluster. At the first promising tree, I shoulder the parachute, reach up, and grip the lowest solid branch. My foot seeks traction on a knot at the tree's base. Heaving upward, I slip on a strap of my dangling harness. I try again, slipping once more, but on a slick stretch of nylon. Drat! The chute and strings will surely snag on branches all the way up. Yet discarding the gear anywhere close would leave a glaring trail. Flashlights draw closer, as do headlamps. Wheels slowly crunch gravel. My heart rises to my throat. Time and options are running thin. I recall the knife in my jumpsuit and underneath, an item in my coat. Stowed in the tiny pouch I'd sewn in, a pocket within a pocket, are my military-issued pills, including a single L pill. L for lethal. A grim choice to be made. Then again, the small blade is obviously measly against guns, and the cyanide is for only the worst of scenarios, which, as of yet, I decide this can't be. It isn't. Not with the waist-high shrubs maybe 20 feet away. They squat in a dense row along the border of a pasture. If I hurry, I could stuff my parachute into the greenery. But can I manage to do that and still climb fast enough? And isn't a tree the first place they'll look, the most obvious? Never was I more in need of misdirection. An old trick comes to me. The sucker effect. Let the audience think they're seeing something by mistake, a faux reveal, only to guide them to the actual illusion with greater impact. Could it work? What better option do I have? Staying low, I spread out the parachute as if someone landed and abandoned it in a rush. I toss my helmet on it for good measure. Then, instead of shimmying up the tree, I dash to the shrubs. Working my way in, I serpentine my body horizontally, careful not to disturb the top layer. The added bulk of my satchel makes the task more challenging. But soon, I settle in the tangle of branches, thick but breathable, and I wait. It's a deceit based on a presumption, as I'd once taught Charles. A twist on a story that viewers convince themselves to be true. After all, no spy would be foolish enough to stick around when given a chance to run. The seconds tick by. 15, 30, 45. There are hints of walking. A rustling of trousered legs. Footsteps on farmland. Someone is getting close. I see nothing through the shrubbery. I pray the obscurity works both ways, and if not, that true to my name, adapting like the Arctic fox, a creature built to survive, I'm indistinguishable from the background. Schau mal! Excitement boosts a fellow's voice, the pride of finding a treasure, in this case, a parachute. Komm her! More wrestling, more steps. A second voice joins in, his murmured words interweaving with clinks of the harness. Then silence. My heart, still lodged high, presses into my windpipe. I ration breaths, in and out, envisioning the soldiers scanning the area, peering up at the trees, their rifle barrels hungry for another target. A smattering of light penetrates the shrubbery. My eyelids drop to shield the whites of my eyes, and I escape into the haven of a memory. The leaves around me are patches of my childhood quilt. The branches are my mattress, cozy by the potbelly stove. Papa is asleep in the next room, snoring after late-night drinks with the strikers. I fill in the setting with every detail I can plunder, fending off images of Bram's spray of blood, of the Nazi soldiers but a few yards away. There's a swooshing now. From fabric. Clinks. They're gathering the chute. After several tension-racked seconds, the murmurings resume, yet fainter. Same for sounds of movement. I ease my eyes open, just as the soldiers call out. I flinch. A vehicle revs closer, rolling over gravel. When the engine idles, I brace for the troops to return on a more scrutinizing search. That doesn't come. Their hunt continues, but farther and farther away, until it's only me, left cocooned in the darkness, with a daunting choice of what to do next. Chapter 51. During our final briefing, I received directions to the barn that would serve as our safe house.
"We're to meet there," Bram told me, "should anything go astray."
Bram. My alleged adversary. Although he's gone, my relief is scant given the scene I've witnessed. A ghastliness I can't afford yet to process. I spend the next couple hours cautious in the shrubs, squelching the images as best I can, along with my plans involving the barn. In their ongoing search, the Germans could be surveilling any structures in the area. Not that Forthausen, the sole village within walking distance, promises to be much safer. But my bus stop is there, and I have no better alternative. In fact, for both me and Ari, I have only greater reason now to catch the earlier pickup, the first of the day to Utrecht. Watchful Nazis aside, once the British hear what occurred, who's to say they don't reassign Bram's duties? Perhaps to an operative already nearby, and without including me. A saving grace of the situation is the military's tendency to piecemeal information, covert work even more so by design. Battles and distance, I figure, could also delay communication, giving me the upper hand. For a few days at least. All in, I have a week here. Not even. I am to depart by train Saturday morning to rendezvous with my escape guide, leaving me but 6 full days to find Ari, or Franz. That's his field name, I've learned. Anxiously, I climb out of my hiding spot. I remove all my jump gear and minus my knife, which I store in my hidden pocket, cram it into the shrubbery. Seated close, away from the road, I'm prepared to serpentine back in if needed. To fend off sleep, I ingest one of my 2 blue benzodrine pills, and through the side effect of a light dizzy wave, I listen for sounds. At dawn's welcome light, I change my clothes. Since pants on women are considered brazen here, I pull on a plaid day dress, as subdued as my lisle stockings made of gray cotton. After refastening the buttons and belt of my coat, also gray, though charcoal, I rid my hair of debris while tidying the pins. Less out of hunger than to pass the time, I snack on the licorice and biscuits I received before the flight, both deliberately Dutch brands. Since Papa's pocket watch is American-made, with Elgin printed right on its face, it could expose me if seen in the open. But like a lucky charm, it had been with me through all my journeys, so in my bag's hidden compartment it will stay. On my wrist is the quiet watch I've been issued, Dutch with a simple leather band and dainty hands that I proceed to check incessantly. Not a single person passes through the area. Sunday mornings for the Dutch, thankfully, are spent sleeping longer and occupied with family. At last,
The time comes to head out for the first bus of the day, set to depart at 10:48. Staying off the road, I grip my satchel strap over my shoulder and traipse northward through the countryside. The sun sends a honeyed glow over the array of trees and expanse of meadows. The beauty of the Helderland province invites one to forget about the lives cut down in these fields, the souls spilled on this very soil. Vigilant, I scan the area and sneak periodic looks at my silk-printed map. The 1.5-mile route is already embedded in my mind, yet I'm adjusting my pace for a well-timed arrival. Cutting it close could mean missing the ride. Too early, and I'll have to stand around and linger. On a roundabout path, I enter Forthausen. With a breath of courage, I start down the main street of the sizable village. The farther I wade, the more I appreciate the moderate amount of bustling, given the sprinkling of German soldiers. I can only hope they're posted here for standard spot checks, and aren't the same troops from last night, still hunting. Time now, 37 after 10. I tread along, gazing down at the cobblestones. In this, I'm not alone. All the civilians in my periphery appear to have learned this is best, to move through town as if anticipating a dropped coin. I'm certain the shop fronts are lovely and charming, straight from the sketches of a postcard. But my concerns lie only with the pair of black boots just ahead on my left. A soldier with a rifle strapped to his shoulder is checking the identity papers of a gentleman with a slight stoop. In a small park across the street, another soldier does the same with a young woman who towers over his height. I manage natural strides in passing. None too soon, I reach the bus stop at the center of town. In alignment with my briefings, it's located directly outside a tobacco and vegetable shop, next door to Hotel de Verhuldewagen, where a decorative wagon atop the roof confirms I'm in the right place. I pocket some guilders from my satchel, ready to pay upon boarding. 6 minutes to go. With eyes lowered, I steal occasional glances at my watch. 2 minutes left. Then 1. Schedules being a priority to the Dutch, it's hard to imagine any transports running late. But now it's 3 minutes behind. Where is it? No other traveler to ask. I'm still the only one waiting. A clerk at the hotel might be able to assure me it's coming. I head into the place and hustle the few strides toward a small reception counter, behind which an oafish man is reading a book. He's the lone person present. Gratefully. I continue to listen for the bus's engine. "Pardon me, sir," I say in Dutch. And it hits me. This is the first test of my speech in the Netherlands, where, regardless of my passable accent, I'm to refrain from being chatty, to not borrow trouble. "Could you tell me if the bus to Utrecht, the 10:48, runs a bit late at times?" Engrossed in his book, its edges so tattered it might have been read by the entire village, he mumbles in reply, "Sunday." Yes, for today." "On Sundays, the first bus to Utrecht is the 12:45. It's the one I was to take with Bram. I suppress a rise of angst as the clerk looks up at me without inclining his head. "Vuelkats." He states this as if I should have guessed, as if it was common knowledge. Oh, right. Of course. Internally, I curse the schedule from headquarters in need of an update, although perhaps this explains why our planners had chosen the later time. "Instead, sir, do you know when a train would depart for—" "Station is closed." How could a railway station just shut down for the day? 6 years ago, he clarifies, my confusion seemingly detected. Hopefully not to a suspicious point. I uphold a pleasant expression, and despite my dread over the wait, I reply, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 52. The vacant lobby is no place for me to stay. I'd be as good as prey in a trap. I venture back outside. The soldiers down the street continue to question passers-by. I bat away worries of being unprepared, all unproductive thoughts, and seek a means to squander the time. But the stores appear closed. Too early, perhaps, for even the few allowed to operate on a day reserved for worship. That's what they're doing, I realize. Streams of people in black dress and hats, a tradition of strict Protestants, are heading toward a tall brown steeple. Though without a tolling bell, likely melted down for cannons by the Germans, it serves as a beacon for a communal assembly. The service should last a whole hour, maybe 2. I debate joining. Even with my acceptable dark coat, I'm apprehensive of standing out among the regular flock. Then I recall Houdini and his greatest illusion, aiding the Allies by spying in the open. And so I flow into the crowd that funnels into the large church. A mix of light body odors and exhaustion hangs in the air as locals exchange greetings. I'm troubled nearly as much by the funeral-like sea of black as I am by the absence of a clear second exit, particularly in this circumstance. Still, from the inner aisle, I slide into the 5th pew from the back and tuck my satchel under my seat. Beside me, an elderly man nods politely, his spectacles thick as gem jar glass. It takes tremendous effort not to constantly turn and gauge the entrance, even as a minister appears at the front and welcomes the congregation. I reach for my necklace to fiddle with the disc, but find it missing. As instructed, I'd left it with my valuables at the George. Yet only now do I feel fully stripped of my identity. Should an ill fate befall me, no one here would know the truth of who I am. Or was. The minister requests that everyone stand to sing, a timely diversion. My neighbor struggles to rise, negotiating his cane and hymn book. I'm lending him a hand when I sight a uniform. A fair soldier in the outer aisle, helmetless, is keenly surveying the room. Panic splinters through me, darting like pinballs every which way. I edge back, using the man beside me as a cloak. The congregation launches into How Great Thou Art. Assessing when and if to run, I join in softly when I, in awesome wonder, I catch myself. I'm singing in English. The elder shows no sign of noticing, perhaps hard of hearing. Despite my quivering, I offer to hold the book for us both, not simply for the verses, but to sidle up beside him in a display of accustomed familiarity. Abruptly, the soldier raises his hand, an alert to a person unseen. My feet shift toward the center aisle, about to tear away when the soldier breaks into a smile. From a far forward pew, a uniformed pal waves him over to attend the service. I ease out an exhale. My fears abate, to a limit. The fellows are young, unarmed, and seem genial enough. They're Nazis, nevertheless, all that matters. And now they'll hamper my ability to sneak out early if needed. I try not to think of this as the service plods on. Through prayers and more hymns, I remain friendly with my pew partner and ever more grateful to the Janssens for helping me blend, specifically for expelling my old Catholic habits. A genuflection or the sign of the cross could have given me away. By the time we sit for the sermon, the air is warm from body heat. I find myself sinking into the minister's tone, as lulling as a spell. Sneaking a blue pill from my pocket is tempting, but it's my only one left. I refrain and pinch my leg. My blinks grow longer and longer. When my chin drops, I realize I've dozed off. For seconds, or much more, I can't say. My pulse races as I peek at my watch. 12:33 p.m. Just 12 minutes until my bus. While I haven't missed it, I have to slip out. The service could last another hour. I'm contemplating how to evade attention when the minister commences a final prayer, a timely reward, though his blessing stretches cruelly in length. Upon the amen, I grab my satchel and trail the congregants ebbing toward the doorway. I keep to the middle of the stream. Finally, outside, I cast my eyes downward and walk with casual purpose. At the glimpse of a bus idling by the hotel, I bridle my urge to sprint. Several folks are queued up to board. An armed guard is checking their papers. Fumes from the engine grow in pungency as I approach. I reassure myself I've been supplied with foolproof forgeries. Retrieving them with a steady grip, I review my lessons in London meant for exactly this scenario. Were those really just 2 days ago? Ida Hoffmann. I am Ida Hoffmann from Elspeth. The young soldier is unfocused. Combining German and improvised Dutch, he's flirting with a girl standing off to the side with her bike. Her flowy peach dress punctuates the surrounding drabness. As her chirpy giggles float over mauve-painted lips, a lean-suited man in a brimmed hat lines up behind me. I have no intention of skipping out. Yet there's a troubling sense now of being locked into my spot. When it's my turn to hand over my identity card, the burden of its falsity lessens from the guard's preoccupied state. He skims and returns the document, clearing me with a flick of his hand, eager to keep chatting up the girl. After such a build-up, the simplicity of my entry almost causes me to laugh. The release of tension like a wave breaking, then washing over the shore. Containing the impulse, I board, pay my fare, and start toward an empty row. And that's when I hear the sputtering of engines. Louder, closer. Swooping in, a military truck parks before the bus. A blockade. My stomach plummets. A boulder dropped within me. Then a motor car arrives and its driver lets the officer out. He steps forward with a limp. A gait I recognize from the field. It's the SS captain, adorned with insignia on his tunic, an iron cross dangling at his collar. All at once, more soldiers are circling and someone is yelling, and the flirty guard is ordering all passengers off. Could the hotel clerk have reported suspicions? Perhaps a shrewd congregant? More troubling yet, had the Germans somehow known we were coming? Find the fourth was their order even before discovering my chute. Were they waiting in the field from the start, and if so, how much detail would they have? Indeed, my itinerary would have led them straight here. A tremor in my legs threatens to betray me as I disembark with the 7 or 8 others, including the driver. We're instructed to spread out alongside the bus. The captain, whose thin brown mustache centers on a chiseled face, lights a pipe while we scramble into place. I land at the end of what resembles a police lineup, our gazes glued to the ground. Soldiers clutch their rifles. I do the same to my satchel hanging from my shoulder, snug as a harness. And a conversation returns to me. The dispatcher explained the less obvious reason for tightening the straps of our parachute packs. The Gestapo's practice of checking suspected spies for bruises to the thighs and chest. I hadn't noticed any forming. But are they there? The officer makes his way gradually down the line. He exhales smoke with the leisure of reclining on a veranda at sunset. His boots brush the ground, creating contemplative sweeps. And it dawns on me that he lacks specifics of the missing fugitive. That his strategy has been to wait in the lurch, ready to pounce on the departing transports and screen for shifty, nervous characters. My name is Ida Hoffmann. I am on holiday to visit my cousin Martha. Fixated on my low-heeled shoes, purposely weathered and faded black, I notice a spot. A dirt-brown smudge, soil from the fields I neglected to wipe off. He pauses before me. Does he see it too? Is there shrubbery on my clothing I somehow missed? Will he inspect my skin for bruising? The smell of pipe tobacco, normally a comfort reminiscent of Papa,
only emphasizes the officer's proximity. I feel his stare. It bores through my hair, my head, as though he's attempting to pick through my brain. I yearn to close my eyes, disappear, pass through a trap door on stage.
Herr Hauptsturmführer,
a voice hollers.
Schauen Sie, ein Problem hier.
The troops surrounding us undoubtedly finger their triggers. After a beat, lowering his pipe, the captain swivels and strides toward the caller. My shoulders don't dare slump. Without moving my head, I see the young guard by the front of the bus. He's waiting with papers from the lean-suited man. Save for the crinkling of the pages, there's only quiet. Soon comes a noise. A sharp slide of metal, punctuated by a click. The chambering of a round. My face snaps up. A Luger is pressed to the civilian's temple, his fedora now lying on the ground. The captain peppers the man with what I believe to be questions. To my mind, they're barely audible, as the earlier executions have returned in flashes. My muscles clench, waiting for the blast. The blood, the crumpling of another body. Then the captain tilts his head. All goes silent until he sneers. A decision made. He jerks his pistol toward the truck. At the directive, soldiers hustle to the suited man and escort him onto the back of the vehicle. He's been spared. A cause to rejoice if not for imagining what might await him. Possibly no better for those of us left. The officer confers with the guard. From what I can tell, he's asking if the remaining passengers have been thoroughly checked. The soldier replies in the affirmative, too boldly and swiftly, I fear. I stare back at the ground, preparing to be grilled. There are more puffs from the officer's pipe, a torturous pondering. What follows is a nod, presumably, because in a burst of shouts, the guard ushers us back onto the bus as if herding cattle into a pen. By the time I lower onto my seat, still fighting to control the quaking in my limbs, the other vehicles are rumbling away. Only the man's hat remains, the solitary clue that anything happened here at all. Tears rush to my eyes from shameful relief, but also from potential blame over a chance he was mistaken for the wanted fourth. Quivering breaths draw my ear. Across the aisle, a matronly woman presses a hand to her window. I trace her attention to the other side of the street. Among the onlookers, the peach dress girl stands with her bicycle, fist over her heart, and smile wavering. She appears to say goodbye. Her purpose as a distraction served. It's strangely comforting to know with certainty that I'm one of many here playing a role, harboring secrets, and with every reason to be petrified. Chapter 53. During the hour-and-a-half-long ride to Utrecht, doubts gather like storm clouds, dark and ominous. The fact I made it out of the village isn't enough to ensure I'm in the clear. Since meeting with my contact might now be riskier, I consider a delay of hours. The longer I wait, however, the greater the chance that word of the field incident will surface and spread, potentially losing Ari in every way possible. My decision is plain. Toting my satchel, I disembark at Utrecht Centraal, the main railway station of the city. The proximity of several German military institutions, headquarters, and installations is instantly evident by the number of service members walking about, notably higher than in the village. Posted signboards appear to give instructions and warnings, all in German. Expected, though most startling, swastika flags hang on buildings, staking territory in the colors of death and blood. I stifle a shiver as I enter the station as originally planned, minus a companion. With armed guards posted at each door, I continue directly on a path memorized from a diagram. Silently, I review the coded phrases Bram and I were supplied at our final briefing. Past the ticket lines, I round the last booth, and there it is, tucked in a far corner, the designated newsstand. As eager as I am apprehensive, I maintain a natural pace. In an adjacent waiting area, presumed travelers are parked on long benches, among them soldiers and suited gentlemen immersed in periodicals and teenage girls in conversation. An older couple shares a snack while an agitated woman struggles to rein in a pair of youngsters. In shorts and knee-high socks, the kids are attempting to play tag. Few in the group spare me a glance. The last newsstand customer leaves as I approach. Behind the counter, a woman shuts her till box and turns to me. She's around 60, her cocoa-brown hair streaked with silver, shadows underscoring her eyes. My greeting stalls. A man is to be my contact. Or was that my assumption? "Well," she says, more in order than a question. Her Dutch speech reminds me to use the same. "Could you tell me, ma'am, are you the usual vendor here?" A furrow splits her brow. "Always? Why?" Wary of surrounding eyes and ears, I rush to assemble a reason. "I was just wondering which paper you recommend most." Her shrug of apathy resembles a twitch. "Whatever you choose. It is no difference to me." I nod, smiling tightly. Neither had I expected my contact to be this brusque. Swiftly, I scan the display, each headline boasting a Nazi victory, propaganda parading as facts. I swipe 2 issues at random, hurrying before another customer can approach. These will do. I set them on the counter and fish for coins in my coat pocket. "I'm curious, by the way," casual though enunciating, I segue to Bram's coded phrase. "Is Park Leiplenburg a short walk from here?" "Yes, it's a nice spot to watch the ducks," the vendor is cued to say, to which I'm to add, "I am sure it is even lovelier in the summer." "Not far," she states. Then, nothing. My script was to serve as a key, but for a lock that apparently won't budge. Did I deliver Bram's line in error? Or is his mere absence triggering her caution? That must be it. To communicate the change, but stealthily, I'll simply open the lock with an improvised, "Are you paying or not?" "Sorry," I say. "Of course." Her expression softens marginally as I hand over my coins, guessing at the total. As she fetches change from her till, I mash together clues to tip her off. "You know, it's one of the reasons our dear friend Bram insisted I come. Ida Hoffman," he said, "you must visit the park." He was supposed to have joined me but got pulled away unexpectedly. Remembering how, I charge through a tightening of my throat as the woman drops her attention to a hangnail, possibly meant to look inconspicuous as she listened. "He said you might have fine activities to suggest, such as watching the ducks at Park Leiplenburg. You could always write down the ideas. It's a great help to me." When her eyes flick up, a promising sign, I press her with my thoughts, begging for details I desperately need. But her furrowing returns, now with indignance. "I don't know this Bram you speak of. I am not a tour guide. Buy more papers or go." Her volume threatens to attract an audience, including a Nazi officer approaching the display rack. Under pressure, I retreat with my coins and papers, trying to understand. I'm confident this is the newsstand where I was directed to go. The officer's presence might well have scared her off. And yet she could have spoken prior to then. Perhaps she's aware of the agent's murders and disengaged to be safe. I was, after all, the only one to get away. Wait, could they suspect I was in on it? I entertain the notion for only a second before it's ousted by the most likely scenario. The newsstand was never part of the plan, much less the coded exchange. My knowledge was no doubt skewed to suit my role. So what to do now? Where to go? Would the boarding house where I was set to stay truly be safe? My head is muddled from stress and lack of sleep, the rest of my body quickly draining energy.
I'll regroup and find a solution, possibly revisit the vendor. It's too early for despair. Outside on my memorized route, I head toward the center of the city, where I'll seek out my own accommodations. Better paranoid than sorry. Bicyclists whiz by in every direction as I avoid passing eyes. Once more, I appreciate the camouflage lent by the populous streets, if not the company. German soldiers, sailors, and airmen are scattered all around, as well as civilians with armbands of all kinds. Straight-arm salutes with Heil Hitler greetings are traded with disquieting normalcy. Dome Tower, with its Gothic belfry that reaches several hundred feet into the sky, assists as a navigational point. In another time, I'd gaze in awe at its intricate beauty. Same for the medieval architecture and cathedrals and monuments strewn about. Instead, I stride over the cobblestones as if these sights are nothing out of the ordinary. Beside a long stretch of businesses closed for the day, I pause to discreetly orient myself. A small cluster of armed soldiers appear at the corner, ribbing one another while ambling my way. From the other direction, a black Mercedes-Benz pulls over to park. Swastika pennants flank the hood. Residual panic simmers in my gut, worsened by a sense of enclosure. I detour by crossing the street. Near a small bridge, two ladies emerge from a staircase. The steps lead down to the Audiobook, the old canal that runs from the original moat of the fortified town and through the center of Utrecht. The walkway below, vacant and dappled with trees, offers a chance for reprieve. As I descend, an elderly fellow drifts past in a rowboat. I proceed alongside the water, feigning a casual Sunday stroll, unwinding a string of breaths. "Miss!" The voice in Dutch turns my head. But the speaker isn't the rower. It's a man around my age, at the base of the stairs. In an overcoat and tweed cap, he boasts a perfectly Aryan face, one I recognize. On a station bench, he'd been reading the paper. The realization he's trailed me all this way isn't what chills me most. It's the intensity of his stare. On impulse, I increase my pace slightly. Too quick, and I might draw additional attention. I'm hemmed in by the canal on my left, a stone wall to my right. There's no way to cross without a boat, unless at street level. Past several trees up ahead, a brick bridge arches over the water. From the walkway, a staircase must lead upward for access. "Miss Hoffman." Implicit in the tone is a command to stop. "Ida Hoffman." My cover name. I glance back, tempted to slow as he strides closer. But then I recall announcing my name at the newsstand, perhaps not in its entirety, though I can't be sure in this instant, and the Germans might have already had that information. "Please," he says, more insistent. "We should speak about your friend." My friend? Does he mean Bram? Being wrong could prove fatal. The thought doubles my desire to run, right as I pass the last tree and stop short. There's no staircase to climb. The base of the bridge creates an impassable wall. I'm cornered. Heart racing, I spin to face him. He's a mere few yards away, but his cobalt blue eyes are raised toward the street. Thrown off, I trace his focus. A man in the gray uniform of an officer stands above us, turned away from the canal. I brace for my stalker to holler up to him. Instead, his voice drops to an urgent hush as he moves in. "If you want to live, play along, now." His sudden English with a Dutch accent stuns me. All at once, his hand is on my hip, his other cradling my cheek, and he bends to nuzzle the side of my neck. "Go along," he whispers, "if you wish to hear of France." I'm jolted as much by Ari's field name as by intimacy with this stranger. But with the officer rotating in our direction, I close my lids halfway and let my satchel slide to the ground. Applying a breathless smile, I run my fingers along the back of the man's neck, over the soft blonde stubble above his collar.
We carry on this way for a full half-minute, the seconds ticking in my head, and I glimpse the officer observing us. His toothbrush mustache, mirroring Hitler's, sets my stomach to curl. I throw him an intentional peek, and he looks away discomfited. A markedly relatable feeling. Is he there still? The question is warm on my neck. I go to whisper yes, but then a stylish woman appears at the officer's side. Arm in arm, they saunter off together and out of sight. He's gone. My forged companion, evidently my actual contact, glances up and sighs. Good. I let go and step back, feeling flushed. After straightening his cap, he says quietly, "Come, then, for us to speak." He offers his elbow to continue our charade as a couple. I hesitate, my mind and senses whirling. You wish to stay alone? Not a true question, a dare. His smugness pulls me back to myself. Sure, his quick thinking helped, but I'm entirely capable of making my own way, learning and adjusting regardless of the dangers. Except that isn't why I'm here. With a deadline looming, I clutch my bag and accept the crook of his arm. Chapter 54. Through the city's hustle and bustle, we wind down one street after another until arriving at an alley. A quarter of the way in, my mystery guide stops at a cockeyed, weather-beaten door. By the handle, he hefts it open and peeks inside what appears to be an empty storage building. A sweep of his hand invites my entry. At my deliberating, his lips slant at a wry angle. If I were a moth, you would not be here. The Dutch slang for a German, deeming them musty, evidently, is no more complimentary than calling them a Hun or a Kraut. And though his point is valid, it doesn't rule out my being used as a pawn. I'll have to play along to find out. With a concessionary look, I step into the cool, stale-aired meeting spot. The series of windows are dust-covered but numerous, inviting decent light while hindering the view from anyone who happens into the alley. Granted, the same in reverse puts us at equal disadvantage. A metallic scrape from behind causes me to flinch. He's bolted the door. Care to rest? He nods toward a solitary wooden chair off to the side, its white paint chipped and back uneven. I'm fine, standing. He gives a small shrug and goes to claim the seat for himself. His distance from the door provides minor relief, as does the open expanse of the space. Strewn about are paper scraps, some tattered boxes, and sprinkles of sawdust. Markings on the concrete floor suggest long tables once populated what seems an abandoned workshop. In a back corner, cobwebs mostly veil a four-legged hulk of rusty machinery, a shroud over a forgotten life. I ask at last, would you mind sharing who you are, now that we're otherwise acquainted? From his coat, he produces a metal cigarette case and lifts it opened toward me. When I shake my head, he slips a hand-rolled smoke into the corner of his mouth. The shortage in Holland suggests it's cheap homegrown tobacco or a black market buy. Willem. A traditional Dutch name, presumably his cover. Are you with a network here, or were you sent by London? He lights his cigarette and snuffs out the match. Ja. So which is it? I am a messenger of information only. I'm aware languages are well studied in Dutch schools, at least in the cities. Still, I might have complimented his English if not for his hint of arrogance. Fine, then. Your message for me is, the leisure with which he finds tobacco on his tongue and flicks the speck away is irksome. But, you see, my instruction was for delivery to you and one other. Indeed, I agree. It was. Only there's been a change of plans, requiring me to continue on my own. Honest yet vague, it's the explanation I prepared when I'd planned to arrive early at the station, which would have been pointless, I now realize,
assuming Willem hadn't been there all morning. "Oh, and what is this change?" "I am unable to say more, I'm afraid." Also the truth. I can't have him wondering if his orders to help me should be rescinded. He expels a ribbon of smoke, contemplating, likely for his own safety. Finally, he nods in acceptance. He's about to speak when a whistle spears the air. My attention flies to the window, then back to Willem, who sits upright with a hand raised, a signal to halt and listen. The shrill alert repeats, louder and closer with a man's hollers, suited to an officer of some kind. Willem waves me toward a front corner of the room. I rush over and press my back to a plastered wall as he hurries to stand beside a window. Cigarette parked between his lips, he reaches under the breast pocket of his coat. For a weapon, I imagine. I'm reminded of my own. Nerves again heightening, I grab my folding knife within the concealment of my pocket. I think of my single lesson with a dummy torso, stabbing its neck, heart, stomach, each just enough to get away. Willem leans to peer through a glass pane, a semi-clear spot. Soon come more shouts, gradually waning in volume. When the quiet returns, Willem's broad shoulders drop and his hand slides free. Yet the implication of his weapon remains. The vast room suddenly feels smaller. "You said you know of Franz," I prod, my patience now low. Willem rotates toward me. "Have you been in communication?" I ask. He removes his cigarette, gives it a tap. "From a distance, for the passing of a note. And since then, he has been very difficult to contact, this man." Seeking any hints of deceit, I venture closer. "Do you know where I can find him? At least where you saw him last?" Willem takes a drag. "I see him on Dumpling, the Cathedral Square, several times, always through crowds. Once, I follow him north. Every time, like a mouse, he gets away." I shouldn't feel pride under the circumstances, but it's hard not to, given how Ari learned to slip in and out of spaces under the scrutiny of an audience in broad daylight. "When was the last time he was spotted?" "It was 2 days ago."
"Do you know?" I hesitate but need to ask. "If he's in any sort of danger?" Smoke puffs from Willem's mouth, a short cough from a laugh.
"Aren't we all?"
"From anyone in particular, I mean."
He shakes his head. "I have heard nothing."
"Then why ever is he steering clear of you?"
"Again, I do not hear of it."
"Well, why do you think he is?" Willem stubs out his cigarette on the wall. He too is losing patience.
"As I say, I am only a messenger. He was to make contact with his people. That was my assignment. But you are here. All business with Franz is no longer mine. No." He sighs. "I must go."
He peeks through the window before hefting the door, this time to unbolt it. My mind scrabbles for what more I ought to ask.
"Goodbye to you, Miss Hoffman."
As he opens the door, I urge, "How do I find you? If I need anything else?" He doesn't answer nor look my way, but neither does he leave. "Please," I say. "I'll trouble you only if necessary, I promise." I reach out and touch his sleeve, a mindless, emphatic act. However, fresh off our encounter by the canal, the heaviness of his gaze on my hand sends tingles up my arm. I pull away. There's a debate in his eyes, but also an air of gentleness at his core. The latter appears to win out when his jawline softens.
"A cafe is closed for the war, called Mendo's, directly ahead of the pass-through of Domtoren."
"The bell tower?" At his single nod, I envision the Gothic structure, tall enough to be seen throughout the city.
"Leave 3 small stones on the outer windowsill. Word will reach me. If I can, I meet you back here. If 2 hours pass, I am not coming."
Of course, I understand. He lifts his chin toward the alley.
And beware of the Dutch police. Some are worse than the muffin.
In my prepping sessions, I'd been warned of the same. I will. Thank you, Willem.
Success,
he murmurs, a Dutch wish of good luck. And then he's gone. Chapter 55. The boarding room sits on the second floor atop an apotheke, or pharmacy. Powdery blue walls surround an armoire, a chair with standing lamp in the corner, and a pair of single beds divided by a night table. Hung in a simple wooden frame, an amateur painting of 3 children in a fishing boat with a windmill in the background provides the sole dash of personal decor. When seeking accommodations in the vicinity of Domplane, a task made more challenging due to commandeering by the Nazis, a voluble street sweeper directed me here. Until last month, he said, 2 of the druggist's 3 sons were attending Utrecht University, a portion of it located on a corner of the sprawling square. But students' protests against a Nazi loyalty oath ended with the school's total shutdown. All 3 boys were apparently since recruited for factory labor in Germany, leaving their 2 bedrooms available for let. One of which I promptly confirmed to be unoccupied. The druggist's wife, Mrs. van der Meer, isn't overjoyed my stay will be brief, but has agreed regardless, swayed by a week's prepayment. And gratefully so, as the view from my window spans a good portion of the L-shaped public square. Awning-adorned shops and various other businesses line the central area, which runs between the bell tower straight ahead and, to my left, Dom Church. In my doorway, the middle-aged woman with sharp features and tired eyes strokes the gray cat on her arm. She's explaining how a central nave once connected the 2 structures before it collapsed in a storm a few hundred years ago. Frankly, I could do without visions of any calamity, let alone one in the focal area of my search. That's very intriguing, I reply kindly in Dutch, anxious to regroup. Well, I should be all set now. But she doesn't exit.
You already saw the bathroom is down the corridor.
I did, yes, thank you.
As soap is limited, I do ask that you use it sparingly.
Certainly.
Also, we launder on Wednesdays. Tell me, when shall I expect your cousin?
To best account for my lone visit, I've stuck to my tale about Martha, whose ballet studies in The Hague make this an ideal halfway point for a sojourn. Within a few days, just as soon as her rigorous training permits. Beyond that, a minor misfortune will have to cancel the poor gal's trip. In the meantime, I add brightly, I plan to thoroughly explore the beauty of your city. The cat hisses, as if detecting my half-fib. Mrs. van der Meer lets the animal down on the wooden floor, saying,
Oh, I nearly forgot. Before my food shopping tomorrow, we must coordinate use of your ration coupons. I do have a small plot in a community garden, so your room fee will cover any vegetables from there. My stomach belts out a growl, either coincidentally or advocating for itself, and diverts the woman's speech. You must be hungry from your travels, she says. If only she knew how truly far I've come.
A bit, I smile.
I will bring you a snack if you'd like.
The thought of being slowed by a meal makes me even more restless, but I do need to eat. That would be lovely. She nods.
Now, should any needs arise at night, my living quarters are on the 3rd floor.
Behind her in the hall, the cat's slinking movements snag a portion of my focus.
Between breakfast and dinner on work days, you can call on me downstairs, which is what I wanted until this moment.
I do hope he's back soon, I assert. It's a subtle invitation to share more. But she just nods and shuts the door, giving no hint to where her loyalty stands. I could still switch accommodations. Yet how, without raising the very suspicions I'd be trying to avoid? Brushing off the idea,
I ponder the great number of Dutch civilians opposed to the occupation, even more so these days, given the Arbeitseinsatz, Hitler's labor draft. With German workers forced into the armed services after the Stalingrad defeat, Dutch men in their prime, largely the unemployed, but others too now, apparently, are being shipped off as replacements to Nazi farms and factories. Those with connections or with the many jobs deemed essential are considered safe. But as Germany's defeats accumulate, even that could rapidly change. I imagine the many husbands, fathers, and sons living behind walls and under floorboards, desperate to avoid being imprisoned or rounded up in raids, called razzias. By that very reasoning, though, I wonder, what actual odds do I have of tracking down Ari when it seems that he, likewise, wishes not to be found? According to Crockett, Bram's assignment to Holland was initiated for a separate mission. This makes a night drop of a replacement agent all the more probable. The realization boosts my need to not only succeed, but to do so quickly. Aided by my mini telescope, smuggled within a cigarette filter and powerful for its size, I observe the city square from my window, most of it anyhow. A dotting of chestnut trees, thick with foliage, does cause some obscurity. Thus, after my snack, and confirming my fortunate lack of bruising from my harness, I forego the safety of my room and venture out to Domplin. Only then do I notice a soldier high in the bell tower. Though he seems to keep lookout primarily toward the sky, his eagle's vantage point remains unsettling. And so I use a tree for partial cover and settle at its base with my notepad. Slowly, absently, I sketch features of the landscape. A defendable reason for constantly scanning my surroundings. Two separate painters, one facing the belfry, the other the cathedral, help me blend in as I seek out a familiar face, and even hope to be seen by one particular person. My identity card is checked, of course, though by a Dutch patroller. This time, it's astutely examined, yet still passes muster. Soon after, a German soldier pauses his stroll to compliment my drawings. His wife is an artist, he says, with marked affection, and it jars me to remember the enemy is also human. Growing antsy as the day wears on, I walk the entirety of the square and the adjacent cathedral garden. I broaden my search slightly by heading north, based on Willem's clues. Between the city's accommodations for canals and its row-house-style buildings, the paths Ari can take are limited. I perk at a few hopeful encounters, a glimpse of a face, a posture from a distance, but none last beyond an instant. Come dinner time, I return to the boarding house to gobble down a plate of boerenkoolstampot. The traditional mashed potato kale dish is enhanced by a small spoonful of gravy, a wartime luxury, and a slice of grain bread. Around the table are Mrs. Vandermeer, eating quietly, and the newlywed boarders, whose gentle, average looks are clearly transformed into MGM-level knockouts in each other's eyes. Between Dirk's stories from his work-day at a motor-car maintenance shop, one commandeered by the SS for truck repairs, auburn-haired Clara alludes to hoping to be in the family way soon. Considering the state of the world, this seems genuine madness. Yet I politely listen and nod. Inspired by a mention of my ballerina cousin, Clara shares that while ballroom dancing is forbidden by the Nazi occupiers, local folk dances are held every Sunday despite the shortage of boys. Mostly girls dancing with one another, of course, but still an amusing time, she says, her nose sweetly crinkling. Swallowing my last bite of bread, I register the excuse to head back out. What a fine idea, I reply. If you happen to know where, I'd love to take a peek before curfew. Mrs. Vandermeer is lost in thought, making it all the easier to excuse myself. Treading the same areas, I study every male face for recognizable features.
April's extra daylight here eases the task. But alas, I come up empty and have to retire in time for curfew. Due to a recent crackdown on resistance activities, this currently means the early hour of 8 o'clock. I admit it was wishful thinking to imagine I'd somehow feel my parents, Papa at least, here in their homeland, looking down, guiding me. Still, I curb a gnawing of discouragement while lying in bed. It's been barely a day, after all, if a tiring one. My eyelids grow heavy at the soft glow of the jarred candle on my nightstand. I'll let it burn as I drift off, a reliable childhood comfort. I'm on the cusp of sleep when I detect a noise, a low-pitched droning. Then a siren wails, an air raid. I spring upright to sit. The flyovers are practically nightly in the Netherlands. This tidbit was indeed included in my blur of briefings. But secondary to my concerns over Ari, the prospect of Allied bombers passing at exceptionally high altitudes, simply en route to such targets as Bremen or Hamburg, seemed fairly inconsequential. It doesn't feel quite the same now. I scramble to my feet, not knowing where to go. I should have thought to ask. My heartbeat accelerates, as it's prone to do from such warnings, but even more than usual as the humming grows, resembling a nudged hive. I rush to the neighboring door in the hall. I'm about to knock when Clara swings the door open and we both gasp. But then she smiles. "Come, and we'll take you to the shelter. It isn't far." Her calm demeanor is moderately reassuring. I hustle regardless to put on shoes and fasten my coat over my night clothes. Led by Mrs. Vandermeer, the newlyweds and I emerge on the square where searchlights streak the sky, crisscrossing their ghostly white beams. We funnel with the crowd along the street and into a large, well-lit underground shelter. There, we settle on the floor. Edgy among strangers, I watch Dirk shuffling a deck of cards. Another couple has asked him and his wife to play bridge. Clara turns to me. "Would you like to play too?" She manages to project over the humming that has swelled to a flight of 1,000,000 bees. "If so, we could always pick a different game." Explosions echo from German flak, of which I'm to look accustomed. I pin a smile over my dread and kindly decline. Eventually, the all-clear signal sounds. As patrollers order us all back to our homes, I think of Bethnal Green Station. How once again I face the unwitting threat of being killed by my own side. Chapter 56. The day that follows, I decide, calls for an expansion of canvassing. Since Ari has reportedly passed through the square multiple times, he's obviously traveling from a starting point to a destination. I take brief breaks from Domplane to snoop around canal areas and cinemas, given his passion for bridges and enjoyment of picture shows. Not that I expect him to be lazing about, but I have to be resourceful, proactive. I've never been good at sitting back and waiting for things to come my way. All around Utrecht, German warning signs and swastika flags are ceaselessly disturbing. Yet ever more troubling is the frequency of 3 posted Dutch words. Verboden voor Joden. Forbidden for Jews. News of segregation laws, then mass deportations to work camps, have long been filtering over the airwaves. The only Jews anymore in Holland, people say, are detained or living in hiding. But with assertions so extreme, part of me figured the reports were propaganda. To see traces of evidence firsthand now tears at my heart, leaving me to question how far the Nazis' cruelties have gone. Unable to wrap my mind around it all, I channel my thoughts away, back to my mission, what I came here to do. Throughout the city, I watch and listen, simultaneously vigilant over being discovered and trailed by someone other than Ari. It's a tiresome undertaking with so many faces, especially on a Monday now with businesses open. Lines stretch everywhere for everything. The market, the bakery, the greengrocer. Certainly at the butcher's, for those hoping for a bit of sausage, or at least minced horse meat to spare. Meanwhile, another day of searching goes by. Another dinner, air raid, and evening walk, with girls I met at the dance, I claim. And still, no trace of him. Doggedly, I charge on through Tuesday. I wall off a pooling of doubt, though with each passing hour and cumulative mile, cracks in that barrier form and grow. The slow leak of grimness seeps through, by nightfall becoming a steady stream. On my fourth afternoon, resting my throbbing feet in the square, I pause my sketching at the sight of a woman. Her colorful dress and turban-like headscarf remind me of Madame Esme, bringing me to a thought. Given all my years with Ari and the bond we long shared, one might suggest he'd sense my presence from a channeling of energy. A fantastical idea, maybe sheer nonsense, but I'm willing to try almost anything. Closing my eyes, I strive to mute the noise of the square, the chatter, the footsteps, the lone street organ playing in the distance. Ari, if you can hear this, please trace my voice here to this spot. A hand touches my elbow. I jump, and my eyelids fly open. There's a fellow before me, but wrinkled and silver-haired, a vendor with a flower cart. He holds out a wilting bouquet for me to consider. I manage a polite shake of my head. No longer theoretical, my plan feels downright absurd. This is a city, not some little town. By now, it's even possible Ari has heard about Bram, whether of the agent's fate or goal, and altered his route. That's assuming a replacement for Bram hasn't arrived, tracking down Ari first, and I squash the thought and promptly replace it. If anything, Ari has finished his own purpose here, whatever in heaven's name that was, and fled the vicinity, maybe even the country, to a place of safety. In which event, and in all likelihood, I'm chasing but a shadow. Chapter 57. In my boarding room that night, I contemplate not by lamp but candlelight, as the power companies periodically cut resources to conserve power for the German war industry. I'm too restless to retire into my night clothes, never mind to sleep. Only 2 full days remain before I'm to travel an hour south to my contact in Tilburg, my entry to the escape line. Seated on my bed, I leaf through the false documents meant to deliver me on trains through Belgium and France, then into neutral Switzerland by a guided hike. With Ari, I'd hoped. I cringe at the idea of abandoning him, again, as if once wasn't already unforgivable. But how long before all my roaming and sketching raise suspicions by observers? Clara and Dirk are less worrisome, at least. Last night, the opening 4 notes of Beethoven's Fifth, resembling ... dash in Morse code, as in V for victory, introduced the BBC News faintly through our adjoining wall. The broadcast here illegal. In contrast, the druggist's wife inquired about my cousin this evening with growing skepticism. After all, girls my age don't typically jaunt around cities alone. During wartime, even less so. "Oh, I've been meaning to share," I replied. "I phoned Marta from the post office as I was concerned over her delay as well, and discovered she's fighting a terrible cold. But she's hoping to recover and still join me." Clara responded with sympathy, whereas Mrs. Vandermeer barely nodded. The excuse might not hold up the whole week. I clutch my paperwork, frustration climbing. Back at headquarters, I'd been so assured of my proposal, touting my insights from knowing Ari best. The truth of the matter is, I still can't explain his evasive behavior, why he took a field assignment in the first place, or why he transferred into intelligence at all. After our years apart, much about him could have changed. Even the little things. Maybe his favorite radio program is no longer the Burns and Allen show, nor his usual drink at the drugstore, a butterscotch malt. Maybe he'd moved on from curried egg sandwiches and whistling Benny Goodman tunes, or his old habit of staying up late, or... The parade of memories skids to a halt. He'd been a night owl since boyhood, often venturing out while others slept. With the enforced curfew here, a nocturnal trek might be unlikely, but not impossible. Moreover, if he realized he'd been followed by Willem, particularly amid daytime crowds, he could be using nighttime as a magician would a cloak. How ridiculous not to consider this before. I trade my papers for my telescope. Anticipating a long night, I swallow my last blue pill and blow out the bedside candle. The plunge into darkness stiffens me on reflex. Blindly, I hasten the couple steps to the window and find reprieve past an edge of the blackout curtain. Once my vision adapts to the moonlight, aided by a spread of stars stippling the sky, I quietly move the chair from the corner and settle in before the window. It's roughly 2 hours post-curfew. A few patrollers are monitoring the area, noticeably fewer than earlier, consistent with the expected. I dive in by alternating between my telescope and naked eye, scanning for movement. As the next hour drags by, patrollers become more and more sparse. Eventually, the square appears vacant, though the belfry likely maintains a lookout. By my watch, midnight passes. The absence of creaks indicates a sleeping household. I'm singing a tune in my head to stay alert when a shadow stretches over the cobblestones to my right. I lean forward as a figure emerges. Bridling my hopes, I use my telescope to home in. It's the back of a suited man. His hair is light, trimmed short. My breath holds while I seek his face. I glimpse a woman behind him, clutching his hand. They slow alongside the bell tower, a stone's throw before me, and peer up toward the guard. Could a romance be the reason Ari strayed from his sworn duties? But then I examine the man's build, narrow-shouldered and long-limbed, not at all like Ari. Disappointment and relief wash over me in equal waves. The fellow extends his head around the tower, perhaps assessing the length of Domplane. As if by a starter's pistol, the couple dashes off in unison. They cut across the square's width, leaving the cover of one tree to gain that of another. Past the cathedral, they disappear. The hands of my watch soon mark 1. I shift in my seat. At last, another figure appears. My spine straightens as I use my lens. From the far left corner, the person rounds the bronze statue near the University Hall building and strides my way along the perimeter. I needn't so much as squint to make out a German helmet. Although, for the chance Ari could be in disguise, I look closer, only to verify the structure of a stranger's face. The minutes go on ticking. I shake my head recurrently to sustain my focus. Even so, at some point, my mind drifts. I check my watch. It's a smidge past 2. From a glance to my right, I discover a new silhouette at the base of the bell tower nearing the square. I scramble to raise my telescope. Again, it's a man, alone, but a civilian based on his overcoat and trousers. A fedora obscures his head, yet his form and gait are staggeringly familiar. Or do I just want them to be? Look this way. Look this way. At the coolness on my palm, I find my free hand splayed on a glass pane. Recalling my plan to slide open the window and call out, in a stage whisper, of course, I stand to release the lock on the sill. Maddeningly, it won't budge. How could I have not tested it? Evidently, I hadn't had faith the actual need would arise. At the corner of Dom Tower, same as the couple, the man peers around the edge. I'm terrified he'll race away before I can see his face, before I know. He looks up toward the belfry, then swivels to retract against the wall. Now toward me, he reveals his features from the nose down, all of them familiar. Could it actually be him? I tap a pane, too lightly. Tap again, louder, in spite of my household. The fellow lifts his head, only partly, but like all those many years ago, when from my window in Eden Springs I'd spy my friend on his moonlit walks, I know in my gut. It's Ari. A thrill bursts through me. But before I can act, he takes off toward the cathedral. I stop myself from thumping on the glass. Rather, I hurry from my room with coat and shoes in hand, throwing them on at the base of the stairs, having descended with the softest but quickest of steps. I crack open the front door as laughter floats down from Dom Tower. The two Germans posted high above appear distracted with conversation. Ari is lost from my sight but can't be far. I slip out, pulse hammering in my ears, and rush the short distance to sidle up to the bell tower. Umbrellaed by branches, I again mimic the caution I've witnessed before stealing across the open space between trees, past the cathedral, and out of the square. Up ahead, the street splits like a Y. Which path did he choose? Blast it! Arriving at the divide, I locate his silhouette down the bend to the left. Thank God. He's rounding a corner in the distance. It takes every ounce of my will not to yell his name. Surely some patrollers are in the area making rounds at all hours. I recall Willem's warning about the Dutch police. If either of us is caught, if we're arrested, no doubt our identity cards would be further scrutinized and... My ID. I'd left it in the room. I hate to imagine the penalty for the combined infractions, of where that could lead, but turning back isn't an option. Barreling forward despite the odds of stumbling, I cast around glances for patrollers. The cool air seeps through my woven blouse. There's no time to fasten my coat. Lining both sides of the street, potential gazes bear down from blacked-out windows. I sprint away from the thought, keeping near silent on the balls of my feet while following Ari around the corner, where once more he's vanished. Still, he can't be far. I hasten down the road until reaching another split. I look both ways, straining to locate him through the dimness, not finding him. North. Willem said he went north. But then what? In which direction am I even facing? Staving off panic, I hazard a guess and go straight. At the next corner, I glance left, and I see him. Joy shoots through me, but with just as much power it shatters in an instant. Posted outside a building on the right side of the street, a German soldier gazes off while smoking a cigarette that glows orange at the tip. Moonlight glints off the rifle strapped to his shoulder. I hug the building beside me, shifting out of view. The Nazi is as close as 30 yards away. I long to shout for Ari even more than before, now to alert him. I steal a